people of the 20th century. And I'm excited to share what we've learned about him with you today. In this episode of Time Suck, we're going to learn all about the creator of the House of Mouse as he grew from a humble animator to one of the most famous innovators of all time. We'll learn about his personal life, including the many myths and conspiracies that surround him. Is his head really frozen? Is it hidden somewhere in Disneyland? Was he really an FBI informant, an anti-commie Red Scare agent? Before we dive into today's timeline, the best way to move through Walt's life, I just want to note that when it comes to certain moments in his childhood, there were a lot more discrepancies between sources than normal.
I'll put it on
if
after
our dates
stream.
don't line up with the dates you may have found, that's why. We did our best to decipher between various accounts of who did what and when. That said, we do feel good about being real close to being exactly right regarding the timeline dates, if it's not being 100% accurate on all of them. And one last thing, just because this subject is Disney, don't think this episode is going to be G-rated. This suck is very adult, just like all the others. You've been warned. Now let's hop right into today's Time Suck timeline and kick Mickey right in his seemingly non-existent dick.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a Time Suck timeline.
Walter Elias, not Meredith Disney, was born in the Hermosa neighborhood of Chicago, Illinois, over on the northwest side of the city. His birthplace home, 2156 North Tripp Avenue A, still stands. He was born in the neighborhood where the Schwinn Bicycle Company was founded just 6 years prior. How very wholesome. Cartoons and bicycles. Oh, man. Got to throw in some baseball and apple pie. Hermosa, also the neighborhood where the butt plug and double dong dildo were invented. Oh, my heck. That's not true. Would love it if the inventor of the butt plug was born in the house next to Walt Disney, though. How great would that coincidence be? And if both homes ended up being registered as national, historical places, complete with, plaques, along the sidewalk. Picture some kid in a Donald Duck t-shirt. Mommy, what's the other plaque say? Don't worry about it, Billy. Why are there a bunch of plastic toys laying around in the yard? Those aren't toys, Billy. Well, they are toys. They are toys, but not for you. Don't touch them. Just do not touch them. I told you to be adults. Hail Lucifina. Now be gone. I have free folk. Walt was born to parents Elias Disney, who's an Irish-Canadian man, and Flora Call Disney, who was German-American. Walt was the youngest of four boys: Herbert Arthur Disney, Raymond Arnold Disney, Roy Oliver Disney. Oh, Roy. You're going to be rolling over in your grave about what goes on later in this episode. And later, on December 6, 1903, Elias and Flora would have their fifth and final child, a girl, Cinderella Elsa Ariel Disney. JK. Her name was Ruth Flora Disney. I would love it if her name was Cinderella Elsa Ariel. Elias, Walt's father, was born on February 6, 1859, in the village of Blue Vale, Ontario, Canada. He was the son of Irish immigrants, Keppel Elias Disney and Mary Richardson. Both of Elias's parents had immigrated from Ireland as children with their parents. And if the name Disney doesn't sound very Irish to you, that's because it's not originally Irish. It's derived from the Normandy French name Disney. The Disneys. That's kind of cool. I didn't realize it was the anglicized version of Disney. The Disneys, among others, descended from Normans who settled in Ireland around the 11th century. While I don't personally know any Disneys, there are apparently over 6,500 Disneys in the world, with over 5,000 of them in the U.S. Back in 1840, there were 23 different Disney families living in Maryland alone. And most are either not related to Walt or extremely distant relatives. Does that seem weird to you? Because it seems weird to me. The name Disney has become so synonymous with a brand, I have a hard time thinking about it being the name of an actual person. I have a hard time thinking about some Mr. or Mrs. Disney out there, especially one that has nothing to do with Walt or his empire. It just means some random meat sack with the surname of Disney feels about as normal to me as meeting someone with the last name of Amazon or Starbucks or Taco Bell. All right, Dr. Taco Bell, I'm ready. Let's do this brain surgery. Elias Disney moved to California with his father in 1878 in hopes of finding gold, but they didn't find gold. If they found enough of it, maybe Walt would have been a miner, not an artist. Another weird thought. No Disney. Keppel was convinced by an agent of the Union Pacific Railroad to buy 200 acres of land near Ellis, Kansas, a little 2,000-person town, about halfway between Kansas City and Denver. In Ellis, Keppel lived as an orange farmer for a few years before his crops failed and the farm went bankrupt. Elias worked on his father's new farm until 1884 when he decided to seek his fortune elsewhere. He was hired to work in a railroad machine shop. Now, notably, one of his coworkers at that shop was Walter Chrysler, future founder of the Chrysler Corporation. Founder of Chrysler and the father of Walt Disney, working in the same little Kansas town machine shop. Elias then joined a railroad crew bringing the Union Pacific line out through Colorado. After his railroad contract was over, he became a professional fiddle player in Denver. Huh.
Hold up.
Fiddle player. Did not see that coming. I'm sick of working on the railroad all the live long day. Sick of just passing my time away. It's time I chase my dream. And my dream, I need to say it aloud, is the fiddle. That's living. That's as good as life gets. Elias didn't make a lot of money in Denver because, well, he's playing the fucking fiddle. I don't think anyone has ever associated fiddle playing with financial stability. Oh, wow, Dad, look at that mansion. I wonder what whoever lives there did to be able to pay for it. Well, if I had to guess, Charlie, I'd say that house was bought with some fiddle scratch. After his fiddle life didn't lead to steak and lobster and a bank account full of cash, Elias had to return to his father's farm, again outside of Ellis. Soon he grew tired of farming and headed south, where he worked for a short time as a mailman in Kissimmee, Florida. Ironically, Kissimmee is about 12 miles from where his son Walt would later build Walt Disney World. After working as a mailman, Elias attempted, like his father, to make make a career as an orange farmer, and was unsuccessful. I picture him staring at row after row of mangy, not producing shit orange trees, playing some sad ass song on the fiddle. Yeah, the oranges are just not as citrusy and full as I thought they'd be. Thank God for
I
this
do
here
love the fiddle.
helping me get through the tired and
But it
frustrating moments of my life.
feels, the fiddle feels like America. If there was an American
trees in my whole goddamn life, but I got this song, and that's better than nothing, I guess. I find it pretty ironic that Walt Disney become one of the most successful entrepreneurs of all time, was the son of a man who consistently failed at self-employment. Elias had a deep and lasting effect on his sons. He always worked hard. From an early age, they learned to pick themselves up by the bootstraps, and they learned that one failure didn't mean the end as long as you just keep trying. Hail Nimrod! I like that lesson. He also might have given Walt the inspiration for the Disney theme parks. Elias was a construction worker for the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago, which historian Eric Larson
I'm
interprets
a pet that
as a source
boy.
of inspiration for the later Disney Kingdom. Hearing about the World's Fair from Elias, young Walt imagined miles upon miles of shops, exhibitions, and entertainment, a dream he would eventually realize. Elias also, ironically, hated popular entertainment. He felt that going to the movie theater specifically was a, quote, complete waste of time. Funny that his son would make his fortune off of those who strongly disagreed with his father's sentiment regarding cinema. To be fair to his dad, though, back in the early 20th century, movies were shit. In yet another ironic twist, Elias was an ardent socialist and a supporter of Eugene Debs, one of the founders of the Industrial Workers of the World, and a 5-time candidate for president of the United States with the Socialist Party. Easy, Bojangles! I know. I know, good boy. No need to growl. We all know you're not a big fan of, anything other than dog-eat-dog capitalism, pun kind of intended. Funny that the son of a socialist would go on to become one of the most successful capitalists of all time. Not as much seems to be known about
I
Walt's
have to
mother,
pet this
Flora.
boy. I'm
Flora
so
Call Disney
sorry.
was born in Steuben, Ohio.
I would be
daughter of
drawing,
Henrietta
but
Gross and Charles Hall.
guys, there
He
is a
had 3
boy
sisters and a
who
brother
is
of
begging
German and
for
English
pets.
descent. Grew up next door to a home
He's
that
like,
Elias's
this is my
parents lived
spot
in before
now,
they took
right
off to
under your
Kansas.
feet. Now
So Walt's
pet me.
dad literally
Pet
married the
me,
girl
damn
next
it.
door. Flora married Elias on January 1st, 1888 in Kismet, Lake County, Florida. And they had 5 children. Herbert, as I said before, Disney, born in
Pet me,
1888.
damn it.
Raymond, born in 1890. Roy, 1893. Walter, 1901. And finally Ruth, 1903. Soon after their marriage, Disney's moved to Chicago. There, Elias befriended Walter Parr, a preacher for whom the Disney's 4th son, Walter, was named. By all accounts, Flora was a devoted and loving wife who raised her children according to strict Christian principles. Elias was a strict and rigid disciplinarian, a man who never drank or smoked, and really, he was kind of a stick in the mud after he hung up that fiddle. All that old-timey happiness went away. I used to have fun, and I used to dig in Denver. Now I'm with my kids in Chicago, and I wish my life was over, and I can't make the businesses run. Oh, I lost my will to live after the orange groove failed. You get it. Flora was a fun and loving mom. She played games and sang songs with children. 1906, the Disney family moved to Marceline, Missouri. 1906, Marceline was popping. It was climbing towards its all-time population high of almost 4,000 people in 1910. About 2,000 people living there today in a little town about a 2-hour drive northeast of Kansas City. On March 5th, 1906, Elias bought a 40-acre farm just outside of town. Marceline was where Walt would spend most of his childhood. Marceline had sprung up along with many towns when the Santa Fe Railroad linked Kansas City and Chicago in the 1880s. By midsummer 1888, several businesses were flourishing, churches were built, plans were underway for the first term of school that fall. Mining of the area's substantial deposits of coal had already begun to fuel the coal-burning locomotives of the Santa Fe.
You know what?
It was in Marceline that Walt attended his first school.
What'll get him from under my feet. I love him, but he is right under my feet.
It was at the Marceline grade school where Walt Disney was first exposed to the entertainment business. He had the title role in a classic production of Peter Pan.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Peter Pan would be the 20th feature film that Disney would produce.
There you go.
Walt's memories of Marceline had a profound effect on how he'd portray classic American childhood in small towns, movies, and shows for many years to come.
Big old pickles.
Main Street USA in Disneyland is actually based on Kansas Avenue, the main drag of Marceline, Missouri. Walt also developed his lifelong love for trains. Growing up in Marceline, part of the reason his theme park was successful early on was because tourists loved the trains that moved through and around them. Family life in Marceline was comfortable, if not extravagant, for the Disneys. Flora always made sure the children had good meals, sewed them warm clothes in the colder months, and taught them about the animals on the farm. Walt
He's my pickle chip loving boy, that's for sure.
Expressions that at times looked almost human.
Just
he
loving
remember
those
expressions when he began to draw his animal cartoon characters later. Years later, Walter drew up plans to build a small theme park.
I mean, Marceline. You all know he loves.
Sadly, those plans died.
Rabbit loves pickle chips.
In 1910, Elias fell ill with typhoid fever. Not good. Pneumonia. The farm failed, and the Disneys now moved into a rented house. So sad times for the Disney clan. Another business failure for Elias. There's the orange trees. Just went to shit. Tried to rebuild my life in Chicago. Well, that didn't work out. Thought I could make a name for myself in Marceline, Missouri. But typhoid got me. Soon, pneumonia as well. Probably a few other ailments. Right? My God, McGill's pop hit hard at one point and blew my butthole off. Just trying to make a name for myself and provide for my family. 1911, moving once again, the Disney family relocated to Kansas City, Missouri. They lived in a. Oh wait, did I just say that? Oh, no, I didn't say that. That sounded exactly like we were just talking. I got carried away in my little fiddle daydream. No, they did move once again in 1911, and they relocated to Kansas City, Missouri. I was thinking they're already living there. Not yet. Easy comings. They're still in Marceline. Now they go to Kansas City, and they rent a house at 2706 East 31st Street. They stay there until they buy a modest house at 3028 Bellefontaine Street in September of 1914. Walt and Ruth attend Benton Elementary School, just a few blocks away. On July 1st, 1911, Elias purchases a newspaper delivery route for the Kansas City Star, once again looking for his next business. Walter and Roy helped their dad deliver papers. They delivered the morning paper, the Kansas City Times, to about 700 customers, and they delivered the evening paper, the Kansas City Star, to more than 600 customers. How crazy is that? At one time, there were morning and evening papers in some cities. If I did know that before, I forgot about it. I guess in the days long before the internet and TV, before even radios were used for the news, there was just a little more demand for written, hold it in your hand, today's headlines kind of content. Elias also delivered butter and eggs from a farm in Marceline to his newspaper customers. He was a hustler.
I mean, there were town criers before that.
To work and help as well. The Disney boys.
So that makes sense. If there was town criers out there being like, "Hey,
such a strong work ethic, they sought out, their own jobs."
Latest news right here.
In the ages of 10 to 15, Walt actually worked selling candy and newspapers on the train that traveled back and forth between Kansas City and Chicago. During this time, that he started to draw.
Latest news
things he saw on the train rides when he had a free moment. Sometimes he sold these pictures to family and friends. Imagine if you had one of those pictures hidden amongst your family's keepsakes. Early drawing.
I don't know if my
some early sketches Walt made when he was 16 sold back in 2015 for $200,000.
It's a question.
During World War I, Walt drew patriotic cartoons for his high school newspaper. The drawings displayed his passionate support for the troops.
It's fine.
Including helpful suggestions like buying
I mean, the most people know is that the 12 queens had rocking good hair.
Caricature of the
Hope you're doing well.
Took the brunt of
Hope everything's been doing good.
Did many people who didn't join the army. Walt felt they were slackers. He was a huge supporter of the military, and he'd be extremely patriotic for the entirety of his life. Elias sold his paper route on March 17th, 1917. Back when I guess you could sell paper routes. Seems weird to me. He'd been investing in the Ozell Company of Chicago since 1912. He's got to get back to Chicago, make his money there. He wants to move back to the city.
Oh my God.
Moved back in 1917 to take an active role in its management. The Disney's rented Chicago flat at 1523 Ogden Avenue. The Ozell Company made soda pop an all-natural, fruit-based, carbonated beverage that kept folks off the booze and the jackets.
Right now.
Walt didn't move when his parents did, but he would soon join his family later in the year. And at his father's urging,
hope you're doing well.
At the Ozell factory
hope everything's going
washing
good.
Jelly jars, pulping apples, then packing cartoons. And then poor
Thank
Elias,
you for even
he would
coming in
lose
for a minute.
his ass.
I appreciate
in his Ozell
it.
soda pop venture. Within a few short years, the company goes bankrupt, and all his investing, all his hustling for this company leads to shit, leads to absolute nothing. You'd think after failures in the orange business and tailing on the farm that I could at least make some of that goddamn soda pop money. People seem to enjoy it. But no, I'm fucking cursed. I hate my family. I hate my jobs. I hate my life. I don't know what I'm talking about. June 22nd, it's the fiddle music. I start playing that song and it just takes over. June 22nd, 1917, Walt's brother Roy Disney joins the Navy. Walt's other two older brothers, Ray and Herbert, they were already serving in the Army. Not wanting to be the slacker he'd been making fun of in his cartoons, wanting to follow in his older brother's footsteps, Walt tries to enlist, but he's rejected from the Army for being underage. So he joins the Red Cross instead, and he's sent to France for a year to drive an ambulance as a member of the American Ambulance Corps. Only 15 years old. God damn, man. Dude was a go-getter. He would later tell his daughter, Ruth, when she was a grown woman, I tried fighting in the war at 15. I joined the Red Cross when they wouldn't let me in, and I did what I could. Did that after working on a train the previous 5 years. I made my own fortune through blood, sweat, and tears. And what the fuck have you done, Ruth? What have you done, you spoiled shit? You've sucked upon my generous teat for too long. You've trust-funded your way into shame and dishonor. You fucked the sons of half my upper management. If you could, I'd bet you'd fuck Peter Pan and Prince Eric and even Goofy. Get out of my house! You're not my daughter! So that never happened. That'd be dramatic as shit, though. Walt, to my knowledge, never said any of that to his daughter. What he did say to his daughter regarding his experiences in France in World War I many years later was, the things I did during those 11 months I was overseas added up to a lifetime of experience. It was such a valuable experience that I feel that if we had to send our boys into the Army, or if we have to send our boys in the Army, we should send them even younger than we do. I know being on my own at an early age made me more self-reliant. Even younger? I wish you would have been more specific with the age. We should be sending 10-year-olds over to the front lines to fight the goddamn Nazis. Kids today are too soft, complaining about how hard fractions are, about not getting enough mac and cheese every night for dinner. Killing Nazis in the trenches of Western Europe, that's hard. And he just slams his full glass of bourbon neat down on the table after pounding it in one gulp. That's the Walt I want to daydream about. During his time in World War I, Walt was assigned to a chateau in Saint Saucier. It was so dank and chilly, he wrapped himself in newspapers before going to sleep to stay warm. Later, he was transferred to the evacuation hospital number 5 near Paris, after which he was transferred directly into Paris and assigned to the motor pool. He spent his spare time drawing posters, cartoons for soldiers, and painting cartoons on jackets. And if you had one of those jackets hiding on a hanger somewhere, you don't have a lot of money right now, I bet you at least $10 for it. Look, I'm not an Antiques Roadshow expert. I'll bet my life you would get upwards of $10 for one of those jackets. In October of 1919, Walt returned to the U.S. at the age of 18, moved back to Kansas City. On a recommendation from his brother Roy, he landed a job at the Postman Rubin Commercial Art Studio for $50 a month. Located at 14th and Oak, sadly now long gone, it was a stone's throw from where the T-Mobile Center now sits, if you're a Kansas City sucker. A place where Rage Against the Machine and Run the Jewels were supposed to perform last month before COVID took a giant infected shit on live music. Anyway, young Walt had an apprenticeship drawing commercial illustrations for advertising, theater programs, and catalogs, working right next to where many of you Kansas City listeners probably walked around buzzed after a good show. Looking at you, Johnny Dare. At the art studio, Walt met cartoonist Ube Iwerks. No, excuse me, Ube Iwerks.
Ube.
No, it's Ube Ert. That's right, his full name. This guy's name kills me. Ube Ert Iwerks, better known, there we go, as Ube Iwerks, because his full name is even shittier than what he settled on being called. No offense, Ube. This guy, one of the most famous animators, really, of all time, that's not commonly known. Just what a weird name to me, Ube. The two became lasting friends. Iwerks was born in Kansas City, Missouri, and then probably ruthlessly teased his entire childhood for having a terrible, silly name. It caused him to withdraw, use all the time a normal kid would spend playing with actual friends to get really, really good at drawing. I'm guessing. Considered by many to be Walt's oldest friend, Ube Iwerks would spend most of his career working for Disney and would be responsible for the distinctive style of the earliest Disney animated cartoons, including a certain famous mouse. Do you know which mouse I'm alluding to right now? Can you guess? Did you guess Mickey Mouse? You did? Holy shit! You're like a psychic or something. That's super impressive.
My God, it's bored.
After Christmas
Hello.
of 1919, the Roseman Rubin Commercial Art Studios revenue declines, and
Wait a
both
minute,
Walt and
sketch.
Uber
What?
laid off. So they start their own business.
Sorry for the shit quality traditional wall. It's Masona with
one decent name between the two of them.
Augmented horns that act as mutagenic ray emitters.
Film ad company
No,
where
it's
he makes
not.
commercials based on cutout animation. And this is where Walt gets his first exposure to animation.
Oh, you.
His first love would always be comics, actually. And
I should really tell Dr. Professor Rom.
His initial cartoon shots. Los Angeles. Nope, Kansas City.
I should really tell him that that's just for. That's really just for like 20-minute sketches that I do, but I'm not gonna tell him no. I think he's fine doing 20-minute sketches for himself. Like, go for it, man.
Which saves time.
I'm like, I'm pretty sure that that's just. I made that just for myself, but. You know what? Go for it, man. If you want, if anybody wants to do 20-minute sketches and put it in the 20-minute sketch Discord part, I'm fucking down to clown for it.
It wasn't gonna work with dinosaurs.
Go for it, guys. I'm not gonna stop you.
Evolve or die. Walt opened a new business with a coworker from the Film Ad Co., Fred Harmon.
This fucking panel is gonna be the death of me.
Who owned the local Newman Theater.
I'm like, maybe I need to add, I can always come back and make a new version of this that is better.
And he studied Aesop's fables.
It's totally fine.
And in May of 1921,
Real
these Kazoo were a huge success. And they are super cool. If you're an animation fan.
It's not the fake one, it's the real one. Thank you, Borbordy, for coming in. You are awesome and amazing and stupendous. And incredible. You know you are. Don't lie to yourself. We already know you are.
Of these cartoons and was able to hire more artists, including his friend Iwerks.
But what do you want?
But the studio was not profitable.
Real Kaz? What do you want drawn? Tell me.
His father before him, Walt, wouldn't let
Tell me what you want. What you really want. I tell you what I want. What I really want. I mean, you're already getting a sketch. Gotta make that fiddle scratch. Yep.
Fiddle. What can go wrong? No, he didn't do that. He didn't follow his footsteps that close.
Chibi Me Goat and
July 1923 to the age of 21,
I will try to do a Chibi You, me, and Barracks.
Manny's ready for a healthy dose of some chunky peanut butter.
I will try to do it real quick. I will try my best. I will do my best.
I know that was a bit much.
But I got one more day with the Yule Goat, so I gotta let everybody know that I'm putting him up for Christmas.
Walt moved out to be both closer to his brother and also because he hoped to become a live-action film director. It was around this time that Walt was contacted by Margaret J. Winkler, first woman to ever produce animated films. Margaret had recently lost the rights to several of her films and needed new stories. Damn showbiz swindlers had bamboozled her, as many of them continue to do to people today. She'd seen the 12-minute Alice's Wonderland film, which was never shown theatrically. It was a mix of live action and cartoon in the style of Mary Poppins that Walt had made for Laugh-O-Grams. And she wanted Walt to make 6 more Alice cartoons.
I can do that.
On October 16th,
don't you worry, Real.
Walt signed a contract with
Are you streaming today, or are you what you up to today?
Humble beginnings. I love this. They started working out of their uncle Robert Disney's garage at 4406 Kingswell Avenue in Los Feliz. A few weeks later, they rent a room at the back of a real estate office at 4651 Kingswell Avenue. A block in from that Starbucks at Prospect in Vermont and Los Feliz, LA listeners. Roy operated a secondhand camera. The brothers hired 2 people to paint the cells, and Walt, of course, did the animation. In February 1924, the studio moves next door to the real estate office into a space of their own, 4649 Kingswell Avenue. Walt hires the first animator, not also named Walt Disney, Rollin Hamilton. Written in the window of their nondescript low-rent space is Disney Brothers Studio. Awesome. Walt and Roy didn't come from money. They didn't get big investors to seed them. They grew as they could afford to. They moved up off of sweat equity. In July, Walt persuades, please get yourself a nickname that doesn't rhyme with Boob, or Iwerks, to move to Hollywood from Kansas City to work for the Disney Brothers. For the next 4 years, Walt works on these Alice pictures with Boob, Iwerks, and continues expanding his business. These early films, which you can now also find on YouTube, were theatrically released back in the silent film era when a movie theater ticket purchased a whole lineup of early entertainment, featuring a feature film. They would typically run a little over an hour. Several supporting works from categories such as a second feature, like a B feature, that would typically run also a few minutes over an hour. Maybe a short 10, 15-minute comedy, or a 5-10-minute cartoon in front of those. Sometimes a travelogue, often a newsreel. And Disney cranked out these little cartoons for these films, these little feature film opening acts, entertainment appetizers. Then in early 1925, Walt started doing a little less drawing and a lot more deep dicking. You heard me? It's kind of true. He still did a lot of drawing, but he also did start doing some deep dicking. He hired an artist named Lillian Bounds, and the two quickly fell in love. And they got married on July 13th, 1925. Walt would later quip, "I couldn't afford to pay her, so I married her." Little Idaho connection with Lillian. Lillian was born in Spalding, Idaho, February 15th, 1899. Grew up in Lapway, Idaho, on the Nez Perce Indian Reservation.
I will
and I
get
drive
that
straight through every
done.
time I visit my family down in the Riggins and Whitebird area.
Don't you
Lapway's
worry,
small.
Cass.
Population of around 1,100, and it's not in great shape.
Ugh.
Poverty is the norm. Pretty rough. So much so that I once drove the kids through it just to be like, hey, you know what? This is how life is for some people. And you got to have compassion about that, and you got to work hard to make sure that you don't end up in kind of like dire straits. I mean, it's pretty rough. The nicest part of the town by far has always appeared to me to be the high school. So much nicer. I've always wondered, like, why did they get so much money, and the rest of the town didn't? Well, now I know. Over the years, mostly in the 80s, Lillian Disney donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to Lapway's High School. It was pretty cool. Hail Lillian. Lillian moved to Los Angeles in 1923, and Walt was right about not being able to afford to pay her. Roy and Walt often asked her not to cash her $15 a week paychecks. They just didn't have the money. To kick off 1926, Walt purchased a lot at 2719 Hyperion Avenue in the neighborhood of Silver Lake, close to Los Feliz. Construction began on a new studio. In February, when the studio on Hyperion Avenue was finished, the company was renamed Walt Disney Studios instead of Disney Brothers Studio. And in March of that year, devastated by having his contributions to the young studio taken out of its name, Roy threw himself into the Pacific Ocean by jumping off the Santa Monica Pier, and he drowned. So that's a dark spot, obviously, in Walt's timeline. By July of 1927, Walt had gotten tired of the mixed animation and live-action format of the Alice pictures. He wanted to produce animation films that were all animation. To star in this new series, he created a character named Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. He contracted the shorts at $1,500 each. And Lucky would become Walt's first real success as a character. The character became a huge star in one reel animation. Also, before I move on, Roy did not drown. Gosh dang, that didn't happen. He was still the co-founder. And he'd be Disney's CEO from 1929 and 1971. And if you ever felt sad about the name change, I'm guessing he just probably wiped away his tears with $100 bills and threw them into trash cans made out of diamonds and gold. Within a year, Walt made 26 of these Oswald cartoons. And then when he tried to get some additional money from a distributor for his second year of the cartoons, he ran into some trouble that could have broken a lesser man. After traveling to New York in February of 1928 to renegotiate his contract, he discovers that Disney's New York distributor, Margaret Winkler, and her husband, Charles Mintz, had gone behind his back and signed on almost all of his animators, hoping to make the Oswald cartoons in their own studio for less money without Walt Disney. On rereading his contract, Walt realizes he doesn't own the rights to Oswald. He came up with them, doesn't own the rights. The distributor did. Fucking Margaret! The swindler! The swindled becomes the swindler! I hope Margaret's burning in Toontown hell right now, getting pitchforked by an evil Mickey. Hey, you thought you could fuck Walt, huh, Margaret? Nobody fucks Walt. Devil Mickey makes certain of that. Oh, wait till Donald and Daisy get to gnashing their teeth on you. Oh, boy. And Goofy's gonna fuck your shit up. I don't know. It's close. It was a painful lesson for Walt. One he had to learn. From this point on, Walt makes sure that he owns the rights to all of his cartoons. Sadly, he had to walk away from Oswald and start over. While he'd lost his animation staff, his faithful friend Iwerks did stay by his side. Good old Boob Itwerk, or whatever the fuck his name is. Walt, on the train ride back to California from New York, fired up about having a character that could have made a fortune for him stolen. He plays a little game of success as the best form of revenge, and he begins to develop a character that will quickly build a media empire unlike any other in history. Little mouse character, based on an actual mouse he'd seen running around the Laugh-O-Gram studio, a mouse he didn't initially name Mickey, he named it Mortimer Mouse.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Idaho's own Lillian Disney who thought that Mortimer was a little too pretentious. She was the one to suggest Mickey. Old Boob Fryquirk probably thought Mortimer was a fantastic name. Walt returned to the studio, worked with Oob to help develop the character. It was iTwerk or PieJerk or iWorked, whoever his name was, who could draw Mickey Mouse, while Walt provided Mickey's voice, or he would draw. They could both draw him, but he was one who would draw him after Disney came up with him. And then Walt would provide Mickey's voice until 1947. The first two Mickey Mouse cartoons were silent animations produced by Walt, Ron, and their wives and iWorks. The first was Plain Crazy. The second was The Gallopin' Gaucho. And the two earliest Mickey Mouse films failed to find a distributor. Walt realized he needed to kick things up a notch. And to take things to the next level, he may have plagiarized the greatest American comic of the 20th century, Pootie and Juju. Walt read every single Pootie and Juju comic he could find in the train ride back from California, or back to California from New York. And he read the rest once he made it back.
That's a lot of headdresses to draw. They're looking good. Oh, this is just you know who this is. This is the 12 Queens.
It seemed like
these are the 12 Queens.
His classic animated short,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Come on, you see it?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Many on board the ship, and you can tell.
I might draw their shadowed bodies or something like that to give the impression that they are
hiding in plain sight. And then, if you're not convinced yet,
at war with others.
The melody sounds a lot like
that they are above, and they are the 12 dwarven queens that started.
Clearly, too little Pootie.
Kept the fucking war going on under people's feet. So that's what I'm thinking.
You know what? That was nonsense.
I could just add in the bodies and stuff like that. I don't have to erase anything.
None of that ever
I can add
in this portion of the multiverse. In this multiverse
That's
universe,
my thought.
when the two
That's my
earliest
thought
Mickey Mouse
process.
films failed to find a distributor, Walt realized he needed to kick it up a notch. That part's true. And to take things to the next level, he decides to do what no one had ever done before, include synchronized sound in a cartoon. So he hires a professional composer, Carl Stalling, to write the music for Steamboat Willie, the third Mickey Mouse cartoon, not the first, as I actually always believed. On November 18th, 1928, Steamboat Willie opens at the Colon Theater, New York. Weird name. Hope it was pronounced differently than it's spelled. Were the names Small Intestine Auditorium and Guts Playhouse taken already? Steamboat Willie receives rave reviews. I have to imagine Walt said at least once.
That's my thought process, Board.
That night, fuck Oswald, the lucky rabbit.
And if you have no audio, that's totally fine.
I'm coming for you, Margaret. I'm coming.
That's all right.
Coming with me.
That's okay.
Film
I'm
companies
not crying.
Mickey Mouse.
I'm not crying.
Years old, but now a savvy veteran
No,
in the still
I've
new
just
field
been
of animation and cinema.
raising
Wasn't going to give anybody else
on my
an easy deal. After a
face.
bidding war,
And if you
he
think
goes,
I'm
with Pat Powers,
crying,
head of Universal Studios,
please,
who wants to promote
please,
Cinephone, a new
don't
type
tell
of audio
my
for film.
mates.
Walt returns to California with an initial contract
Well,
for $2,500.
I'm not
less than 50 grand in today's
crying.
money, but more importantly, complete and total
No.
ownership of Mickey Mouse.
I'm not
Now Mickey needs some
crying.
friends.
I'm just
1929,
thinking
Walt
about a
creates the Silly
friend
Symphony
that you
series.
don't know
Going on
who
to
is
success in animation and
dying. That's
sound, he
right,
writes stories told through
dying.
the use of musical cues. These stories featured Mickey's new pals, including a love interest, Minnie Mouse, his mushmouth buddy, I can relate, Donald Duck, and a couple of dogs. Not Goofy, not yet. The first in the Silly Symphony series was called Skeleton Dance. It was released in Technicolor, a brand new color technique that Walt Disney held the rights to achieve.
Census Taker,
Things
Real
looking great
Kazoo,
soon.
and
Legal
the Shy
trouble
Red
showed up
Fox
once
is
again
here
on
as
the horizon.
well.
Seemed like the deal with
He's here
Pat Powers
too.
was going sour.
My
With his
God,
newfound success,
so many
Walt
wonderful
asked Powers
people.
for an increase in his fee. Powers
So many-
refused, and then
so
he
many
also
incredible
signed
people.
iWorks for more
That's
money.
my thought
The friend that
process.
stuck by with Walt thick and thin is now gone. So
Add.
classic Boo
I don't have to
Fryquirks.
erase. I just have to
Just as Mickey
add
Mouse would become the
weapons
national
in their
craze, it seems like Walt's gonna lose it
hands.
all over again.
So it
1930,
looks like
Walt breaks
they're
off
getting
negotiations
ready
with Pat
for a
Powers.
fight.
Suck my dick, Powers! I killed that lucky rabbit.
No,
I'll bury you so deep your
I'm
name won't
not
appear in anything other than
crying.
Wikipedia and a podcast after you die.
And if you
The
think
studio
I'm
couldn't afford a lawsuit,
crying,
so Walt walks
it's
away and
not
signs with
because of
Columbia Pictures.
you.
The same year, Roy Disney signs the first contract for merchandising. The first piece of Disney merch was a children's writing tablet with Mickey Mouse on it. For you Disney lovers, Pluto made his appearance in a Mickey Mouse cartoon, The Chain Gang, this year. I always forget about Pluto. I get it mixed up with Goofy. Just so you're not mixed up, they're both dogs, but Goofy is a talking humanized dog, and Pluto is like a dog. Pluto's a dog.
Also,
And that's one way to tell them apart. Another
Goofy
way
is more
just
of the
remember, Pluto's
adult.
dick is a red rocket. Goofy has a slightly tan, human-like phallus. And also, neither one of them are Bojangles. Who really cares, you know? Moving on. The first official theater-based Mickey Mouse Club also kicks off in 1930 on January 11th. It was conducted at the Fox Dome Theater in Ocean Park, California. In order to watch a live Disney-themed show, people would have to become a member of the Disney Mickey Mouse Club. Smart. 60 theaters would host clubs by March 31st. The club released its first issue of the official bulletin of the Mickey Mouse Club on April 15th, 1930. Had no idea that club started way back in the 30s. I thought it started in the 50s. Despite widespread popularity, despite the success of Mickey, it was still difficult for Walt to keep his business afloat. Kicking things off during the Great Depression, not helping. He was overworking himself and his employees as well. Despite having a good team, he'd still lost his best animator and one of his best friends, and that former employer, Goob Fly Smirks. And his wife has a miscarriage in 1931, and then he has a full-on nervous breakdown in October of 1931.
Damn.
Takes a vacation on doctor's orders. He and Lillian go to Cuba, then take a cruise over to Panama. And in 1932, he's back, baby. Goofy makes his first appearance in the cartoon Mickey's Review, 7-minute-long animated feature released on May 12, 1932. Also in 32, Disney requested Columbia Pictures pay him a little more money. Increases advance on each cartoon to the amount of $15,000. And Columbia says, for some talking animal bullshit, go fuck yourself. They may not have said that, but they did decline his request. So Walt, never afraid to burn one bridge when there's another bridge leading to
I hope everybody can hear me just fine.
Business to United Artists, who agrees to the $15,000 proposal. United Artists also agrees to grant
never can tell.
Exclusive use of 3
because sometimes Twitch can just be a dick.
Disney color cartoon released on July 30th, 1932, called Flowers and Trees. 8 minutes of animated glory. The first commercially released film to be produced in the full-color 3-strip Technicolor process. And in November of that year, Flower and Trees wins the Oscar at the 5th Academy Awards for the category that was then called Short Subjects Cartoons, a category introduced that year. So Walt's pulling the Jeffersons. He's moving on up. On May 27th, 1933, Three Little Pigs, the 36th Silly Symphony, is released. Audiences everywhere loved it. That's the first Disney cartoon I can remember watching. Three Little Pigs. Laying on the living room floor, Papa Ward and Grandma Betty's little one-level, 3-bedroom, 1-bath cottage.
Can you just give me a confirmation? I just need to know that people can hear me.
And smelling Grandma Betty cookies.
I just need people to
good days.
Let me know.
Disney was right there for it. Animator Chuck Jones observed this was the first time.
Yes, hello. I'm lurking a bit while I draw. That is totally fine, Shy. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything is going good. Hope you're enjoying yourself. I am totally fine with the lurkers. I never say no to the lurkers. I enjoy the lurkers just as much as I enjoy activerse.
So progress, push. Gotta innovate, evolve. On December 18th, 1933, Lillian gives birth to Diane Marie Disney, the couple's first and only biological child. She grew up to be a patron of the arts, as well as a lifelong classical music enthusiast and philanthropist. She also became a historian of sorts, writing articles and books about her father. She's going to have 7 children of her own, who, unsurprisingly, would fight bitterly over Walt's enormous fortune when she died. The family business would ironically destroy many Disney family relationships, as a sea of lawsuits followed the last of Walt's children dying in 1993, and then the grandchildren, could only get their inherited millions, hundreds of millions, if 3 trustees felt they demonstrated maturity and financial ability to manage and utilize such funds in a prudent and responsible manner. They didn't feel that way about the grandkids, and shit got crazy. No money, more problems.
All right, boy, thank you for coming in.
Donald Duck debuts.
Am I here? Am I just a fan?
The Wise Little Hen.
I will keep fighting to bring peace to humans. I am indeed enjoying myself. I'm actually happy that I'm lighting right now. With my lighting right now. Nice.
Other workers to get busy.
Walt
was walking by.
That's nice.
I get it. No, Walt wasn't demanding because it was fun. No, not because he wanted to be a tyrant. He just had a lot of shit he wanted to get done. Had a vision he wanted to realize. He needed more output than ever. He believed that the most profitable cartoon of all would have to be a feature length. No more shorts. This is new. People hadn't done this before. In 1934, the studio begins a 4-year-long project based on the fairy tale of Snow White.
Yep.
They want it to be a feature-length film. When news leaks out about this project, many in the film industry predicts it will bankrupt Walt and his company. Industry insiders actually nickname Walt's feature movie plan Disney's Folly. It was to be the first ever cel-animated, full-length feature film, and the budget of the film would balloon to $1.5 million, which was an unbelievable sum at the time. According to a U.S. inflation calculator, that'd be almost $30 million today. Might not sound much, like much compared to today's big action blockbuster budgets. We'll go over 200 million and stuff, but that wasn't the way movies were made back then. That wasn't the norm at all. Disney was still a small production studio. 1934 would also mark the beginning of what is known as the golden age of animation. It would last until 1941 when so many characters were created, especially just between Disney and
Hey, Acro Druff, how are you? Hope you're doing well.
Phasing out the Mickey Mouse Club, it just wasn't profitable despite being popular, and its initial incarnation would last only 3 years.
Yep.
December 21st, 1936.
Just so weird. Mickey Mouse Club lasts so not long.
She would grow up, shockingly, to be an adult film actress who starred in several erotic movies. They were popular in underground theaters in the 60s. Scandal! Movies with titles like Disney Does Denver and Daisy Duck Makes Some Fuck Bucks and Miss Disney Drinks Some Goofy Juice. And then the classic that still actually does get a lot of views, The Happiest Puss on Earth. And of course, that was crude nonsense. That was boorish gobbledygook. In reality, Sharon went on to be elected to the board of directors at the Walt Disney Company. She was also a trustee of the California Institute of the Arts, the Marianne Frostig Center of Educational Therapy, and the Curtis School Foundation. Basically, she grew up to do a lot of nice, rich lady shit. She signed
hey, Burb, and go me laying on the bed, try to wake up. Okay. Okay. It's fine.
December 21st, 1937.
You're fine.
Premieres at the Carthay Circle Theater in Los Angeles, California, and it was not the flop many in town predicted. Its success would pave the way for Disney to go from being a cool, artsy little animation studio to being a media empire. Snow White, huge commercial success, grossed over $66 million. That's over a billion in today's money during its 1937 theatrical run before reaching $185 million with the help of re-releases in 1983, 87, 93. Today, adjusted for inflation, it's still the 10th highest grossing film of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Also won 8 Academy Awards. As a joke, the Academy presented Disney with a full-size Oscar and 7 miniature Oscars. And they were presented by a 10-year-old Shirley Temple. Within 6 months, Disney's paid off all their bank loans, were putting money in a corporate savings account for future features. Disney's Folly was a grand slam home run. With work on Snow White finished, the studio begins producing Pinocchio in early 1938, Fantasia in November of the same year.
Boops. I enjoy Boops.
I know a lot of people love it.
Also wanted to say,
November 26,
I just wanted to say, Dr. Professor Rom,
and the story of how she died.
if you could tell him, he's awesome.
Money, sadly,
just wanted to let you know. To tell him is very hard to tell somebody that doesn't have a Twitch account that they're awesome and amazing while streaming. So I wanted him to know. You could tell him.
I used to daydream about doing exactly that for my parents all the time when I was a kid. Gonna buy Mama a big house. Records show that employees
I wasn't drawing
built the house
boobs
very quickly, too quickly.
I was being a good boy.
No doubt that Walt and Roy pushed them.
It's very much being a good boy. So I don't know where these boobs have come from.
Moving in, Flora complains to her sons of problems with the gas furnace. Not good. Studio repairmen sent out to the house, but the problem persists.
I heard boobs. No, I was telling Acrodra if you could tell Professor Rom. So I think it's weird to just, call him up from the blue and tell him, hey, I really love your art, dude. It's really amazing. It's just, I don't know. I get weird. I get weird like that.
She'd been in perfect health.
Like, the only people I tell that they're awesome and just randomly just like, hey man, you're awesome, is a few people. And it's not as much. So I'm like, hey, could you let him know that he's awesome and cool? I really like his art. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say, Akron. I apologize for bothering you. I know you were busy.
Roy and Walt were obviously crushed. And this accident may have made its way into many of Disney's most famous movies. Have you ever noticed that the mothers of Disney heroes and heroines are usually dead? Few, if any, have only single-parent mothers. Stepmothers are usually evil, bad replacement for a loving mother gone too soon. Many have speculated this all comes from Walt's loss of his mom, especially because 2 of the most remembered and notable examples of this phenomenon occurred directly after she died. The long imprisonment of Mrs. Jumbo, in Dumbo, which came out 3 years later, 1941, but been worked on, on it shortly after his mom's death. The dramatic death
I tried to tell Shy, but I don't like private messaging him.
who uses Wendy.
I was just like, if you could tell Dr. Professor Rom,
sisters and a dad, no mom.
Dr. Professor MD Rom,
Belle from Beauty and the Beast,
that I really love his art.
Mowgli's mom is killed. Tarzan, both of Tarzan's parents are killed.
That he is, he's damn
Goofy
good.
Movie is a single dad to his son Max.
And stupendous.
On and on. If Walt's mom was gone,
and it's weird for me to just send him random messages because we don't talk a lot. Just to tell him that he's awesome, amazing, and I love his work. So I'm a fan of his work. I wanted to, if you could just send that his way.
Listen, Disney's a sue happy
company. I know they're in Discord. I react to all of their images. I just
nonsense.
I feel weird. Okay.
I mentioned Bambi a moment ago. In late 1938,
I don't want to bother him.
Which wouldn't be released for several years because of something Walt did not anticipate.
I don't want to bother him.
Needing practice drawing animals.
I get weird. I am also very weird.
Fawns had to be shipped in from the area of present-day Baxter State Park in Maine to the studio.
Hello, Fluffy. Hello, Governor.
How cool is that attention to detail? Gotta get those fawn movements perfect. The new Burbank campus for Walt Disney Animation Studios opens in December of 1939. Walt uses his Snow White money to buy 51 acres in Burbank, 500 South Buena Vista Street.
Hello, Governor. I mean,
Empire has a
Floofy, how you been?
On February 7th, 1940, Pinocchio.
Hope you're doing good.
6 months later, November 13th, 1940, Fantasia opens at New York's Broadway Theater. Neither movie performs well at the box office. I told you Fantasia wasn't any good. They don't do well partly because revenue from Europe drops following the start of World War II in 1939. The studio made a loss on both pictures and was deeply in debt by the end of February 1941. So much drama. How stressed was Walt, right? He was right there. He just gotten out of debt. He's killing it. Now he's fucking back in debt, right? There's a war going on. There's a chance he could lose it all. April of 1940, due to losses from Pinocchio and Fantasia, along with the cost of building the new studio in Burbank.
Which is weird. Pinocchio is considered one of the Walt Disney's like amazing, and it's a flop. It's crazy. You can DM him. He won't buy it, I bet, and I bet he will be happy if you cheer him up. Okay, I'll DM him right now. I'll DM him live.
Have become millionaires specifically from Disney stock. How many people would have never made little fortunes?
I'll DM him live. Where is it?
I love thinking about the butterfly effects of all the decisions, had they not been made. Now, where it just went to the right, what would have went left? What would have happened then? 1940, the studio needs a hit back. They began production on Dumbo.
Hey, man.
Walt originally planned it as a 30-minute film.
I don't know.
And then expanded it into a feature film of 64 minutes. Upon its release on November 23rd, 1941, it nets a $850,000 profit. A little under $16 million today. Not a huge score, but a score all the same. As we learned in last week's on November 10th, 1940, 38-year-old Walt agrees to become an informant for the FBI.
But
Walt has a close relationship with the controversial FBI director.
Amazing.
Walt hated communists as much as Hoover did. Remember how his dad was a socialist? Probably formed his hatred back then. Just
ideas
to his father's opinion.
Are
Disney allegedly gave Hoover access to some Disney scripts and allowed him to make changes, although there's no evidence he actually did that. And that he interfered with any of the classic. Later, 1954, Disney would be made Special Agent in Charge Contact, SAC Contact, a title given to reliable informants for the FBI who could be trusted with equipment. Records indicate Disney continued to help the FBI all the way until his death in 1966. Now let's back up to 1940. 1940, movie studios began to unionize. Walt is pissed. He sees this as some pinko commie bullshit. And these unions almost kill his company.
That's not how you spell stupendous. Two of these unions
actively recruited Walt's animators.
Stupendous.
The animators, angry about long
there's no I in it.
Poor pay, unfulfilled promises to share the profits with Snow White,
there we go.
had alienated Walt himself, who'd become increasingly worried about profitability and spent more time talking to lawyers
I'm not that shy.
And unionization was their only option. Before 1941,
how was your first day of 2022? Well, we're still in a tornado watch, I think.
Good friend.
Let me see. Are we still in a tornado watch? Let me see.
With the brand and the characters he loves.
Let me check my weather.
40. Small raise for his inkers and painters. With $18 and $16 a week, the lowest paid in the industry. But Roy, said there was nothing he could do.
Yep, we're still in a tornado watch till 5 a.m.
Union as his enemy. Fired Babbitt.
That's where we are right now. We're in a bit of a tornado watch.
The strikers picketed 24 hours a day, carrying signs illustrated with Disney characters, and they would chant protests in the characters' voices.
Give that Floofy a hug.
Killed his mom, Somebody can't kill us.
But yes, I just get weird. I know a lot of people are like, no, you can.
They didn't protest.
You can just say, I don't know.
That would have been awesome, though. They would. Cosmo Studio, an outdoor cafeteria sponsored by sympathizers, served 3 meals daily.
I really like his art. He's really cool.
The press. Teams of picketers,
Mayhaps one day I could have.
It's a big problem for Walt.
Art as cool as
the
his.
President of the United States even got involved. FDR sent a federal mediator who found in the guild's favor on literally every single issue. The studio would sign a closed shop union contract with the guild. Wages would rise 25% to the industry's peak.
I bet you freeze if you want to DM someone like the normal goat with
each strike
they got
100
spooked.
hours in back pay. Huge win for the animators. And
just freeze up and stuff like that. Yeah, it's totally me.
The studio is now more than $3
I'm
million
100% that.
Due to the strike and the loss of revenue from the war. Walt was pissed. When he appeared in front of the House committees on un-American activities in Washington as part of his informant job, Disney accused some of the animators who had gone on strike.
I get spooked all the time.
Commies. It would be years before the company fully recovered. September 13th, 1931, Elias Disney died.
I get all
Walt was on tour
spooked.
of South America. He chooses not to return for his father's funeral. He did pay for his dad to be entombed inside a casket made out of solid gold, and he buried him with a fiddle made out of diamonds. Hard life.
Cutie? What?
A good life.
Not me.
May not have made it as an orange.
Not me.
May not have made it as a soda pop tycoon. May not have made it as a Kansas farmer or as a
Not I.
He didn't get a tough
Me?
time. But he played a mean fiddle. And really, that's the end of the day. That's what we'll choose to remember him by. I bet you thought you heard the last of that fiddle, didn't you? With the war effort ramping up in 1941, there was high demand for war
Me,
films
a
and
cutie?
propaganda.
I don't know about that.
Formed the Walt Disney Training Films unit within the company.
I think I'm
producing
just
instruction films for the
I'm
military,
just a goat.
such as 4 methods of flush riveting.
I feel like
an aircraft production method.
a certain Fox's
So
response.
the draft took over
pretty,
a third of Walt's
pretty
armies,
great.
actually, and for a time the Army even moved some troops into the Disney studios. On August 9th, 1942, Bambi has its world premiere in London and has disappointing numbers at the box office in both London and the U.S. And other foreign cities, probably because of the war thing happening. By 1946, the company's debt has risen to $4.3 million. Roy now urges Walt to cut expenses and staff. Walt refuses. After the union strike, Walt became a real my way the highway guy. On November 12th, 1946, Song of the South is released. Going back to Disney's origins, the film is 30% cartoon and 70% live action. And it premieres in Atlanta to mostly good reviews. There is controversy with this movie. It initially grosses $3.3 million at the box office, netting the studio a profit of $226,000, almost $3 million in 2017 dollars. The company is still in debt but surviving. 1947, Walt assigns all of his top talent to make Cinderella, which had been in development for several years, along with Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland. Also in 47, during the post-World War II Red Scare, Walt testifies again before the House Un-American Activities Committee. He's asked if he ever made propaganda films. This is how he answered. Well, during the war we did. We made quite a few, working with different government agencies. We did one for the Treasury on taxes, and I did 4 anti-Hitler films. I did one on my own for air power. During the war, we thought it was a different thing. It was the first time we ever allowed anything like that to go into the films. We watch so that nothing gets into the films that would be harmful in any way to any group or any country. We have large audiences of children in different groups, and we try to keep them as free from anything that would offend anybody as possible. We work hard to see that nothing of that sort creeps in. It's interesting that Disney, did admit, and it seemed like he felt a little bad for making propaganda pieces, which is, weird as this may sound, is not necessarily immoral. Not all propaganda is bad. It takes an enormous effort to wage a war, to win a war, and the United States was definitely on the right side of World War II. So getting civilians involved was absolutely necessary, and if some propaganda helped the war effort, then in the grand scheme of things, maybe he was right to make it. But propaganda still is propaganda. Important to at least recognize it when you see it, whether it's good or not. Walt also told the committee that he felt that there was the communism again in the motion picture.
Thank you guys for coming in and chilling out with me. I do appreciate it. I know that it's not the most interesting thing to watch.
I don't think they have gotten very far, and I think the industry is made up of good Americans, just like in my plant, good, solid Americans. So he did think there was, commies lurking about, but he didn't think he had a lot of them in his studio. 1948, Walt and Lillian find a property for their new home. They've been looking for several years, lived in a couple different locations. They've been waiting to get their dream home. They wanted to find the right property. It had to be a special property because Walt needed a lot of land because he wanted a train circling his home.
Walt.
Dude loved trains. I would have hated it. Too loud. One of my neighbors put a train in their yard. I might have to blow me up some train tracks. That train
You
better not
what?
schedule any rides between 10 p.m.
I'm a
and 8 a.m.
what?
Or there's going to be a neighborhood domestic terrorism incident. They built their new home in Holmby
I'm a
Hills,
what?
California, a neighborhood in the district of Westwood in the west side of Los Angeles, where Walt designed a half-mile run and called the train's engine Little Bell.
You're a
after his
wizard.
wife. He called it the Carrollwood Pacific Railroad. Around this time, Walt also got the idea to really build a theme park, something Mickey Mouse themed. On February 5th, 1950, Cinderella finally debuts in Boston, and it's the first real hit for Disney since their first film, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Cinderella earns $8 million at the time, the gross box office rentals, and by the end of its original run, earned $4.15 million in the distributor's share of box office gross, which made it the fourth highest grossing film in North America in 1950. And the numbers I gave earlier for Snow White were today's numbers. Sorry for that little mix-up. Going back and forth between what those numbers represent today and what they were at the time. Cinderella went on to be the fifth most popular movie at the British box office in 1951, and the film was France's 16th biggest film of all time in terms of admissions, with 13.2 million tickets sold. Still in the top 20 over in France. By November of 1950, the studio's debt is down to a cool 1.7 mil. No big whoops comparatively. Despite this debt, they have more than enough operating capital and credit to kick out a ton more movies. Many of them will be very profitable. Throughout the early 50s, Walt Disney Studios produces Alice in Wonderland in 1950, Peter Pan in 1950, Sword in the Rose 1952, Lady and the Tramp 1953. Lady and the Tramp alone earns over $6 million in profit over its initial theatrical run. Disney will never have money problems again. All these movies, they're out there kicking ass, they're building fans. Walt now is, dreaming more and more about the place that these diehard Disney fans can visit. His initial concept, the Mickey Mouse Park, starts with an 11-acre plot of land across Riverside Drive in Burbank. He's going to have a train, merry-go-round, some other attractions. He visits fairs, carnivals, circuses, parks, including the Tivoli Gardens in Denmark, Etpelen in the Netherlands, Greenfield Village, Playland, and Children's Fairyland in the U.S., Beckenscott Model Village and Railway in England, getting ideas for this new park. He's studying the people who visit these attractions just as much as he's studying the attractions themselves. What do they want? When they need something, how far do they want to walk to get it? I love how fucking meticulous this dude is. He doesn't just let's just build a theme park. No, he visits theme parks all over the world, goes on all the rides. He watches the people. What are they buying? What are they doing after they buy something? How long are the lines? How are the lines set up? Attention to detail, so important to be successful, I think. Walt borrows on his life insurance, begins to assemble a staff to help plan the park. Before settling on Disneyland, he mulls over names like Mickey Mouse Village, Mickey Mouse Park. Finally, he decides the name of the park should be called Disneyland. Walt and Herb, I was thinking like the food. Walt and Herb Ryman drew out the preliminary plans for the park over the course of a weekend. He realized he needs more land to realize his vision, and the Mickey Mouse Park Burbank plan is scrapped. July of 1953, he's got to find a bigger spot of land. 1953, Walt commissions the Stanford Research Institute under Harrison Price to find this ideal location. Burbank is out, but he still wants to stick somewhere around the LA area. Based on Price's analysis, which should be recognized as a Disney legend in 2003, Walt ends up buying 160 acres of orange groves and walnut trees in Anaheim, California. A little bit bigger than 11 acres, tiny bit. The park, the whole resort, now currently encompasses 510 acres, 85 for the Disneyland park, and then hundreds more for everything else. In consulting other amusement park owners, Walt was often met with the same feedback: don't do it. Other amusement park owners did not believe the park would produce enough revenue to run. And later, Walt would say, Disneyland is a work of love. We didn't go into Disneyland just with the idea of making money. Well, he may not have gone into theme parks with the idea of making money, but holy shit, have they made a lot of fucking money on theme parks. Not this year with COVID, but most years extremely profitable. Disney parks and resorts brought in $26.2 billion in revenue in 2019. According to the Walt Disney Company's 2019 annual report. There were a lot of expenses, but while I couldn't find 2019 profit numbers, in 2014, they did make $2.2 billion in profit just off theme parks.
Wow.
Walt designed his first park with one entrance gate. The reason that people became disoriented when they entered through multiple gates. Smart. He also designed the park to have Main Street, just like a small town, just like his small town, hometown, Marceline, Missouri. Main Street would be the hub with different areas, so you wouldn't have to walk through several different neighborhoods to get to the one you want. Also, very smart. Despite Disney's films doing well, despite borrowing on his life insurance, he still didn't have enough money to get this park built and running. So he created a show called Disneyland for then fledgling ABC, that TV network. In return, the network agrees to help finance the park. For its first 5 years of operation, Disneyland was owned by Disneyland Incorporated, which was jointly owned by Walt Disney Productions, Walt Disney, Western Publishing, and ABC. The TV show would run under various names every week all the way until 1984. First called Walt Disney's Disneyland, then Walt Disney Presents, and Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color, then Wonderful World of Disney, and Disney's Wonderful World, then Walt Disney. After a 2-year hiatus, it returned weekly until 1990, then aired intermittently, then returning to ABC from 97 to 2008, then going back to intermittently, now back again on Disney+. And a whole series of shows was started to fund Disneyland. July 16th, 1954, construction officially begins on Disneyland. Cost a whopping $17 million to complete, about $130 million in today's dollars. He went fucking big, bigger than anyone had ever gone on a theme park before. On July 17th, 1955, Disneyland opens via invitation only, or at least that's what was supposed to happen. I love this. Invitations were sent out to studio workers, construction workers, the press, officials from company sponsors, and some fans got
Rats, I forgot to ask.
Forgeries were made and shit got crazy. Over 30,000
Shy, if you want, you can come in and talk to me directly if you feel like it. We'd love to. I'd love to have you, but if you don't want to, I totally understand. But if you want to know, it's totally
weird
easy.
Shit happened, like a woman's high heel shoe got stuck in the still wet asphalt of Main Street. The Mark Twain steamboat damn near capsized because it had too many fucking passengers. Mickey and Minnie were beaten and left for dead behind the castle. Goofy was found floating face down in the river near the Jungle Cruise. Pluto, killed by a sword on a boat in the underground lake at the bottom of the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. Maybe those last two things didn't happen, but the rest did. It was a wild day. There were multiple other opening day problems, including tons of them airing live during the ABC Park opening dedication. Microphones were dropped off of rides. Speeches had to be restarted mid-speech because people didn't know when the cameras were on and when they were off. One of the anchors, a married Bob Cummings, no relation, got caught kissing a dancer in the background. Woo-hoo! The whole thing actually generated a fair amount of negative press. But in the end, it didn't matter. On September 8th, 1955, just 2 months after it opened, Disneyland welcomed its 1 millionth visitor. Huge success. And a big reason for its success was Walt's amazing attention to detail. Right? He learned through animation that people instinctively could tell when something was perfect or not. So he instructed his employees to just fucking pay attention to everything. Make sure, like all the Mickey Mouse dolls are facing exactly
the same direction. But my day was pretty okay. We had to change the prices. I probably could while I color the drawing in. Yeah. We'd love you over here.
You'd walk it out. Because that's how many steps it would take Walt to normally eat a hot dog. Made sure everything was just so. It didn't become the Magic Kingdom by accident. About his massive achievement, he would later say, Disneyland will never be completed. It will continue to grow as long as there is imagination left in the world. How about that? October 3rd, 1955, Walt reintroduces the Mickey Mouse Club program, this time as a TV show. The Mickey Mouse Club variety television show will air intermittently from 1955 all the way to 1996. Performers called Mouseketeers. And famous Mouseketeers include Ryan Gosling, Justin Timberlake, Christina Aguilera, Britney Spears. Justin Timberlake's old Mickey Mouse Club photos are hilarious to me. Future pop and R&B superstar dressed up as a cheesy-ass Mickey Mouse cowboy. On October 5th, 1956, the Disneyland Hotel opens on a 60-acre lot next to Disneyland. On October 10th, 1957, Disney introduces a third television series called Zorro, a half-hour adventure on the ABC network. Lasts for 2 seasons. The same year, Bambi is re-released in theaters, earns $2 million. Walt is ecstatic. This redeems the movie's disappointing 1942 original release for him, and it will be re-released multiple times more in the coming years. And how cool is that? You can just take a movie that you've already made, that's already been in the theaters, and throw it back in the theaters and make more money. On December 25th, 1957, Disney releases the live-action film Old Yeller. Spoiler alert, he dies. And if that just ruined it for you, be mad at yourself. You've had over 60 years to watch that tearjerker. You late to the Old Yeller death party, son of a bitch. Old Yeller was another success. Earned $6,250,000 at the box office, and that's just domestically, in 1957 dollars. June 14th, 1958, Disneyland's Columbia ship is christened. It's a full-scale replica of the first ship to carry the American flag around the world, and it cost $300,000 to build. I've been on it, and if you're hitting Disneyland for the first time, skip it. It's still there in Frontierland, and it's still fucking boring. June of 1959, a rail ride, the Matterhorn, a bobsled racing ride, opens at Disneyland, as well as the submarine voyage, dumb unless you're with little kids, and the Disneyland monorail system, whatever, not a big train guy. Motorboat cruise,
but I do love trains.
Is opened. I used to scare the shit out of my son Kyler on the Matterhorn. I would sit right behind him. He'd get nervous on the ride. sick son of a bitch. And as we approached the top of the first drop, I would just start saying stuff like in his ear. I'd be like, don't worry, buddy. We should be fine. These rides are always extra safe the day after somebody dies. Dad, stop it! No, dude, we're gonna be good. It's been weeks since this thing flew off the rails and killed a bunch of people. Dad, stop! By that point, I'd usually be laughing my ass off. I love that memory. And I said all that not knowing that somebody actually did die in that ride. We'll get to that soon. 1960, Walt Disney Productions buys out all shares of Disneyland, a partnership which eventually would lead to the Walt Disney Corporation's acquisition of ABC in the mid-90s. A little corporate shake and bake. Disney's going to go through a lot of these, still going through a lot. On April 25th, 1961, Disney becomes debt-free again. Everything's paid for. Profit from movies and cartoons, park visitors now all goes directly to Walt Disney Productions corporate bank accounts. On April 5th, 1964, the New York
and that's when they start making money.
Exhibits, including It's a Small World.
So much goddamn money.
1964 episode of Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color. Walt previews the attractions being developed for the fair, featuring a new, innovative form of animation. He explains that Disneyland gave us a new art and a new type of artist, one that works with a slide rule and a blowtorch instead of a pencil and brush. Just as we learn how to make our animated cartoons talk, we have to find a way to make attraction figures talk too. We created a new field of animation. President Abraham Lincoln and other figures make the audio animatronics debut. And animatronics makes me think of that creepy-ass Chuck E. Cheese band, like the house band when I was a kid. Walt and his Imagineers, they didn't invent animatronics, but they did popularize them. Nobody really gave a shit about animatronics until Disneyland. A ride that never made it to the park, Ford's Magic Skyway, allows guests to hop aboard a new Ford automobile at the big World Fair. Product placement, cross promo.
I mean,
from a trip at the beginning of time, which included some of the dinosaurs currently seen from the Disneyland Railroad to the beginning of the space age, while listening to narration provided by Walt Disney himself. August 28th, 1964, Disney's Mary Poppins premieres at Grauman's Theater in Hollywood, earns rave reviews, nominated for 13 Academy Awards, wins Best Actress, Best Film Editing, Best Musical Score, Best Song, earns $31 million in North American theater rentals alone during its initial run, against a budget of under $6 million. Decent profit if you consider millions and millions of dollars of Scrooge McDuck money to be decent. September 14th, 1964, President Lyndon Jumbo Johnson, get that Jumbo reference, kudos to you, longtime sucker, presents Walt with the Medal of Freedom at the White House, nation's highest honor for civilians. Walt was overjoyed for a few moments, and then he went right back to work. Wasn't satisfied with the world-renowned studio, theme park, and a Medal of Freedom. He had more to do. He had to finally prove that his brother Roy had indeed killed their mother. Walt was more determined than ever to bring the evil, murderous Roy accidental gas leak my ass Disney to fucking justice. Since their mother's slain in 1938, Walt had witnessed Roy grow steadily more evil. Every year, more children disappear near Roy Disney's office. Every year, he shows up to work with more blood on his hands, face, and suits. He's craving something Walt heard him refer to on multiple occasions as adrenochrome. In 1963, Roy redecorated his office with Baphomet paintings. He begins wearing a black robe to work. He's frequently heard yelling things like, "Satan, give me power to rule, and I will raise the dead with children's blood. There will be a new world order." Always yelling this shit around the break room and the coffee station. That's fucking crazy talk. Roy Disney, to the best of my knowledge, has never killed anyone. His mother's death was an accident. Please, Disney lawyers, understand that my rantings come primarily from mental instability. It's the comedic ramblings of a maniac. I personally bear no ill will to Roy Disney, no matter what he may have done. No matter how many unsolved murders he may have never been, brought to justice for. Okay, despite already accomplishing so much, the now 63-year-old Walt still looking for new ideas. During the early to mid-1960s, Walt develops plans for a ski resort in Mineral King, a glacial valley in California's Sierra Nevada mountains. He hires experts such as the renowned Olympic ski coach and ski area designer, Willie Schlafferletter. It was going to be a huge ski resort theme park. It's supposed to have 10 restaurants. Disney Imagineers designed a show with singing robotic bears, but construction in the mountains never happened. Environmentalists led by the Sierra Club worried about the environmental impact that millions of annual visitors would bring to the mountains, so they sued the heads of Sequoia National Park and Sequoia National Forest, arguing that the project improperly handed control of too much national forest to Disney, and that the highway through the national park was in fact illegal. And the Sierra Club was able to hold things up in court for a decade until Congress finally killed the project forever with the National Parks and Recreation Act in 1978. And that place would have been crazy popular. The robotic bears would actually eventually become the Country Bear Jamboree attraction at Disneyland. Ski Resort was only one of Walt's ideas for a new theme park. In late 1965, Walt announced plans for Disney World. It would lie a few miles southwest of Orlando, near where his father, Elias, had once worked as a mailman in Kissimmee before Fiddler's Sadness struck. Things kind of crumbled. But his son would build something much bigger than a shitty orange grove farm, ranch, whatever orange things are called. They buy a lot of land, so much. Actual theme park built in Disney World will take up 1,100 acres, over 10 times as big as the entire Disneyland, theme park. The entire resort sits on roughly 30,000 acres, 47 square miles of land. The Disney World Resort. Disney World was built to include the
I can't wait to see it, Chai.
Version of Disneyland.
It'll probably look real radical.
Theme parks. The centerpiece
just as radical as you are.
In the back of Walt's mind for years.
How about that?
A real city.
How about them apples?
The park, a utopian community. He called it experimental prototype community of tomorrow, or Epcot Center. And he said about it, Epcot will take its cue from the new ideas and new technologies that are now emerging from the creative centers of American industry. It will be a community of tomorrow that will never be completed, but will always be introducing and testing and demonstrating new materials and new systems. And Epcot will always be a showcase to the world of the ingenuity and imagination of American free enterprise. Fucking hail Nimrod! His original vision was for a model community, which would have been home to 20,000 residents, a test bed for city planning, city organization. And most importantly, Roy Disney would never be allowed to poison it with his evil, murderous JK. No, it was to be built in the shape of a circle with businesses and commercial areas at its center, with community buildings, schools, recreational complexes around it, while residential neighborhoods would line the perimeter. And had Walt lived long enough, Epcot may have indeed ended up being a utopian model city. But sadly, Walt's health took a hard turn for the worse in 1966. Walt had been a heavy smoker since he was a teenager in France in World War I. He smoked unfiltered cigarettes back in the days before anyone understood how bad that shit was for your lungs. And in November 1966, he was diagnosed with lung cancer. He was treated with cobalt therapy. It would not work. December 5th, Walt turned 65, and he's too ill to celebrate. Then just 10 days later, on December 15th, 1966, Walt dies at 9:35 a.m. from acute circulatory collapse. Strangely, it has been widely reported that his last words were Kurt Russell, as in the actor, as in the man who was a 15-year-old child actor at the time. If this is true, no one, including Kurt Russell, knows what it meant. Probably almost certainly an urban legend. Or a young Kurt Russell conspired to poison Walt's lungs with none other than Roy. This wouldn't be his first murder at Disney. Disney lawyers, please. I'll try and stop. I'll work on it. The publicity-shy Lillian ventured in the public arena after Walt's death in 1966. She wanted to fulfill his last dream, opening Walt Disney World. In October 1971, she attended the dedication of Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, along with the company co-founder and Walt's loyal brother Roy, the real Roy. Not the made-up evil version of someone who seemed to have been a good guy. I think Walt would have approved, Lillian said to Roy, who himself passed 2 months later on December 20th, 1971 at the age of 78. 11 years later, she returned to Florida to attend the 1982 dedication of the Epcot Center, which was not opened as a city, but rather as a theme park dedicated to human achievement, technological innovation, and international culture. More of a permanence world fair than it is a traditional theme park. Lillian also supported
Epcot Center is more of a just a fun little thing.
Multidisciplinary California Institute of the Arts, CalArts, which opened in 1971. On May 12, 1987, Lillian announced a gift of $50 million to build a new symphony hall designed by architect Frank Gehry in Los Angeles. Longtime patron of the arts, this was her ultimate gift to the community and to the love of her life. The Walt Disney Concert Hall, home of the Los Angeles Philharmonic in a beautiful building, debuted in October of 2003. And then Lillian suffered a stroke on December 15, 1997, 31 years to the day after the death of her husband, and then she passed away the following day at 98. And with the end of Walt and Lillian's lives, let's hop out of this timeline and take a look at how they're remembered today and Walt's legacy.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
So what a life, huh? A little more about Walt. As we mentioned in the timeline, Walt would be could be a demanding boss. Had he not been, Disney probably would have never become the empire it is today. According to Norman Floyd in his book, Animated Life, A Lifetime of Tips, Tricks, Techniques, and Stories from a Disney Legend, many of those that worked for Walt said that he had high expectations for his staff and praise was rare. Norman recalled that when Disney said, that'll work, it was an indication of high praise. So, was Walt an asshole? No, it doesn't seem like it. It seemed like he was just a real hard worker and not a real emotional guy at work. According to his biographers, Walt also wasn't, who his fans thought he was. He was a shy, self-deprecating man who used a warm and open public persona. He knew his public persona was not the real him, once saying, I'm not Walt Disney. I do a lot of things Walt Disney would not do. Walt Disney does not smoke. I smoke. Walt Disney does not drink. I drink. I like this guy. Like with any famous figure, particularly one who lived before our modern gold standard for politically correct behavior, accusations of anti-Semitism, racism, and sexism have been leveled at Walt. Do these accusations have any basis in fact? Let's address them. Starting with anti-Semitism, on November 10th, 1938, when Nazis and their supporters torched synagogues, vandalized Jewish homes, and killed over 100 Jewish people on that day, Disney personally welcomed Nazi leader Leni Riefenstahl to his studio. In Walt Disney, The Triumph of the American Imagination, Neil Gabler argues this does not prove Disney was racist. He wrote that at Disney Studios, of the Jews who worked there, it was hard to find any who thought Walt was an anti-Semite. Even Art Babbitt, the hotshot Jewish animator who Walt fired for joining a union, a man who hated Walt by the end of his time working for Disney, denied that Walt was an anti-Semite. Accusations of anti-Semitism don't seem to come from Walt's personal behavior or beliefs. He didn't invite Leni Riefenstahl to his home because he was Nazi. The accusations mostly come from business associations, especially Disney's association with the very anti-Semitic Motion Picture Alliance, CEO founded after a particularly bitter labor dispute in 1941. Even if he wasn't personally anti-Semitic, Gabler allows that Disney, quote, willingly, even enthusiastically embraced anti-Semites and cast his fate with them. Walt also has been accused of being racist. The accusations against Walt are concerned primarily with the use of racial stereotypes in Disney movies in the 1940s. Critics point to Dumbo's Black Crows, Fantasia's Black Servant Centaurette, and Song of the South, the entire movie. A movie that the Disney company actually will no longer allow to be screened in public. Walt also accused of being sexist. According to Gabler, some of Walt's associates believe that Walt didn't like women in executive roles. Ward Kimball, one of Walt's head animators, once recalled he didn't trust women or cats. According to this guy, Ward Kimball. 1939, a woman named Mary Ford, who had applied for an apprenticeship at the studio, received a letter that said women do not do any of the creative work in connection with preparing the cartoons for the screen. So, was Walt possibly anti-Semitic, racist, and sexist? Yeah, yes, for sure. In some ways, he was. To me, the real question is, was he more sexist, racist, anti-Semitic than the average white American male born in 1901? Not even close. No, he wasn't. It was truly a different time than it is now. And to judge Walt by the standards of an era he never lived in just doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm going to hold that opinion forever. You can't judge historical figures by contemporary lifestyle, culture. It's just illogical. So sorry, Walt haters, if you're listening. He doesn't seem to have been a bad guy. If he was alive now, I'm sure he would have a very different, much more evolved opinion about, anything to do with racial relations, male, female, gender kind of roles, and anything, that could possibly be construed as anti-Semitic. I'm sure he would be very, very different, as the times are very different. Now that we've covered the man behind the empire, let's talk a bit about what is arguably Walt's finest creation, the happiest place on earth, a little bit more. Today, Disneyland lies on 85 acres just for the theme park, just for that one. The Disneyland Resort now offers two theme parks, Disneyland and then Disneyland California Adventure Park, which is another 72 acres. Each have their own unique attractions, shows, restaurants. California Adventure opened in 2001. And then there's all the hotels and everything, which rounds it out to over 500 acres. In 2018, the park had approximately 18.6 million visits, making it the second most visited amusement park in the world behind only Disney World. According to a March 2005 Disney report, Disneyland alone provides 65,700 jobs. And in addition to Disney World, there's also Disneyland Paris, Hong Kong Disneyland, and the Tokyo Disney Resort. And they have 4 of their own cruise ships, which are basically floating theme parks. Back to Disneyland, there's 9 major lands in Disneyland: Main Street USA, Adventureland, New Orleans Square, Frontierland, Critter Country, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, Fantasyland, Mickey's Toontown, fucking boring, and Tomorrowland. Tiny bit of info about each attraction. Main Street USA, patterned after, again, Marceline, Missouri, where Walt grew up. It has a train station, town square, movie theater, city hall, firehouse with a steam-powered pump engine, emporium, shops, arcades, double-decker bus, horse-drawn streetcar, jitneys, and more. And when my kids were younger, Kyler and Monroe were both much younger. I witnessed both of them have massive meltdowns on Main Street of the happiest place on earth. Kyler had a big meltdown because he didn't get that one extra piece of candy. He felt that he was due after a day of eating so much candy and going on so many fucking rides. And then I watched Monroe go full DEFCON 1, Walt dressed up as Tinkerbell. Because she didn't want to sit in the stroller, I told her that she could get out of if she just calmed down a little bit and waited until we got a little further into the park. Cue 20 minutes of full volume screaming. That was a rough one. There's Adventureland, designed to recreate the feel of an exotic tropical place in a far-off region of the world. New Orleans Square, my favorite. Based on 19th century New Orleans, opened on July 24th, 1966, home to Pirates of the Caribbean, Haunted Mansion, and more. Also home to Club 33, a VIP club that has been the source of a lot of Illuminati conspiracies over the years. More on those conspiracies later. Frontierland recreates the setting of pioneer days along the American frontier. If the American frontier would have had, popcorn stands and not very fast roller coasters. Critter Country, opened in 1972 as Bear Country, was renamed in 1988. Today, the main draw of the area is Splash Mountain. Log Flume Journey, one of my favorite rides, inspired by animated segments of Disney's Academy Award-winning 1946 film, Song of the South. It is being redesigned now to not be associated with that movie anymore. Carmen Smith, Creative Development and Inclusive Strategies Executive at Walt Disney Imagineering, said in a 2020 press release, "We continually evaluate opportunities to enhance and elevate experiences for our guests. It is important that our guests be able to see themselves in the experiences we create. Because we consider ourselves constant learners, we go to great lengths to research and engage cultural advisors and other experts to help guide us along the way. I'm incredibly proud to see this work continue forward with great leadership from across Disney." So good for them, right? You evolve, you change. You get smarter, hopefully. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, set within the Star Wars universe, in the Black Spire Outpost Village on the remote frontier planet of Batuu. That land opened in 2019, replacing Big Thunder Ranch. I used to love Big Thunder Ranch. Oh well. Fantasyland, originally styled in a medieval European fairground fashion, but its 1983 refurbishment turned it into a Bavarian village. Fantasyland has the most fiber optics of the park, more than half in Peter Pan's Flight.
Rabbit.
I'd skip that ride. It's okay. Mickey's Toontown opened in 1993. It was partly inspired by the fictional Los Angeles suburb of Toontown in the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I still think Jessica from that movie, fucking hottest Disney-related character ever. Hail Lucifina. Lucifina's presence very strong in the animators who cooked up a little vixen. Finally, during the 1955 inauguration, Walt Disney dedicated Tomorrowland with writing these words: "Tomorrow can be a wonderful age. Our scientists today are opening the doors of the space age to achievements that will benefit our children and generations to come. The Tomorrowland attractions have been designed to give you an opportunity to participate in adventures that are a living blueprint of our future." Yeah, inspiring. Disneyland producer Ward Kimball had rocket scientists Werner von Braun, Willie Ley, and Heinz Haber serve as technical consultants during the original design of Tomorrowland. So that's the happiest place on earth. Also, a place home to a number of conspiracy theories. One conspiracy is that no one can die at Disney. I mean, they can, but Disney tries to pretend that they don't. Lots of people seem to think that Disney will not allow anyone to officially be declared dead on their properties, requiring all unfortunate guests to be pronounced dead somewhere else. In the book Inside the Mouse, a writer claims that a medic said this was actually park policy. And while it might not be official policy, this conspiracy does seem to ring pretty true. According to Snopes, anyone who's been seriously injured or is rushed to the hospital, even if they seem like they're a lost cause or already dead, they're pronounced dead at the hospital outside the park. Despite this policy, people do die at Disneyland. 1964, a 15-year-old boy was killed trying to stand up while on the Matterhorn bobsled ride. The ride I teased my son Kyler about. I had no idea. He's the first death associated with Disneyland, but he didn't actually die at Disneyland. He was thrown from the ride, scary, died 3 days later, not at the park. 1973, an 18-year-old man did for sure die in the park for the first time. He drowned after he and his little brother, who was 10, hid on Tom Sawyer Island until after closing, then tried to swim across when they wanted to get back home. The older brother tried to carry his younger brother to shore, but didn't make it. He disappeared under the water about halfway across. Then the 10-year-old was rescued by a ride operator, and the older boy's body was not found until the next morning. So sad times for the happiest place on earth. I used to think about hiding in the park. 1998, Luan Fee Dawson, 33, was waiting to board the Columbia ship. As the boat docked at the rivers of America, it tore a metal cleat loose, and that struck Dawson in the head, and she was declared brain dead 2 days later. 2003, Marcelo Torres, only 22, killed on Big Thunder Mountain Railroad when the car he was on separated from the rest of the train. How fucking terrifying. That's the kind of shit I think about when I'm on a roller coaster. As I'm going up, before the first drop, I'm like, God, man, I was stuck with this thing ripped off. Oh man, I would die. I would for sure die. And then I think, no, it never happens. Never happens. But it does happen. It's not very often. Torres was the only fatality. Several other passengers sustained injuries. Craziest death occurred in 1974 when a Disneyland employee was smushed in front of Disneyland customers by a rotating wall. Seriously. This is sad. Deborah Gale Stone, 18, was a greeter for the audience as they entered the America Sings attraction, which featured, animatronic characters singing. She'd stand at the side of the stage, speak to guests with a microphone. Then the outer ring would spin around and show the audience the first group of robots. One night, Stone stood a bit closer to the rotating wall than normal, and a seemingly inconsequential decision cost her her life. She was crushed between the rotating wall and the stationary stage wall. Safety improvements were surprisingly, or not surprisingly, made after Stone's horrifying death to prevent future employees from, not being fucking smashed to death in front of horrified guests mid-attraction. This is fucked up. But I wonder if some of those guests, just for a moment, thought that her getting smushed was just part of the tour. I mean, right? You don't know. You know what the tour is if you haven't been there before. What strange final moments for her to be literally dying, watching people smiling and laughing when you first started to get smushed. What will Walt think of next? Wow. That was intense. A little gory, in my opinion, for the kids. Oh God. Oh God, that looks very real. Now let's talk about a secret room. Club 33, located in New Orleans Square. Membership to this club is expensive and coveted, with hopefuls waiting on a list for years at a time. When you're finally picked, there's an initiation fee. Some places say 25 grand, some places say 50, and then an annual fee of 11 grand. And there is an initiation ritual also. This is the most intense part. It involves being sodomized by the zombie, not quite alive, but not quite dead, reanimated corpse of none other than Roy. Why won't I let this go, Disney? I'll try to stop harder. No, but many people believe that Freemasons have had some secret meetings at Club 33 because, 33 is the highest rank of a Mason. And to that, I say, who gives a shit? As I've said before in an episode long ago, have you seen a Freemason lodge recently? How does anyone still think they're controlling anything? Really, that these frequently dilapidated old lodges, often nestled into crumbling buildings full of a handful of bored geriatric men in many small towns and cities, and then regular old just business networkers and other locations, do they really seem like they're ushering in a new world order? Get out of here. Other secret clubhouses, not a powerful secret society. And Walt built Club 33 because he liked a secret clubhouse, as do I. Some think the name refers to 33 important patrons that Disneyland had when the club was being built and opened. I've seen pictures of the inside of Club 33 on a variety of websites, and I gotta say, kind of bummed. It seems super overpriced for a place that you have to pay 25 to 50 grand to join. There's a bar, and there's a restaurant that not everybody else can get into, and that's kind of it. It's exclusive. Membership is capped at just a few hundred members, so, it's never going to be crowded, but it's just definitely not, holy shit, massages and caviar VIP, kind of decadent. Now let's talk about something juicier than a boring Disney clubhouse where no one ever gets sacrificed to Satan and where Minnie Mouse never even touches your wiener one time. Did Walt Disney have his body or
so
head cryogenically frozen?
That Minnie Mouse won't touch your wee-wee.
Caribbean ride? Yes. This one, crazy and true. In 1963, 3 years before his death, Walt authorized a secret cryogenic laboratory to be built beneath Disneyland called Project Eternal Magic. While the strange lab, no one who has ever been cryogenically frozen has been successfully reanimated that we know of, was officially shut down in 1981, there are rumors that some of the frozen stasis pods are still down there. There's another rumor that Walt's brother Roy, also frozen, and then suddenly in the year 2000, his frozen body vanished or reanimated. Is Roy out there somewhere, somehow still alive? Is he still killing moms? Did you think us finally done beating that joke into the ground? Did you believe any of this secret lab nonsense? No, Walt was never frozen. That urban legend likely dates back to
King of Shadows
by Bob Nelson, president of the
Hope you're doing well.
Cryonics Society of California.
Hope everything's going all right.
But he also stressed that he was not frozen. There's also the rumor that Walt's body is buried under Sleeping Beauty's castle.
Hope you're doing okay.
2 days after his death. Let's address a few more Disney rumors. Has anyone been scared to death at Disneyland? Scared to death. Sounds familiar. No one has ever been scared to death at Disneyland. The Haunted Mansion opened in 1969. Some say there was an earlier version of the ride, and that it was so terrifying that a man invited to preview it suffered a heart attack and died mid-ride. And then Disney ordered the ride to be toned down to prevent other people from being frightened to death. No, there's no evidence to support that anyone died in the Haunted Mansion. An 89-year-old woman did once break her hip getting off a doom buggy. And of course she did. She was 89. Sometimes 89-year-olds break hips watching TV or fucking eating pudding. Another rumor is that Disneyland is full of dead bodies. Seriously, the rumor is that the animatronics team who built the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction were not pleased with how realistic
200 followers.
Initially.
What?
They hired some friends at UCLA Medical Center and got some real skeletons
I've had 200 followers for a bit. Thank you, Blue.
Were used as set deck for
I thought you congratulated me earlier.
Not true.
Or was that somebody else? Somebody congratulated me for 200.
Also, a crazy rumor that Discovery Island, originally called Treasure Island,
thank you.
Disney World Island,
I do appreciate it. I always appreciate it. I thought I was already congratulated for 200. And I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah, thank you.
That makes sense.
I just didn't think it was. I just thought that it was another thing. I do think it is a big deal.
One of the most
because all of you are important, and without your support and you guys coming in and checking me out from time to time,
about Disney. Some conspiracy theories
accuse
Disneyland of
I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now, trying to make my own comic book. You know, that you guys, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today. You know, but I guess I would. I would still be doing it, even if there was nobody here. I would still be doing it. Because I was going to do it anyway. So, you know.
It makes you nostalgic for them, like peppermint during Christmas, pumpkin spice during autumn. The Haunted Mansion, designed to smell musty. Pretty amazing. Are we being manipulated by these smells? Yeah, of course. Manipulation is part of marketing, and no one is better at it.
I would have
know how to sell
still
joy
been
like no one else.
On the
another myth
on working on this, this comic book. But
this is kind of obscure, but the human beings inside the roving Disney characters at the theme park used to have to share underwear. This is a weird little detail because their own undies could potentially bunch up, cause problems, cause some chafing as they're doing their characters, and the park was too cheap to buy cast members individual underwear for many years. Cast members would turn in their dirty undies at the end of the shift. Supposedly, they were supposed to be properly washed. However, after numerous complaints from cast members about dirty underwear, scabies, and even pubic lice, the Teamsters Union negotiated in 2001 for cast members to each have their own set of Disney-approved underwear that they themselves could launder. So gross, so weird, and also not surprised. I have a ton of respect for what Walt did and what he built, and for how Disney continues to expand as a company. But Walt was notoriously cheap with his employees. That's why they went on strike against him. And Disney as a company, still notoriously cheap with its employees. Writer friends I've had in LA always have hated pitching shows to Disney because they knew if they sold it to Disney, they weren't going to get paid what they would get paid at almost any other studio. Those characters at Disneyland, the ones wearing suits, hot suits, the ones you used to have to share underwear, you have to wave, be cheerful all fucking day, around a shitstorm of bratty kids either going into or crashing down from sugar highs. Those characters get paid an average of $13 an hour, $1 more than California's minimum wage. Disney has built their empire partly on awesome products and innovation and savvy marketing, also partly on keeping their payroll pretty low. And there's other conspiracy theories. Yeah. Most of them are boring.
Everybody knows that I love you guys for coming in, for being excellent.
Maximize how much
you guys already know that.
Everything. That's the real magic of Disneyland. Attention to detail. Is there a no-fly zone above Disneyland?
I don't have to keep telling you guys, but if you need me to, I will.
So much tax money for Southern California, they can demand a no-fly zone above their theme park. And again, it's just attention to detail. Attention to details many places would never even think about, and that's why they become the world's most recognizable, one of the world's most recognizable and powerful brands. And let's talk about how big and powerful Disney is as a company to close things out. This stuff fascinates me. Since it was founded in 1923, the Walt Disney Company has grown into a mega billion
hot clips
company comprised of multiple other companies.
Or hot clips bot. That's it was trying to be real the whole time.
Disney owns a large portion of her media giants like Hulu.
I love Haas. I love when the Haas spots were
Marvel, Lucasfilm.
We're being like, no, we're real. It's like, no, you weren't.
Pixar.
You're not real.
10% of Vice Media. Right? There's Disney television channels, Disney stores and malls across the world, Disney radio stations, Disney parks, Disney Cruise Line. Vacation-related properties. The Disney theme park empire has 46 resort hotels in 4 countries with more than 140,000 cast members keeping the parks running. Walt Disney World in Orlando alone, the largest single-site employer in the United States. with a $1.6 billion payroll. There are literally dozens of other miscellaneous property companies owned by Disney, going back to the days when Walt had to hide his investments through other companies in order to buy land for Walt Disney World. There's all the characters and brands that fall somewhere under the Disney business umbrella: Star Wars, the Muppets, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Disney Princesses, the Chronicles of Narnia franchise, the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, Pixar films, which includes Toy Story, The Incredibles, and Cars, the Winnie the Pooh franchise, Indiana Jones franchise, number of popular shows on ABC like Grey's Anatomy. Disney also bought 21st Century Fox for $71 billion in 2019. So now they own brands like The Simpsons, The X-Men, Fantastic Four, Deadpool, Aliens, Predator, Die Hard, Avatar, Planet of the Apes, Home Alone, Kingsman, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, The X-Files, 24, The Family Guy, just to name a few. With so many recognizable characters, Disney makes a fuck ton of merchandising money. In 2014, consumer products generated revenue and operating income of nearly $4 billion and $1.4 billion. There is a shit ton of Disney-related crap in landfills all over Earth. Disney's first film to exceed $1 billion in global box office receipts was Pirates of the Caribbean: Dead Man's Chest. Did that in 2006. Since then, several Disney films have eclipsed the 10-figure mark, including 2010's Alice in Wonderland, over $1 billion. Toy Story 3,
even though
over $1 billion.
I don't think it deserves it.
Pirates of the Caribbean, of Stranger Tides, over $1 billion. 2012's Marvel's The Avengers, over $1.5 billion. 2013's Iron Man 3, $1.2 billion. Frozen, $1.2 billion. Many of those billion-plus films stem from Disney's decision to acquire Pixar for $7.4 billion in 2006 and Marvel for $4 billion in 2009. Those investments are paying off. Most recently, things really took off with Avengers Endgame, which took in almost $3 fucking billion in 2019. The highest grossing film of all time at the box office, $2.8 billion. 6 of the top 10 highest grossing films are movies owned by Disney. There are now 25 films Disney has made with over $1 billion in box office revenue. That's insane. Overall, the company is worth somewhere between $61 billion and $130 billion, placing it 7th in the list of the 10 most valuable brands in the world, according to Forbes in 2020. They find themselves behind the likes of Coca-Cola, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Apple, and ahead of everyone else in the world. And it all started with the drawings and visions of one man, Walt Disney. Yes, many helped him along the way. People like, older brother Roy, natural-born killer Disney, Boob, I twerk. But seriously, a lot of talented people helped Walt. But it was Walt's core ideas, his vision, his demanding ways, his tenacity to not accept defeat, his passion, his drive that took what could have been a life of cranking out some pretty good cartoons.
Oh no.
Maybe winning a few awards.
It's coming.
Maybe making
It's coming. It's coming.
Could have been one of those guys, could have stopped there, but he kept pushing.
Love it.
And he built a company that could still yet become the most powerful corporation in the world. Disney's still innovating, still pushing, evolving long after Walt's death. Disney's new live action adaptation of 1998's animated Mulan is going to debut on Disney Plus on September 4th, and this is not a paid ad. Get out of here. I don't see Disney buying ads on this show, unless fucking no one from Disney ever hears about it, especially after the crazy shit I said about Roy this week. But Disney is releasing Mulan on Disney Plus for $29.99 on top of the $6.99 Disney Plus fee. Since theaters are still closed down around the world, Disney is gambling on home viewing.
I wonder why Nix is.
That cost roughly $200 million to make.
Industry insiders, you didn't tell me Nix was here.
It's going to change the film industry.
You didn't tell me that Nix was here.
Things once again could spell doom for movie theaters if big budget blockbusters can be profitable via a home release. Obviously, theater chains like AMC and Regal are going to lose a lot of leverage when it comes to making deals to screen films in the future, and they're going to lose a ton of income. Disney could put. You didn't tell me that the sweet boy,
the sweet life of Nix is here
again, and it all started again with the mouse. As a film producer, Walt Disney holds the record for most Academy Awards earned by an individual still, won 22 Oscars from 59 nominations, presented with 2 Golden Globe Special Achievement Awards.
And Floofy did it. All right.
Shit on a train, mad about getting screwed on a previous animation deal coming back to California from New York. Walt was by no means perfect, but what a life he led. Contributed a lot to the betterment of mankind. Some of my best family memories involve Disney. You think about how certain brands affect your life. I still remember Kyler Monroe watching little Einsteins on Playhouse Disney when they were toddlers. After my divorce, when the kids went to see me in LA from Spokane, one of the first things I did was buy annual Disneyland.
He's not on the list. The list is not very good at its job.
Despite the meltdowns, despite the long waits and lines, those trips to Anaheim were fucking magical. I wish I could step through some multiverse wall and still be able to lift Kyler above my head or hold Monroe and walk around the park for hours on end. Wish I could watch them light up when I got out some toys on the way out. When things got serious with Lindsay, I went to Disneyland with her and the kids, and we had someone take our pictures. We sat on a bench just outside.
He's still not on the list. Twitch doesn't give a lot of great tools.
Such a magical, special moment trapped in time.
Damn, Twitch, you're getting roasted.
Kyler missing most of his front teeth. Monroe, so
go enjoy that lurk. Enjoy yourself. Thanks for being awesome.
Without Disneyland, without Walt, I don't have those memories. I don't get to remember carrying Kyler Monroe for my shitty beat-up Elantra with the mangled front right panel and a passenger
window. Go watch Japanese cartoons. All right, go watch those Japanese cartoons then.
Full of Disney stickers.
When you can watch this American comic book.
Remember carrying those kids from the car, laying them down in their bunk beds.
I love you, lover goat.
They'd OD'd on fun
thank
treats,
you for the love.
Crashed as happy as a kid can crash. Kyler
I just picked him up.
Monroe dressed up like Tinkerbell. So thank you, Walt. Is your Disney empire perfect today? Of course not. No company ever is, but thank you. Thanks for the memories. Thanks for not giving up when you had your Oswald, the Lucky Rabbit idea stolen from you. I love how much Mickey looks like Oswald, by the way. Thanks for not giving up when a war and a strike left you millions in debt. Thanks for continuing to work long hours on the next feature film when the last few flopped. You may not have lived long enough to build a new kind of utopian city, but you did live long enough to create a lot more joy for the entire world. If the rest of us tried to follow your example in that regard, how much more magic? How much, could we put out into the world? How much more magical could our world become? Something cool to think about.
Enjoy, Blue. Enjoy your Japanese cartoons.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Hey, how are you today? I'm great. I'm fantastic. Just working on comic book stuff. Just trying to get everything done.
One of the biggest media empires on earth. Disneyland, the movies, the theme parks. To a
just getting all this stuff done.
Estimated that if he were alive today, his personal net worth
few panels at a time.
Number 2, Walt did help make the Red Scare during the 50s worse by being a strident anti-communist and FBI informant and buddies with several key law enforcement officers. Some people will see this as a stain on his life record, but fuck communism. Bojangles loves Walt Disney more because of this than anything else. Number 3, while critics called his first full-length cartoon Disney's Folly, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs would reinvent the film industry, eventually tackle become one of the highest-grossing films of all time, and the first animated feature film to be a giant theatrical hit.
So it's been going great so far.
Most of the 1.5
it's been going good.
To make the film, and it paid off. Snow White grossed over 66 million, over $1 billion in today's money during this 1937 theatrical run, before reaching 185 million with the help of re-releases over the following decades. Still the 10th highest-grossing film of all time. Number 4. The company Walt would create with his brother in 1923 would eventually go on to be one of the top 10 most valuable companies on Earth. And number 5, new info. Was Walt Disney a naughty boy sneaking sexual imagery into his family-friendly cartoons? Let's talk about a few more rumors. A lot of rumors in this vein, but since Walt himself is a pretty conservative guy, most of it doesn't check out. But there have been quite a few naughty images found, or at least claimed to be found in Disney pictures.
I need cuddles. Aw, poor baby.
For a minute.
How was playing games? Did you enjoy yourself? I hope you feel better. Oh, by the way, guys, keep raving in your hopes as well. Hopes and dreams, and
yes, there was a word intentionally spelled in the does, but not sex.
And your prayers, if you got any.
An in-joke.
She's feeling sick as well, so I just wanted to let you guys in.
Also,
I'm still playing, sweetie. Well, beat those ghosts.
Happens when the bishop stands before the
you ain't afraid of them.
Dearly beloved, and then his groin region appears to bulge and inflate. Again, Tom Sito has an explanation. Sito says the bulge is actually one of the bishop's knees, but this didn't stop one viewer for attempting to sue Disney over the image not being suitable for use and viewing by young children. My God, trying to sue for that. Fuck whoever did that. Oh my heck, what will happen to my children if they see a closed boner? What can a closed boner do for the children? Disney was actually forced to remove the offending erection from the film. Unreal. Another one is in the Little Mermaid poster art. The art depicts the main characters against the backdrop of Atlantica, where a few of the castle spires look a lot like a couple of dicks. Was this an innocent accident? Not according to long-standing rumor, which has suggested that a ticked-off Disney animator inserted penises after being sacked. And it turned out just a rumor. Not only was the poster artist not fired, the dude claiming this was never even employed by Disney. The artist in question has since admitted that the artwork was the result of him rushing to complete it over an all-night design session, meaning any penises in the poster are Freudian slips at best. And I love this next one, which includes Jessica Rabbit. It's so hot. Since the release of Who Framed Roger Rabbit in 1988, Jessica Rabbit has become one of the most iconic symbols of female sexuality in real life and in the world of animation. And at one point in the film, Jessica crashes out of the cab. She's been riding with Eddie Valiant. As she's thrown from the car, Jessica's legs open. It's a basic instinct moment in a film full of risque humor, atypical even for those filth merchants.
We got one using the potty for now, so we're waiting. Cute mouse.
Dozens of little things and so many
my little cute mouse. Yeah,
but they've pretty much all been explained away as being pretty innocent. Even in that top moment, you don't actually see anything, with Jessica. Except for that one Sharon Disney porno, The Happiest Puss on Earth. Everything else has been pretty innocent.
Cute mouse. That's my little oh my god, my Valley Girl bounty hunter. She doesn't know that bounty hunters do not wear those clothes. She thinks that that's what bounty hunters wear.
Known as Disney World, he renamed Walt Disney
so
World,
she wears that.
Apparently he was a good dude. I hope you had fun with the subject. Really unlike any other subject.
She's a smart girl.
I had fun with it. Nice change of pace. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for all the help in making Time Suck. Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins.
Sorry, I'm
Dr. Joe
petting up a rabbit right now. I apologize.
Art Warlock,
petting
Logan,
his ears very
Bad Magic Baroness,
specifically.
Kate Keith, running badmagicmerch.com and the socials. And Sophie Evans, thanks for, she is now a full-time contributor. She's helped off and on for quite a while. Thanks to Sophie. Thanks to all of you who joined the Cult of the Curious private Facebook group. Over 20,000 members who continue to make Time Suck more than a podcast. Hail Nimrod to all of you. Thank you, Liz Hernandez, and the All-Seeing Eyes running the Cult of the Curious Facebook page. Thanks to the wonderful weirdos.
My rabbit, who I love. I love that rabbit so
Hunter
much.
Covington, a.k.a. KMO Boy 78, for winning round 1 of the trivia and getting some sweet prizes mailed his way, including a cowboy pigeon trophy. Little what's new, pussycat? Crystal City, about the same size, roughly 7,000 people. Also has a Popeye statue erected in 1937. Also, like Alma, has an annual spinach
bounty hunters
festival.
wear Princess
So if you
Leia
love
slave
spinach or
outfits. I heard it from
Popeye, or
a
ideally both,
reliable source.
keep your fingers crossed. Those two rip-roaring shindigs return in 2021. Put all in Crystal City on your calendars. Damn COVID. Probably put the kibosh on both those incredible festivals. Edith Opal, born into poverty, started her life in a small Arkansas town next to a tiny bit bigger Arkansas town.
I wouldn't lie, would I?
Game was the biggest game.
Would you?
Edith worked a variety of jobs starting who knows how young.
Would
daughter would claim
you?
years later that Edith hated living in Arkansas. I would say that people were mean to her and her family. They were looked down on. She never provided many details about her childhood. Nothing real specific. Somewhere around 1938, at the ripe old age of about 13, Edith got married to a man named Tom Brown. No age given for Tom. They have a son, Charles, who they seem to have given up for adoption. Yee! Might have gotten pregnant at the age of 12. Babies having babies. Also, by 1938, she's made it out of Arkansas, moved out to California, possibly settling in San Francisco. At some point over the next few years, young Edith divorces Tom, heads south for Hollywood, where she's going to be a big star. Going to be a star. But she doesn't become a big star. She is cited in various articles as having gotten some acting work. That could mean a lot of things. Based on pretty comprehensive film databases out there, it doesn't seem as if she appeared in any movies. Instead, she learns how to con people, if she didn't already know. She gets work, according to her daughter, I'll name here shortly, as a tea girl in various Hollywood bars.
Yes, and also, hello, CJ
Branks. Out at
Branks.
the bar alone, looks cute, which I gotta say, it was a stretch for her. She's not a real looker. Flirts with guys coming in to have a drink. And then when these guys buy her a drink, the bartender fills her glass with iced tea instead of liquor, and the guy getting conned, he pays full price for his drink. He pays full price, for his drink and for her drink. He's paying full price for all the drinks. And then her job is to keep this guy buying these fake drinks, right? The more drinks he buys, the more money he makes. The bar gives her a little cut of the extra dough it makes, selling iced tea and soda and, whatever for the price of a martini or whatever she claims to be drinking. So she's establishing her con artist roots here. Important to understand who she was at her core. And she may have also learned how to start scamming churches around this time. If not, she certainly learns this skill soon. We'll go over that here in a bit. Sometime in the 1940s, Edith meets a man described in the only reference to him online I can find as a prize fighter and a mobster, Solomon Samuel Lipowitz. And in 1949 or 1950, Edith and Solomon have a daughter, Chrysanthemum Chris Lipowitz. No idea how to pronounce the full version of her name because it's made up. She seems to be the only person who has it. And in interviews, everybody just calls her Chris because it's a ridiculous name. I'm pretty sure Edith made it up. When you Google pronounce Chrysanthemum, every article that comes up is about Chris, her daughter. By 1965, Edith and Solomon get divorced. Again, sorry for the sparse and often somewhat vague details. Piecing most of this together through genealogy databases, old LA Times articles. Like a lot of cult leaders, Edith would do everything she could to obliterate her past once her cult began so she could rewrite her own narrative. Cult leaders, no one loves to rewrite their narratives, more than a cult leader. Soon, Edith will change her first name to Susan, her last name to Alamo. Alamo, God, I always want to say Alamo. I don't know why they picked Alamo, but they chose to pronounce this fucking fake name of theirs as Alamo. She'll lie her ass off about damn near everything for the rest of her disgusting life. Let's talk about Edith's church scam now. By 1960, Edith's main source of income became scanning various LA area churches through this little bullshit testimonial song and dance she'd worked out with her daughter Chris. Edith and Chris would randomly pop into some Pentecostal church. Edith dressed impeccably, cute little daughter Chris, at her side. At some point in the sermon, the pastor would call on members to give testimony. Share with the congregation how your faith in Jesus has transformed your life in some powerful and positive way. Up would shoot Edith's hand. She'd tell a story she'd rehearsed countless times, totally made up story about how she and Chris had just gotten back from Mexico, spreading the gospel of Christ. She said she was a single mom, twice divorced. That part was true. Fallen into drug and drink. That part was true. She was a sinner of the highest order. Also true. But then she found God. And that part was not true. Praise Jesus. She opened her heart to the Lord. Received the Holy Spirit. Can I get a hallelujah? And God had picked her up, had taken her from the gutter, and given her a mission to save souls that were as wretched as she once was before she'd seen the light. You know that she could barely put food on the table, even though most days she didn't know how she was going to keep a roof over her young, innocent daughter's head. She kept traveling to Mexico to spread the message of Christ to the Mexicans, who I got to say, I thought were generally more religious than Americans already, but whatever. Whole story was a lie. After her testimony, she'd ask if her daughter could sing a gospel song for the Lord, and Chris, who had a beautiful voice, who'd also been rehearsed for this, she'd sing a pretty song, the collection plate would be passed around, and these two would be given enough money to keep spreading God's good word. But of course, they wouldn't do that because they weren't doing that. Edith, according to her daughter, would spend most of the money on cigarettes and booze. Chris said her mom referred to this kind of work as doing a church. Say stuff like, we're doing a church tonight. The con artist has found a new target demographic to hustle, Christians, and she'll hustle them for the rest of her phony life. Edith also, by 1960, would travel around a bit with Chris, giving her testimony at church revivals as well, make a bit of a name for herself in certain little Christian circles as a powerful speaker, a powerful converter to Christ. Also started doing a little bit of street preaching around LA. 1964, when Chris was 13 or 14 and her mom Susan was 38 or 39, the two were hanging out at a restaurant and bar that no longer exists on Hollywood Boulevard called Aldo's. And in walks 30-year-old Tony Alamo, looking like the fucking big shot he ain't. He actually wasn't known as Tony Alamo at that point. He was known as Marcus Abad. The con artist meets another con artist. It's a con off. Now we're going to back up from this point so I can share Tony's pre-1964 life, and then we'll reconvene back in this bar in 1964. On September 20th, 1934, going back now. The man who become known to the world as Tony Alamo is born Bernie Lazar Hoffman in Joplin, Missouri. Joplin, like Alma, is out on the Ozark, on the opposite northern end. A little more populated area. The Joplin metro area has around 200,000 people, 135 miles almost due north of Dyer, Arkansas. So the future Tony and Susan Alamo didn't really grow up that far from one another. We visited Joplin before in the Suckverse, home of Depression-era gangsters Bonnie and Clyde's most infamous hideout, located on 34th and
Scary eyes.
Most famous pictures of those gangsters coming from Joplin. Getting in a shootout with local cops, they left a camera behind. When they fled, had some undeveloped filming. Little Bernie was raised Jewish. Claimed his father, Bernard Hoffman Sr., was a Jewish immigrant from Romania, who Alamo claims. I'm going to get pissed at that pronunciation they chose. Claimed that he'd been a dance instructor for Rudolph Valentino, an Italian actor based in the U.S. who starred in several well-known silent films, including The Apocalypse, Chic,
if
Blood
it
and
is
Sand,
a
Eagle,
heathen,
and Son of the Sheik. Valentino's
she's
huge sex
here,
symbol, known in
and
Hollywood as the
she's
Latin lover. Ever heard that term?
there.
I have. used to describe a lot of different heartthrobs over the years. And it came from Valentino. A little extra trivia. He was the first to ever be called the Latin lover, a description that was coined by a movie studio promotion team. It was James Dean, basically, before James Dean was ever even born. Did Tony Alamo's dad teach this dude how to dance? Fuck no. Highly doubt it. Bernie, as you'll find out, is even more full of shit than Edith. This is just what he claimed. Bernie's mom was Lillian Johnston Hoffman. Almost nothing.
Hope you're doing well, Eben. How's everything been?
Two siblings, brothers Richard and Daniel D. Hoffman. Little is known about Richard
as
well. It does say in Daniel's obituary that he died in 2006 in Nashville at the age of who knows? It doesn't say. Daniel would become a radio DJ for decades, starting his career in Missoula, Montana, not too far from the Suck Dungeon, a little over 2 hours, where he got his radio engineer's license, and he got his first on-air gig in tiny Hamilton, Montana, at KLYQ. Then he moved on to gigs in Billings and Butte, became a program director for KXLF in Butte, and then bounced over to Pasco, Washington, Houston, Omaha, Peoria, finally landing in Nashville, where he became one of the city's top DJs, #1 DJ for...
Middle of a summer in the middle of a park, there began a great adventure for a boy whose name was Mark. He had come to see the Magic Man along with all the children, and 'twas so began the day that Mark was never to forget. He performed all sorts of miracles, and Mark was so impressed that when the time arrived to go, he lagged behind the rest. Then quietly he did return the secret of the hat to learn, but everyone had gone away and darkness held a threat. The moment that he touched the hat, the room began to glow.
It's been
and
great.
As he put it down and ran, the hat began to grow and 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 grow. He was stunned and he was fascinated, still he had to see there was something deep inside the hat. What could that something be? Then cautiously each step he took, he climbed upon the brim to look, and all at once the hat began to shake and rock. Look out!
I'm sorry. Every time my head thinks of weird stuff I'm here in Lidsville.
And when he looked into the skies, he couldn't believe his ears or eyes. Lidsville is the kookiest, Lidsville is the kickiest, Lidsville is the grooviest, Lidsville is a living and friend. If you get a chance to go there, you'll be glad you did, 'cause everybody who goes to Lidsville really flips his lid.
How's that for a topper?
Yeah.
For a time, DJ Dan, working for WKDA Top 40.
Just wanted to bring that up.
And his brother Bernie, not mentioned in his obituary.
That was a hard switch. I wonder what happened there.
Since the two had spoken. When Bernie was a teenager, Alama would say he left jobs.
Every time that I'm just thinking,
he spent
my brain, my brain have a big think, and my brain always think of Lidsville.
After Montana, Bernie ended up.
Whenever my brain is not working properly, it always thinks of Lidsville.
And achieved some
of like, you know what? I'm making a weird series fantasy. You know what? It's not as weird as Lidsville. My ideas are so kooky and weird. No, they're not.
Little Yankee girl.
No, they're fucking not.
This is my favorite claim.
I'd make a whole fucking series called fucking Lidsville.
The Rolling Stones. And I do not believe for a second he was asked to manage fucking anyone. Definitely not the Beatles or the Doors or the Rolling Stones. None of those bands would have had anything to do with this bum. And Little Yankee Girl, not a hit single. Listen for yourself. He wrote this little ditty with his brother DJ Dan.
I'm just a British boy falling in love with you. I don't know why. I haven't known you for very long. If you should say we're only friends, I'll die.
Huh? Oh, God, I love this real quick.
It's too early on a Sunday for my brain to process that. Oh yeah, the process Lidsville. Yeah, it's the cookie.
Tends to be British. There's some
Now that's a topper.
This British guy coming over for this Yankee girl. The B-side of this song is a little ditty called
we gotta watch it all. We've gotta watch all of Lidsville together. Everybody has to watch it all together. A viewing of the great show Lidsville.
In the mines of Opal Town lived a man named Jumbo Brown.
Jumbo Brown.
Worked all day just digging that coal.
Just digging coal.
Can't play when he lives in a hole.
And can he play when he lives in a hole? I feel like they wrote these songs in about 2 fucking minutes. So he's some British Beatles pop crooner wannabe on the A side, and he's Johnny fucking Cash on the B side. Weird. Like this guy's a big phony or something, big pretender. Crazy that this dude never exploded in the music biz. These 2 songs pressed onto vinyl on Little Mark Records. Cool little find if you like to collect cult memorabilia. After these hot tracks, Alama went on to own a health club, maybe. That's what he claimed. Then he went back into the music industry, maybe. That's what he claimed. This dude lied so much, like Susan, and he made such an effort to obliterate his actual past, it's very hard to verify a lot of his claims. May have also had some falling out with his family at some point in the mid-60s after he meets Edith. He never mentions his real family again, other than to make claims about who his father may have been when he was a boy. So now we're back in 1964, when fast-rising British invasion and country music superstar Marcus Abad walks into Aldo's. Edith Opal Horn, formerly Edith Brown, now Edith Lipowitz. Lady who likes to take Christian's money, and her daughter Chris are sitting at a table. Tony looks important. Of course he does. He's a con artist too. And based on what she overhears him saying at the bar, Edith thinks he's a big shot record producer. And he is. I mean, come on. Did you or did you not hear that unfucking deniable musical talent? Did you miss it? Did you miss this? Come on.
It's just a Yankee girl.
I'm gonna put a lid on that.
Wake up and smell the talent. Sorry, I was aggressive.
I think he's a little up the guy's ass about the music. I think it's all right music, but it's not the top hit single.
Big shot nonsense.
He is a cult leader, and if he can find a way to poke at people like that, yeah.
Music biz is next big star. Showbiz. This is how they do it in Hollywood.
Right.
The Songbird of a generation. They're both doing so well. They're both on
hugs.
Fame and fortune.
It's not a very nice looking hug.
Wanted to pay for the pitcher of beer sitting in between them because they were both broke.
And that looks more like a strangling.
Her mom leaned across the table and told Tony,
"Why you little?
Jesus Christ is coming back to earth again."
Why you little?
Oh boy! Here we go. Tony didn't have a religious background, wasn't raised in the church. Susan's words intrigued him. She was good at selling the gospel. How she made her money. Tony later claimed he fell in love with Susan and the gospel almost immediately. I think he fell in love with Susan and the potential to make a lot of money immediately. Chris would recall this meeting in an interview she gave in 2008. She gave more background info about her mom and Tony. She said, "Mama had great dreams of being a star. She was beautiful in the weirdest way. Not like you would look at her and go, wow, a striking beauty." I can verify for that. She's got an odd look. When she walked into a room, she had so much command that people stopped talking. We'd go from a few bucks to absolute poverty. I mean, the kind of poverty that Mom and I would be living in a one-room apartment with a pull-down Murphy bed and a hot plate, and we would do mystery cans, where we'd go buy cans that had no labels. You would open these cans, and whatever you opened, you ate. And then we'd get really broke. Mama decided to go into religion. Oh, and then when we get really broke, Mama decided to go into religion. When Chris entered her early teens, she began picking up work as a background vocalist, turning all her money over to her mother. She says that her mom dated a stream of men in the early 60s before she met Tony, at times disappearing for days. And then there was the day at Aldo's. And Chris said, "I knew who Tony Alama was. I'd seen him around the boulevard. He was supposed to be this great big promoter who promoted the Beatles, but I knew he was a bald-faced liar. I knew that he was living with a girl who was pregnant with his child. He wasn't living with her. He was living off of her." Chris said, "So I see this creep coming in with the producer I've worked with, and he's coming right toward the table, and my mother's sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, oh crap, not this clown." Then Chris added, "She usually picked out men who had a little style and a lot of money. He sits down at the table, he's bullshitting until his face is about to fall off. And my mom's doing the, well, I'm an actress, been around the studio for years, and my daughter's a singer thing. He's like, I just heard her tape. She's fantastic. I can make her a big star." And I'm watching them, and it's like a tennis match of horse crap. Susan converted Tony to Christianity. Or at least, that's what she would later claim. at least taught him to lie about being Christian, taught him how to preach, and then the two started preaching together. Her daughter thinks that her mom did this because in order to make more money, she needed a man, needed a husband. She knew that she wouldn't be able to launch a fake church alone. Christianity just too patriarchal, more so back then than now. Her daughter thinks Edith was using Tony from the very beginning, and that Tony was using her mom from the very beginning as well. He saw dollar signs in Edith's talk of God, not salvation. How much did Susan believe when it came to the gospel? How much did she convert Tony? We'll never know. We'll never know. I think it was probably all a scam from the start. That's just a hunch. Let's make your own guess. Neither one of them ever later said, oh, it's all a bunch of bullshit. The two of them started running a variety of scams now, testifying, getting that collection plate money, street preaching for tips, on Sunset, Hollywood Boulevards. Cut 2 years forward to 1966, after serving a bit of jail time for a weapons charge, Marcus Abad marries Edith Opelhorn on August 19th. Some sources say they changed their names to Tony and Susan Alamo just before they got married, some say after. One source says Edith changed her name to Susan Alamo, and that Bernie changed his name to Tony and then took her last name. I guess it doesn't really matter. From 1966 forward, these two assholes won't change their stupid names anymore. Why Alamo? Tony would later claim that he changed his name to mimic some Italian-American singers who were popular at the time. And again, such a phony. Right? In one song, he's got this British pop persona. In another, he's a down-home, good old blue-collar country feller. And then 2 years later, he's trying to be Frank fucking Sinatra. From this point forward, Tony will tell anyone who will listen to his sermon that he found Jesus while he was in a meeting at a big Beverly Hills investment firm. Because he was a super successful producer, right? Of course, he probably took all the money he made from this hot track, put it in the stock market. Tony would say that Jesus came to him at this meeting, told him to preach the second coming of Christ, leave the trappings of immeasurable wealth behind. Sure, he could have been super duper rich, relying on nothing but his otherworldly musical talent and managerial prowess, so off the charts that Mick Jagger was down on his knees begging him to manage the Stones. But no, that's not what God wanted. Tony and Susan passed out religious tracts, preached especially to drug addicts, alcoholics, prostitutes, right? They were just looking for whoever they thought that was the most desperate, to pull into their little orbit. Their ministry was part of the Jesus People movement, which many of those involved in the counterculture of the 60s began proclaiming a spiritual transformation and an allegiance to Jesus. 1969, Tony and Susan formed the Alamo Christian Foundation, and they get a little headquarters. The Street Preachers, moving on up. Oh, buddy. Yes, sir. By late 1969 or early 1970, the couple were living in a rented 3-bedroom home in West Hollywood at the intersection of Crescent Heights and Sunset. I know exactly where that is. For those of you in Los Angeles, just a few blocks west of the Comedy Store on Sunset, almost directly across the street from the Laugh Factory, there's a Trader Joe's where this house was now. How about that? Trader Joe's and a Starbucks and a CB2, right where Tony and Susan Alamo's cult was founded. They didn't last very long at this spot. Soon, roughly 200 early cult members were living there. So many hippies. Such a little space. The Alamos targeted the same disenfranchised youth in Hollywood so many other cults were targeting at the same time. This house was less than half a mile from where Father Yode's Source family cult was getting started at the exact same time, right down Sunset, right where the Source restaurant was, Cabo Cantina now currently sits. The Manson family, they were fucking around in Hollywood in 1969, 1970. They were, living a bit north of the city, up on Spawn Ranch, but still a lot of time, around Hollywood, killing around Hollywood. In August of 1969, when the Alamos were settling into their crowded home, David Berg's Children of God, they were getting going just south of LA in Huntington Beach. Jim Jones, People's Temple followers, they were dicking around LA as well. They'd have an LA chapter established by 1972, and on and on. 1970s Hollywood provided fertile ground for a cult to grow. The U.S. was so polarized. Were you for the Vietnam War? Were you against it? Most youth were against it. Most of their parents were for it. Teens were running away from homes of their Midwestern parents in droves and hitchhiking across the country to follow LSD guru Timothy Leary's 1966 advice to turn on, tune in, and drop out. Teens who'd grown up in rigid, conservative, authoritarian households that arrived in the belly of the beast to sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Hollywood Boulevard, Sunset Strip. And some of these kids embraced LA's free-loving hippie ways. And those kids were more likely to drift down to the Source restaurant and get recruited by Father Yode. Ballin', baby. Following the path. Embracing the journey. These new ideas scared a lot of other kids raised in fire and brimstone, rigid Christian homes, kids who are now worried about their eternal souls. And these kids Susan and Tony's hellfire street preaching appealed more to them.
Hollywood is the devil's playground. Don't let Satan in his free-loving ways damn your soul to eternal hellfire.
To escape the good times of awesome late 60s music and hot STD, low STD risk, birth-controlled hippie sex, hail Lucifina, some of these sad sacks ended up in Alamo's compound. Oh man, I don't want any of that. I don't want any of that hippie sex. I don't want to listen to that good music. I want to hang out and listen to you guys talk about hell. Tony and Susan quickly convinced a core group of these kids to sell their possessions, give all of their worldly trappings to the cause of righteous salvation.
It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God.
So give me your shit, kid. Young Colt now listening to daily sermons by Tony and Susan, lost teens and young adults packed like sardines in his 3-bedroom home, sleeping crammed into rooms or out on the lawn. They didn't stay too long again in this location. Their neighbors, didn't love living next to 200 zealots for some crazy reason. The West Hollywood police began stopping by, often citing the Alamos for unsanitary conditions and various code violations. So in early 1970, the Alamos used the money they'd gotten from their first wave of recruits to buy their first true compound. Susan wanted to get away from complaining neighbors and pestering police officers, so they bought property in Saugus's Mint Canyon, about 45 minutes northwest of Hollywood. At the time, a little longer drive now, depending on traffic. Saugus is a neighborhood on the outskirts, very outskirts of Santa Clarita, the metro area. Very edge of LA's metro area as well, about halfway between downtown Santa Clarita and Palmdale. They bought a 12-acre parcel on the Sierra Highway, and then another 150 acres 4 miles north. They built a church on the 12-acre parcel. The address is 13136 Sierra Highway, Canyon Country, California. It still stands today. Scoped it out on Google Street View. Looks like the view's fairly recent. It's closed down, it's dilapidated, but the sign, Tony Alamo Christian Church, still out front. Place is way out in the very northeast end of Santa Clarita, north of the Antelope Valley Freeway, about 10 miles due east of Castaic Lake, 2 miles south of Bouquet Reservoir. Very strategic placement. So
Bunnies.
close to Hollywood, but also
Bunnies. Yes, bunnies. Bunnies need loving too.
Angeles, there we go.
Hope everybody's doing all right. Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's evening is going incredible.
Great place to isolate people. Some of those disenfranchised
hope
youth
you're
who came to stay with them on
warm.
Sunset Boulevard, came from some pretty damn wealthy families.
Stupendous. Hope
Susan
your
Alamo
day
daughter
is
Kristen
going
later claimed that her mom
pretty
and Tony didn't just take
ballin'.
anyone into the cult.
You have
They
a
publicly claimed
no?
in one interview after another that almost all
I don't
their
have a
followers
tattoo.
showed up at their
Why?
door with nothing but the clothes on their back and
Why,
a
what's
yearning
up?
for salvation in their hearts. But that was
My
bullshit.
was I
Kristen
supposed to
and
have
mom
a
said that was
tattoo?
strategic.
Nobody told me to
They
have
took
a
some
tattoo.
down and out cases,
Damn.
some
Should've
real
told me.
big
I would've
prohibitions
gotten one.
to balance them out.
No, I don't have a tattoo.
The Alamos would build dorms on this land. for
I
cult members to sleep
don't
in,
have an
various other
interest in
houses, big
anything
places to
that
eat,
much
a nice home,
that
of
I'd
course,
be
for Tony and
like,
Susan.
man, I want
They
this
eventually converted the
permanently
property to a
here,
working farm.
just in case I forget
Followers
what
living
it
in
looks
Saugus called
like.
themselves the Jesus Children. They drove to and from LA in a bus called
I'm not
Heaven.
saying that
more
don't get
recruiting to street
tattoos. I'm
Tony and Susan
saying
Alamo Christian Foundation
I
is
do
alive
not
and
think
thriving. Services are held
I
at
don't
Compound
think that
Church
much
every
of
evening
it.
at 8 p.m.
Yeah, like it's
every
cool
evening.
if you have
On
a
Sunday,
tattoo.
services held at
Raven
8
has
p.m. and 8 p.m.
tattoos.
They were open to
Heven
the public.
has tattoos.
Recruit.
I just I don't like something. I don't like most things enough to have a tattoo.
And hand over their money to Tony.
Do you have a tattoo board?
Check it out. So you gotta
Also,
be there
what's your
plenty of time.
tattoos,
You gotta give all your
Even?
shit to the,
If
cause.
you'd like to share,
One
I'd
of those
love to
is
hear.
one of the followers early was Greg Wilson. Greg Wilson
very
graduated
much,
from UCLA in
into that.
1970, became a musician.
And also,
traveled,
shut
played
up.
music in a group for
Don't
about
even
3
look
years.
at me.
Would later say in an interview, during that time, I began to go on a kind of
Don't even
spiritual
look
search,
at me.
and it took me through some pretty strange experiences. I dabbled in Eastern philosophies and religions, but nothing satisfied me to any real degree. I was restless, never really had a home during that period of time. I had no close friends except for the people I played music with in the group. One time in Monterey, I had an experience in which God rattled my cage, and I started reading the Bible for the first time in my life. Something in it really spoke to me more than anything else I'd ever read. I embarked on a search to find someone who could show me a way of living, the way I thought Christ was telling me to live.
My
my life.
roommate saw a gay orgy pic or something with someone who had a chimera tattoo. I told them I highly doubt it.
And I wasn't finding
So they
anybody
got
who lived that
excited.
kind of life.
Oh, okay.
I ended up in Santa Monica, started drinking.
I don't have a chimera tattoo.
Drink. Santa Monica's awesome.
Should I get a chimera tattoo?
I remember one morning walking around aimlessly near the Santa Monica
sweet.
Pier, where I encountered some young people passing out gospel tracts. took
I
one of the
also
tracks and
don't
was
have a
turned off
tattoo.
by it. I read it over, and it just seemed like trash to me. Yeah, I was curious about the young people
I don't
who were
trust
so
myself to
aggressive in
make
passing
good
out the gospel
decisions like
tracts to
that.
anybody who would take
That's
them.
a
Eventually, a
big
couple of
commitment
these
to
kids
have a
approached me,
tattoo.
gave me a real hellfire and brimstone message that if I didn't get right with God, I would spend all eternity in hell. Fear. Nothing sells like fear. And nothing's more fearful than thinking that you, A, have an eternal soul, and that B, it will literally burn forever if you don't play the game of life right. Best sales pitch of all time. Join now or burn forever. We're having one hell of a sale. Buy or fucking burn. Greg continues. I remember their directness and the really powerful way they witnessed to me. They looked me in the eye and pulled me out of the heavy-duty fear scriptures in the Bible. The heavy-duty fear scriptures in the Bible. Susan had taught them well, right? She knew how to sell a testimony. It's her main scam for years. And Greg said they had quite an impact on me. And they told me that they had a service at a church in Saugus. They said that a bus would be leaving that evening for Saugus and that they would provide transportation back. About 10 minutes later, as I was walking back to my house, I got witnessed by several others in the group who gave me the same powerful, confident, bold treatment. Back at the house, I reread the tract I'd been given and noticed that it was distributed by an organization called the Tony and Susan Alamo Christian Foundation. I felt the tract, which contained Tony's life story, was absurd. Oh my God, and I'm sure it was. I wish I could find one of those original pamphlets. I would love to read what Tony wrote about his
It was
life
just
story.
a word.
I can only imagine how
Maybe
grandiose
it's a
the
fan.
claims were.
Maybe
For
they
God
were
saved my
like,
soul, I was a
man,
real schmuck.
you know who
Don't
I
blame me.
love? It's
Sure, I
that
was
Chimera
multi-millionaire.
dude.
Hotshot Hollywood record producer.
Look,
promoted the Beatles.
if they're a part of
wanted me to be their manager.
I also
Yeah,
wouldn't
signed
have
for
a
Deuce,
tattoo
Led
of
Zeppelin's
Chimera
first three
on my
albums, and Jim Morrison
the
and Oasis.
word
Still
Chimera.
alive.
I'm
Well,
pretty
they're taking
sure
them
my roommate is just
Of course,
being a
I dated Janis
spaz.
Joplin.
That's fine.
My nickname was
I
Bobby
just
McGee, and the rumors are true.
having the
I taught
word
Jimi Hendrix how to
Chimera
solo on a guitar, but what does any
is
of that
even
matter?
more
You don't
ridiculous.
have your soul.
Hello,
I remember
Kevin.
one night I was sitting on the couch in the green room at the Hollywood Bowl with the guys from Pink Floyd after promoting one of their sold-out shows, surrounded by groupies, sitting in front of a mound of cocaine. Roger just asked me if I wanted to have a new Porsche that he didn't want to drive anymore, and I just thought, what am I doing with my life? Anyway, back to Greg. I was so down in the life I was leading that I thought to myself, gosh, what am I going to do tonight? It was a Friday night. I'd probably sit around and play some music with the guy I was staying with and end up getting drunk. Sounds fantastic. Wake up the next morning with no better prospects in sight. So I concluded, you've got nothing to lose. You even get a free dinner there. I didn't have much money at the time, so even that was pretty appealing. I was really turned off to churches up to that point in my life, and I hadn't attended church in a long time. I was curious to see what all these young kids were so fired up about. So I decided at 5 in the afternoon that I would go and check out the place. Well, on my way to the appointed place, I was really taken aback when this red, white, and blue bus pulled up. It had the word heaven written across the front and Tony and Susan Alamo Christian Foundation on the side. I got on board. It seemed funny at the time that no one really talked to me. Some people were reading, few were talking to each other. And that's one of the ways it would start. Someone doing some soul searching, right? Someone not happy in life, someone disillusioned hopping on a bus. The bus brought Greg to a prayer room that looked like a converted restaurant. Later, a service started. It was loud gospel rock. It spoke to the musician in Greg. He wondered if God had brought him to this compound to use his musical abilities for God. After a long sermon, an altar call was given by Tony to have any unsaved people, anyone not in the cult, come up to the front and recite the sinner's prayer. Dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose
I'm
from
going
the
to
dead.
save up this here to
Turn
get
from my
another
sins and invite you
tattoo.
to come into
Ah!
my heart and life. I want
I
to trust
mean,
and follow
you
you
do
as my Lord
seem
and Savior.
to like
Greg broke
your
down and
fluffy
cried when he
men.
recited this.
Yeah, that's
Got
why
it.
I was like, that's a new. That's
After the
new.
scripture, cult members give him the hard
That's a
sell.
no
They're
for
quoting
me.
scripture. They're telling him that God has called him to the compound to be
Take your
saved, be
knives
saved,
and
end time
get
coming.
out.
Fear, be afraid, God's wrath
It was like
close.
red
Greg is asked,
Bowser
"Want to stay and
horns
walk with God? You
chimera
wanna leave and turn your
across the
back on
chest
salvation?"
and just
Apparently there was no dead
I
action.
guess
Remembers cult
rugby
members
is the
telling him that if he
most
left, he might end
innocent
up on
I could
drugs.
figure.
Or
Oh man,
he could end up
they were
insane.
playing some
Or,
intense
this is their rules, not
rugby.
mine. Worst of all, he could end up a homosexual. If he doesn't stay
Free
in the compound,
range
devil's gonna start throwing
rugby.
dicks in his mouth.
That's what
Just one after another.
I might call it.
The older I get,
Just
more
for the
somebody I think is about
funsies.
sexual preferences like this. A relative of mine came out recently as polyamorous, and then another relative of mine called me up and was like, "Oh my God, you hear about so and so? They're polyamorous." And I thought it was like all juicy and gossipy, and they were so disappointed when my response was, "Yeah, I don't know, who gives a shit." Well, I used to give a shit about 25 years ago. What a waste of energy. And sometimes I would cite scripture, to back up my confused hate. Greg decided to move to the compound. He wanted just to drive down to Mission Viejo. They got him. They sold him. He wants to go down to Mission Viejo, just get his things, and then tell his parents that, that he's starting a new life. Cult members tell him this is a horrible idea. That's exactly what the devil wants, to have your parents talk you out of this. Cult, cult, cult. They quoted scripture about leaving your parents. You got to leave your parents. You got to accept that God is your only father. Cult, cult, cult. Greg agrees to let 3 cult members drive with him down to Santa Monica to grab his things there and then come right back. Those 3 cult members had to protect him from reasonable, logical, caring roommates talking him out of throwing his fucking life away. I mean, they had to protect him from the devil is what I was trying to say. The first few weeks he was there, Greg was watched 24 hours a day. He, like all new recruits, was referred to as a baby Christian. A week after he'd arrived, his parents showed up. His sister had told him where he was. Prior to them showing up, cult members told him day and night that his parents were going to be coming. That the devil was trying to use his parents to take him.
There may or may not have been tackling involved, or variants. May have been for the memes. Yes, it was all for the memes. You see, that's how they use everything. Data, creating memes. That's how society grows, changes. It's all for the memes.
Went on at the Alamo Foundation or Alamo Foundation.
Thank you, Monsoon.
God, stupid pronunciation. A circle of 4 or 5 brothers would form around him immediately, and they'd pound him with scripture, talking a lot about the devil, trying to trick him. Always the devil, the great adversary. Such a great way to unite a group, right? Keep them rooting against the same enemy. It works in war, and it works in religion. Whether the cause is just or not, it works. Greg was put to work in Bakersfield during the day, shortly after he got there. Farmed out by the foundation for manual labor, picking crops. He was bussed back to the compound at night after 12-hour days in the field. He was one of roughly 100 other members sleeping on the floor of a 4-room, uninsulated, unheated shack. Mice running around, nothing but a pillow and a sleeping bag. He was told his trials and tribulations are going to make him strong. He was also told his paychecks for his work in Bakersfield were always going to be signed over to the foundation. I mean, who needs that devil money? Anyway, come on. They're doing him a favor. He was told all his suffering was preparation for the horrible time of tribulation that was coming when Christ returned, which is going to be soon, very soon. It's always soon with these motherfuckers, isn't it? Right? They always talk to God. God's always angry. He's always coming back soon. And he's not fucking around. He comes back. You got to build that ticking clock in your cult. Works in film and television narratives, and it works in cults. Right? You got to raise the stakes. You got to be vigilant. You got to prepare. There isn't much time. If shit isn't going to hit the fan for years and years, well, then there's no urgency. There's no real pressure to be in the cult. You still got time to swing your dick around a little. Live it up. Greg said that the food at the Saugus compound was worse than the accommodation.
May have been for the maymays. Guys, have you ever thought about maymays?
Troubles. Why? Because their food is shit. They get their food from various LA grocery stores, from dumpsters, expired food that the stores couldn't sell, spoiled food with little to no nutritional value, and they don't get enough of it. And they don't get enough sleep. Right? They get 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night, constantly being woken up in the middle of the night, asked to pray for this, pray for that. Tired, hungry, scared, confused. Classic cult power moves. Cult, cult, cult. And then Greg got lucky. He got real lucky. After living at the compound for what seems to be around 6 months, his interview wasn't exactly clear on this, his parents show up to visit him again under the guise of just want to say goodbye. Right? That's what they told him. That's what they told the cult. Everybody calm down. We're just here to say goodbye. They show up calm. They seem sad. They don't seem angry. They don't seem like they want to talk him out of anything. They just want him to say goodbye, to them, and they want him to say goodbye to to his cousin sitting over in the car. So he walks over to say his goodbyes to his cousin, and that's when his cousin grabs him by the wrist. Boom! And then his dad pushes him into the car, and they fucking kidnap him. Yeah, love it. Morally justified kidnapping. His cousin and dad restrain him. They drive him to a man named Ted Patrick, a man known as the father of deprogramming. Despite a lack of formal education and professional training, Ted Patrick would end up being hired by hundreds of parents and family members to deprogram their loved ones. A high school dropout, Patrick based his techniques and practices on his own gut instincts and life experience. A documentary was actually made about Ted called Deprogrammed. Used to be on Netflix, used to be on Amazon, used to be on Vimeo, a lot of other places. Basically impossible to find now, and I don't know why. It's intriguing. Patrick used what he called a confrontational method with Greg. He says of his method, when you deprogram people, you force them to think.
I think about boobs, kittens, and killing demons.
When the mind gets to a certain point, they
not usually all three. Well,
they realize they're duped and they come out of it. Their mind starts to work again. Love me some Ted Patrick. Hail Ted Patrick. After several days of being, confronted by Patrick, why won't they let you sleep? Why do they take your paychecks? Does that seem like God's love? Why do they live in a mansion when you sleep with the mice? Greg wakes up from his program, snaps out of the spell that the Alamos had woven on him. One Susan had been perfecting for many years now. And he breaks down in tears. He hugs his mom, and his family gets their son back. And then he goes on to get married, have kids, live a normal life in Southern California, free from any cults. Sadly, so many others would not be so lucky. Tony and Susan were making a lot of money off those other followers, and Saga started in 1970. They had roughly 300 members living in the compound.
Cults are fucking horrifying.
Migrant work, or we're doing other random
There's
jobs
worse combos. Yeah, there's worse combos.
Former member Colt
There's
Terry
worse
Miller,
combos than boobs, kittens, and killing demons. I suppose it doesn't help if they get combined in the wrong way. Oh yeah.
Alamos twice a month. If those paychecks were all just $300, hypothetically, that would equal out to an income of about $1.5 million a year. Plus,
I like that a little bit better.
Everything they have to the Alamos when they join. Plus, the Alamos are monetizing the compound in other ways, selling goods made by those who don't work outside the compound. The Alamos done with their little street hustles now. They have built a cash cow. And to keep all this money, they created a nonprofit foundation so they don't have to pay taxes. And they skimp more and more on expenses when it comes to their faithful. Right? They're giving them terrible food, as we talked about. Very little supplies of any kind, like with clothes and stuff. Mothers are only given cloth diapers for their babies and not enough soap and water to keep them clean, like one pair. These diapers would often end up so dirty they'd be full of maggots, and then the moms would be blamed for the maggots. These moms emotionally abused, told that they were dirty, they were lazy. How dare you allow your babies to walk around in diapers full of maggots? Well, the mom didn't have time to clean these diapers. They were too busy doing chores on the Saga's compound, tending to gardens, fruit trees, cleaning, being put to work in various ways to make crafts and goods to sell to make the Alamos more and more money. And why do these people put up with all this treatment? Because they truly believed that Tony and Susan were God's prophets. They believed the Alamos and only the Alamos could save their souls. Colt, only I have the answers. Tony and Susan told followers that Susan could literally talk to God, that she literally heard his voice. Susan told followers that she was the handmaiden of God. She was Christ's body on earth. She presented herself as God on earth, and God's word was to always be followed. And she never even once broke character and said something like, "Get the fuck out of here. I don't know shit about God. Come on, gosh dang. Oh my heck. I'm a tomfooling this whole time. God can talk to me, if he's real and create all this beauty. Why the fuck would he have some piece of shit street hustler spreading his word? That don't make no sense." In the early days of the cult, Susan was unquestionably the leader, not Tony. He was the sidekick. I find this interesting, right? The trajectory of this cult's long life is unusual in this way. Tony is the cult leader who eventually becomes the most infamous person associated with the mess they would make. But without Susan, the first real cult leader, Tony would have just remained a street hustler. Susan, man, so good, the mastermind, so good at manipulation. Check out this little scam she ran. This is one of her favorites. For well over a decade, she pretended to have terminal cancer. Right? The only reason she wasn't dead was because God worked one of his miracles to heal her. During one sermon, she says, "I've had terminal cancer for 6 years now." You know who never verified that? A doctor. Any doctor. No doctors at all. Her daughter, Chris, says she made it all up. Made up having cancer. What a piece of shit. Claims like this have never made sense to me. Like, I don't understand why people buy these type of claims. Like, what a weird miracle. Let me get this straight. Right? Like, you've lived with terminal cancer for 6 years. Huh. Why couldn't an all-powerful God, I don't know, just cure it instead of making you go through that? Well, Susan had an answer for that. She said she was continually sick because God was punishing her for the sins of her congregation. She is sick so you can be well. She's doing this for you. Oh, man, now I get it. Makes sense. That seems like something a perfect, omnipotent, omnipresent God would do, right? Give you cancer because your followers who pretty much pray all day, every day, just still aren't praying hard enough. That's reasonable. Susan actually had these
demon killing kitten with boobs. That poor kitten. Demons with kittens for boobs.
Sorry, Susan. We're trying. We're doing the best we can. 1971, Susan's daughter, Chris, daughter of God's prophet, escapes from the compound. Weird that God's prophet's daughter would want to run away from her. She had 2 young kids. She was miserable living on the compound. She was hungry. She was tired. And Tony was now starting to beat the shit out of cult kids with what he called the Board of Education. More on that later, a lot more on that later. Chris was worried about her kids getting beat and also worried about her kids getting molested. Chris claimed, and I believe her claim based on everything I've learned about Tony, that back in 1966, when she and Tony and her mom had been in Las Vegas running one of Tony's last non-religious scams, getting a bunch of backer money apparently to try and promote this bullshit, supposed to be famous opera star. In their hotel room, she claims that Tony raped her. Never filed charges, but again, I do believe her. She was 16. She says she told her mom, and that her mom then told her that she was a whore, accused her of trying to take her man, and kicked her out of the house. God, if only she would have stayed away from Susan Alamo, prophet of God. So now, 5 years later, 1971, Chris is 21, has 2 young daughters. She finally feels strong enough to break free from her abusive mother. She's motivated by protecting her kids. She wants to get away from her fucking creep stepdad. She says to Susan, Mama, listen, I've done everything you've wanted, and you know that. I just want to go now. I'm going to take my kids, and I'm going to go. My hand to God, I will never say a word. If they subpoena me, indict me, I will never say a word, but I have to go. I love you, and you're my mother, but I just can't be in this any longer. And Chris claims Susan said back to her, don't be stupid. Don't make me kill you. You're my daughter, but there's too much fucking money and too much at stake here. You try and leave, I'll kill you. And then Chris says, she said to her mom, you know what? I'm not going to do that. You'll do a lot of shitty things, but you won't do that. And then Chris ran up to her room, she claims, where her kids were sleeping, woke them up, threw some stuff into a suitcase real quick, called a cab. The moment she hangs up, she says Foundation members, including her mom and Tony, come storming through her door, and they proceed to beat the shit out of her. Says they gave her 2 black eyes, busted her lip, broke her nose, ripped some of her hair out. The cab driver arrives, interrupts the beating, calls the police. Chris says she put a towel over her face to keep from scarring her young daughters with her injuries. Susan tells the police that her daughter is a psychotic drug addict. Her injuries are the result of her trying to restrain her, to save her. And the cops buy it. Susan was slick, real slick. Of course she was. She's God's handmaiden. The 2 cops receive another call. They leave. And then Chris loses consciousness. She says somebody cracked her in the back of the head with a telephone. When she comes to later on the floor, her kids are gone. Right? She's freaking out, obviously. She calls the police. The same 2 cops come back. Now there's blood running down the back of her head. She tells the cops, you walked out of here. They stole my kids. It's a cult. They took my kids. Police found one of her daughters hiding in a closet. Her daughter, her other daughter, the baby, was with the baby's father, also a cult member. So they couldn't take that daughter right away. The police take Chris and her older daughter to a police station and say, we need to take you to a hospital, but can we get some pictures taken of you first? Can you hold up? She agrees. And after she agrees, she says the station phone rings. It's a call for her. She picks it up, and it's one of the her mom's lawyers. She hears a voice say, Chris, don't say anything about who's on the phone. If you file anything, you will never see your daughter again. If you want your daughter, you need to leave there right now. Don't sign anything. Come back to the house and get her. So then Chris, with a police escort, drives back to the compound, gets her other daughter, leaves, does not press charges, and never sees her mom or Tony ever again. For the next several years, she says she moved constantly. She was living in fear, terribly afraid that her mom was going to find her and kill her. After Chris leaves, Susan and Tony tell everyone that the devil had taken her. She'd let the devil into her soul. She turned against God's prophet. She turned against the church. She'd been banished from the compound to keep everyone else's souls safe, right? Classic cult leader move. Well played, handmaiden. When someone leaves the cult, you never say, listen, things just wouldn't work out. They're great. Oh, Chris is great. I love her, but she just didn't want to be here anymore. And that's okay. That's her right. We should all live the life that, we want to live. No, fuck no. That opens up the door for others to leave. And pretty soon, the whole cult crumbles. Nah, they didn't want to leave. No, they wanted to destroy the cult. They joined the adversary. They wanted to steal your soul and condemn it to eternal flames, and being the strong leader that I am, being God's prophet, I cast out my only daughter.
The poor girl. What a horrible way to have to live. Yeah, no, it's fucking... Cults are bad. Any cult or any organization that acts like a cult, leave. The answer is leave.
Cult members were forbidden from saying anything about.
Do not try. You can't fix it. They don't want it to be fixed. They're bad people. Leave.
Well, you're risking banishment yourself, and banishment equals a one-way ticket.
And I don't. And obviously not the joking like, the cult of the curious. No. No money is being given. No, like, you have to listen to this, and you have to do all of this. No.
Yeah, 2 years later, these 2 dipshits get what they came to Hollywood for in the first place. Back when they openly didn't really.
That's obviously a joke on cults.
They get to be a couple of stars, kind of.
But like an actual fucking cult, if your health is being affected by an organization, if literally your very like livelihood and stuff like that are being bent to the will of somebody else, it's a fucking cult.
TV stations around the world brought in a lot of new members, a lot of donations, a lot of viewers sent the Alamos a lot of money. Cult leaders and their televangelists now.
I love these though right here. I love these. That looks so good.
Susan's wearing dresses she'd bought and had custom fitted on Rodeo Drive, while her Colt's babies are walking around in maggot-infested diapers.
I hope people understand that I'm going to use this brush for a while because it's fucking easy.
One of the same scams Susan ran years ago with her daughter Chris, but now they're scamming people around the world. Many of them at the same time. Now they got star power. Right now, now they have Hollywood production.
Thank you.
Show set. It does look good. Looks like some network variety show set. Really well lit, well shot. Great set deck. You know, good costuming. They did it right. They shoot this show from 1973 to 1979. They shoot it in Hollywood for the first 2 years, Nashville for a couple years, and then finally end up shooting it in Dyer, Arkansas. When we head back to Arkansas, we'll be there soon. Here's a little taste of this show. More sweet Tony Alamo crooning to come, followed by a little bit of Susan Alamo's beautiful preaching.
In this world so full of darkness, many people.
I'm supposed to be working today, but my child minder's sick. So Joe work for me today. Yes. My child menders are sick.
He's not a real
Child menders?
This crystal mountain shines the light.
There's Susan, waiting for her turn to talk. Look a little angry, actually. Let's wrap it up, Tony. Come on, Tony. Let's get to the ending. Come on, buddy. My show. I'm the handmaid.
Come with me. Up to this mountain. Where the crystal.
Dressed up beautifully. A solid backing band. It's set, you know, kind of like the Tonight Show or something might have. It's quality. All right, here comes Susan.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, he's a good egg.
Oh boy.
He's an egg. He's an egg. He's a good egg.
Perfectly timed. Susan, impeccably dressed, walks forward.
Thank you. And greetings again in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. And it is good to be with you again. And thank you so much for having us in your homes. And we know that so many of you truly are, because we do get so many cards and letters from you. And on this song that Tony just sang, Crystal Mountain, to each and every one of you who write to us this week, we want to send out this new song to you. It has just been recently recorded here in Nashville, Tennessee.
It's weird
Tony Alamo
they would give it away.
Crystal Mountain.
Oh, okay.
Now that address is, so many of you are saying, I'm having trouble getting the address. Now, while you get a pencil and paper, 13136 Sierra Highway, Saugus, California. Now, is that hard to remember?
She gets a little snappy with the audience.
136 Sierra Highway in Saugus, California. And remember, free
it's just all free.
And postpaid to you, to any of you who will just write this week and say, please send me Tony's new record, his new release, Crystal Mountain, and we'll be more than happy to send it right along to you.
Yeah, we don't want anything from you.
Because we do enjoy hearing from you. And we know that you are watching and that you are interested in the program. That we certainly know, because we do hear from enough of you.
Okay.
And now, Mary
We do
Jane
hear from enough of you.
For us, too busy,
I love
but before
the
Mary
way
sings
she
the
says
song,
that.
I want to have her come down and tell us, of course, what this program, I don't know how it gets called the Tony and Susan Alamo Show, because I don't think there's anything particularly a show about it. It is positively an evangelistic program.
And then she'll have these people come up and give their testimonies. And there's numerous people in these documentaries to talk about later that the way they look on this program is not at all how they look on the compound. They would clean them up, they would dress them up, they would walk them out, have a little song and dance, and then go back to like slave labor back at the compound. 12-hour days, dirty clothes, all that stuff. It's all business to them. In 1973, the U.S. Department of Labor and the IRS come knocking on the door of the Saugus compound to talk about their little bit.
Gotta stop her from drowning in all her own bullshit.
And not actually a church. And they were start thinking,
why does it sound like? Oh yeah.
Or, anything ever.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, she fucking does sound so nasally.
Of course, they start paying everyone, and they admit to the IRS, yeah, you know what? We're sorry. Of course,
she's so condescending. She is condescending, but that's what cult leaders are. They're mostly condescending.
And, they tell the agents, absolutely, we'll start paying our taxes right away. That's what God wants. No, they don't do that.
They're bad people.
They scoot back out to Arkansas. 1975, the Alamos tell their followers that they need to move to where the gospel is strong, to the Bible Belt. They return to Dyer, Arkansas, where Susan grew up. Susan tells her show's viewers, I was born and raised in the Bible Belt, the state of Arkansas. I was 9 years old when God came down from the heavens and touched my little body, racked with tuberculosis, dying, touched me and healed me. And I have not believer. Her daughter Chris said that her mom never had tuberculosis. Another lie. All lies. They leave some of their leadership in Saugus to keep things going at that compound. Can't abandon that cash cow, no sir. They hire a good lawyer, fend off the IRS and the Department of Labor for a while. They reincorporate. Then they, dissolve, then they reincorporate again, then they dissolve and reincorporate some more. They create the most confusing paper trail they can to slow down investigators. They moved to Arkansas because Susan is familiar with the area. It's also close to Texas and Oklahoma. Should the law give them problems, they can bounce quickly across state lines. Colt buys a whole bunch of land outside of Dyer near Alma, 243 acres, over 1 million square yards of land. And over the next several years, nearly 800 Alamo followers will move onto Tony and Susan's Arkansas compound, where they will build themselves a virtual town. Fucked up, but also impressive as hell. They end up basically running Dyer and Alma.
I had so many charity gatekeepers who talk just like her, absolutely disgusting up their own ass people. Got to get people to lose their value so you can pump them. Yeah, you gotta lose your value. You are connected to the cult. You have no personal autonomy. God will help you take care of everything.
13,064 square foot mansion, over 13,000 square feet, 6-car garage, huge heart-shaped pool out back, all for the glory of God. These charlatans. They can seat over 100 for dinner in their massive dining room. There was a recording studio in the basement, so Tony could work on his sweet, sweet-ass music. Too bad Tony was never able to collaborate with rival cult leader, an incredible musician, and vocalist Father Yod from the Source Code. What amazing duets they could have pulled off.
I'm just a British boy, falling in love with you.
I don't
know why. I haven't known you for very long, baby.
For very long.
If you should only say we're friends, I'll die. Little Yankee girl, I love you so. Ballin', baby. Little Yankee girl. Don't ask how I know. It's just a Yankee girl. I'm in love with you, baby. Follow my path.
How great of a track would that have been? What a hit. What a hot tracks hit. They opened a ton of businesses in the area. They established the main branch of the Music Square Church, is what they're calling themselves now. In Alma, at one time, Alamo owns 29 different businesses in Alma alone. Alamo Western Wear, Alamo Discount Grocery, the Alamo Restaurant, which will become pretty famous regionally, actually. They'll be opening churches in other cities soon, making real estate investments in various states across America, opening stores in other cities like Nashville. David Kimbrough, an IRS agent who will be brought in to investigate the Alamos because they were hiding numerous for-profit businesses behind their church's nonprofit tax status, says that by 1975, they were making well over $1 million a year in profit, and then much more than that going forward. David says that in order to make that money, cult members were working 12-hour days, 5, 6, 7 days a week. Jack Mosley, who was the editor for nearby Fort Smith, Arkansas' Southwest Times Record, remembers when the Dyers moved in the area. He said they were always extremely well-dressed. They drove nice new Cadillacs, had a little fleet of them. In a documentary I watched, Jack holds up a photo of Susan wearing a very expensive-looking fur coat, huge diamond ring, standing in front of a new pink Cadillac. Looks like it's been customized quite a bit. Cadillac parked in front of her mansion. When Jack asked her about her seemingly decadent lifestyle, Jack remembers Susan telling him that she was one of God's children, and that God wants his children to go first class.
Hello, Sunny Prism.
Why are your followers suffering? At Georgia Ridge, the Alamos control cult members' lives more than ever. I think I already mentioned this place is called Georgia Ridge, right? We're not in Georgia. We're still in Arkansas. It's just called Georgia Ridge. Members not allowed to be alone. They were kept busy. Mandatory Bible studies all the time, daily sermons, rigorous work schedules, messed up sleep schedules. You had no time to sit and think and reflect. No time for your thoughts. The Alamos constantly preaching fire and brimstone. If you don't repent, you'll perish. If you don't ask or do what is asked of you, your soul is in peril. You're going to burn in hell. The cult really starts to grow and grow in Arkansas. Due to no birth control being available at the foundation, lots of kids are born, kids raised in this kind of indoctrination from birth. Kids that are calling Tony Papa Tony. Cult member Rebecca Gay was one of 24 kids born on the compound in just 1 year. The Alamos are really controlling these kids, right? These are the first cult members. They'd had lives before the cult, but now kids are growing up in the cult, kids who don't know any other kind of life. Growing up on the compound, Tony and Susan decide what the kids study, what they eat, when they go to bed, what they wear, what they do when they do it. Rebecca said that Tony and Susan were, quote, their gods. One of these kids was Benji Risha. Benji actually was not born in the cult. He was the very rare kid, the only one that I know of adopted by the Alamos shortly before they moved to Arkansas. Adopted as a baby, so he might as well have been born on the compound. Benji grew up being told that Susan was his real mom, that his birth mom was burning in hell for not taking care of him. That's fun. In the documentary Ministry of Evil, The Twisted Cult of Tony Alamo, Benji speaks of what he and others call the Spec House in the Georgia Ridge compound. In this house, reports are dealt with. Remember those beatings I mentioned earlier? The one Susan's daughter, Chris, was afraid that her kids would receive? Get into these now. Tony and Susan had a reporting system. When someone thought that you did something wrong, they would write up a report. And that report would be filed, and it would be collected and taken to Tony and Susan. They had little official cards made up for this and everything, little places to drop them off. Members would carry these cards around at all times, or at least have them, nearby. Check out this list of complaints former members wrote up reports for. Using a microwave on the Sabbath. Talking to someone they weren't supposed to. You'd write that down in a report. Fucking Bob. Talking to someone he's not supposed to. Spilled something in the kitchen. Oh, clumsy Sheila. She's ruining God's plan. Doing laundry on the Sabbath. Spoke contrary to the Bible. Called Tony a liar. Emailed his father. Flicked Susan's clit from east to west as opposed to vice versa. Questioned Susan's authority. Giving someone a neck rub. Laughing in the prayer room. Okay, maybe I made up the one about the clit flick. I wish that one was true. God's handmaiden told you exactly how to flick her clit. East to west. East to west. But the rest were real. Children reported parents. Parents reported their kids. Husbands reported wives. People reported themselves. People would report themselves because they didn't want to go to hell. They were afraid someone else would see them, find out that they hadn't told themselves. It was like some Gestapo shit, like Stalinist Russia, where neighbors reported neighbors before they thought those neighbors would report them for not being communist enough. Punishments for these infractions varied. There was a special building on the compound, a punishment building, where you might have to sleep on the floor for a while, kind of like being put in timeout. You could also be sent to work and live on the pig farm on the compound. Apparently, work there and lodgings really sucked. Ultimate punishment was banishment, right? Exile from the cult. Debbie Shriver, author of a book published in 2018 called Whispering in the Daylight, The Children of Tony Alamo Christian Ministries and Their Journey to Freedom.
I definitely think I'm going to hell listening to this.
Says that banishment was worse than death.
Why would you go to hell for listening to this?
These people mostly, again, staying on the compound out of fear. They're convinced that if they're not in Susan Alamo's good graces, they're going to burn in hell.
Why would you go to hell for listening to this?
Down in the Spec House was the Board of Education.
I highly doubt it.
Several grown men would hold a kid
Why
down.
would you go to hell for listening to a Go Chimera stream?
Reminds me of a cricket bat. It's hefty. It's sizable. And Tony would tell them to, quote, chop wood. The men were told, if you don't spank them hard enough, we'll have someone spank you. And they would. Grown-ups.
A Go Chimera stream that obviously tells you that you're amazing and stupendous.
They didn't want to go to hell.
And you work hard, and you deserve everything good that comes to you.
If Susan's telling him, well then, God must have told Tony or Susan.
Because most of the things here saying are sins I've done.
A couple years further along in this timeline, I'm going to share a particularly gruesome example of a beating with the Board of Education. Let's
Pitbull, would
pause
you go
on
to
the
hell for
meetings
me?
talking about the Alamos
Nightbot?
businesses again.
Nay,
The
yay.
Alamos, they're killing it in Arkansas.
Nah,
Driving those
yeah.
new custom Cadillacs, living in a big mansion.
Oh yeah,
Former member
what
Rebecca
what
remembers
you've
the Alamos
done?
preaching about they were all supposed to live like that. You know, it was going to be
Sins.
the Cadillac ministry. They would all soon have mansions and Cadillacs, but you gotta get your shit together. You gotta pray hard. You gotta stop sinning so much.
Hey guys, stop sending so much so I can have a Cadillac.
It's not pronounced anywhere. Peter Georgia Des is how it's spelled. An attorney who would later work with many cult members and represent them in civil suits against the Alamos says this was all part of the theater. Dangle that carrot to keep the faithful in line. Right, to sell their cult members on how cool it was to be part of their cult. The Alamos also start bringing in big-name musicians to sing at their Alamo restaurant, where they had a small, intimate performance space. People like Hank Williams Jr., Roy Orbison, Tammy Wynette, Dolly fucking Parton. Oh, man, Tony must have loved all of this. He clearly did. There's actually pictures of him with these musicians, big-ass shit-eating grin across his face. How did he get Dolly Parton, who was huge in the late 70s, to sing at a restaurant in Alma, Arkansas? I'm guessing he paid her a shit ton of money for a private gig. Oh man, I wish I could know what Dolly Parton thought about him. Can you believe this Alamo clown could have managed the Beatles? My sweet southern ass. Kiss my grits. Damn fool handed me his record. Marcus Abad. Big coal man. The man couldn't tell a lump of coal from a lump of dog shit. Throw it in the trash, Larry. Let's get the hell out of here. If you're wondering who Larry is Dolly's fake road manager. I made it for that reference. I love Larry. I've always loved Larry. He was a great fake manager with 3 fake kids from 3 different fake women. He had a fake drinking problem. He was fake troubled, but he had a fake heart of fake gold. He'd give you the fake shirt off his fake back. You get it. Jimmy Wistman from Crime and Sports Small Town Murder would have probably joined this cult just to have been at Dolly Parton's show at this restaurant. You know how much that dude loves
Don't forget to pre-order your lake condo. Yeah, you gotta the Go Chimera experience. You guys are paying for the Go Chimera experience right here.
Jimmy would have probably killed him after meeting Dolly. You know,
just
really
give me all your worldly possessions. I'll take them off your hand. You're obviously going to do horrible sins with them. Just give it all to me, and then live on my compound
look up images
with 200 other people that you barely know. And just know that the end times are coming. That is for sure what's going to happen. The end times are going to fucking happen.
In court for years. The department's lawsuit alleges that the Alamos should have been paying as much as $19 million in wages since their cult began. Addressing this in an interview, Tony says, the disciples of Lord Jesus Christ never felt that they needed a paycheck. What Tony doesn't mention here is that Jesus
don't forget to save
based off of their
take my money, go.
He didn't take them. For the next few years,
Jesus
go very well
take the wheel.
Lots of money. Their cult members keep having kids. Their business ventures thrive. Saugus compound, the Georgia Ridge compound, everything else is allowing them to hire talented lawyers to keep the IRS, keep the Department of Labor at bay. In 1980, locals are really wondering what the fuck's going on with the Alamos. What are those weirdos doing out there, right? On their compound. Why do they own so many
Just remember, when Jesus takes that wheel, will he drive into oncoming traffic? That's the question. Will he try to save you or save the rest of humanity?
Food, smiling.
Just being like, no, I think we're done here.
We're normal. Yeah, we're normal. Happy people. Former member Jessica Cooper, who was born on the compound, remembers the creation of this book.
I ain't paid you shit. I got $3.50.
New beddings, all of that went away after the photos were taken.
Well, we're gonna have to get you into making some wallets.
Tony Alamo finishes another book in 1980, a book called The Messiah,
making a lot of donations. Get other cult members. New cult members mean more money. So we get more money.
Wrong way. Drama ever presented to the mind of man. A drama written in prophecy in the Old Testament. And in
Jesus just saying, fuck this.
The narrative of Jesus the Christ. It's kind of a weird way to phrase it.
A fucking 18-wheeler. Oh shit!
It is this. That only one man in the history of the world has had explicit details given beforehand of his birth, his life, his death.
They find out you're still alive and you're just in your seat holding the wheel.
No one challenges or can challenge the fact that these documents were widely circulated long before his birth. Anyone and everyone can compare for himself the actual records of his life with these old documents and see that they match one another perfectly. The challenge of this indisputable miracle is that it happened concerning only one man in the whole history of the world. Also, did you know that I'm a close personal friend of Dolly Parton's? She made a pass at me, but I denied her. I'm married to God's handmaid. I didn't let the offer to manage the Beatles and the Stones get in the way of my serving God, and I won't let Dolly's sweet titties pull me from the path. That part's not in the book. Too bad. Would have made a better read. 1981, not a good year for Tony and Susan. Not a good year. After lying her ass off about this for years, Susan actually does get cancer. How fucking fitting. Local newspaper editor Jack Mosley knew the surgeon who operated on Susan, did a little exploratory surgery, and when the surgeon opened her up after a quick examination, sewed her back up, she was riddled with cancer, inoperable and terminal. So weird that God would do that to his handmaiden. Can you imagine what Susan must have thought? She had been testifying about God keeping her terminal cancer at bay, cancer that she didn't have for years. Now she fucking has it. Bad. Been telling followers for years that if they pray hard enough, God will heal them. A message I don't think her con artist ass ever believed, and now she knows she's going to die. Ain't that a motherfucker?
Yeah.
As she grows more and more ill, Tony starts to freak out. He's terrified that the cult's going to disband when she dies. Right? They're following her a lot more than him. All his power is connected to her. She's the one God's speaking to. In the Ministry of Evil documentary, there's footage of Susan from Christmas in 1981, and she looks real rough as she stands in her mansion by the window, and followers on the other side of the window pray for her. God does not answer their prayers, I don't think, unless they were praying to have her killed, which is possible. Then he did. April 8th, 1982, Susan dies at the age of 56.
Ain't that a bitch?
According to a former
for years lying about that.
Susan grabbed Tony, pulled him in close, and said, "You're going to destroy this place. Let these people go. Don't continue this. It's wrong." Sure, why not say that in your final days, final moments, when you're not going to be around to enjoy the riches anymore? I don't think she said this because she had some change of heart and became a good person at the end. She probably just didn't want Tony to enjoy what she wanted, what she'd built after she was gone. Tony, of course, does not let his people go. He goes off the rails a bit, appears to go a bit nuts, or maybe he was...
Isn't that crazy? No way. You don't understand. God has been keeping cancer off me for years. Immediately gets cancer. Man, cancer culture strikes again. Cancer culture strikes again. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. It's
like
so dumb, but I love it.
Serve him well. He decides not to bury Susan. Tells his followers that following her death, he was, quote, and this is in a sermon, he says, "I was swimming in despair, drowning in sorrow. Had to seek the Lord to find out what to do, and the Lord told me to raise the dead." And a campaign to resurrect Susan began. Puts her casket in the spec house, leaves it open. Tells everyone that it's their job to raise God's handmaiden back up from the dead. I'm not making this up. Holy shit. He turns his house into a prayer chapel. Members make prayer.
I gotta 2-hour shifts for tell Susan, you guys.
Come back. Goes on around the clock 24/7. Even kids.
My mom had cancer.
And the way it's written is kind of weird, but
my mom
house was attached to his
had
house,
cancer.
It's in his house.
Had a had
and they
some bad cancer
they stare at
when I was younger.
For like many hours at a time.
They said her tumor was as big as a bread basket. That's what they said.
I do want to hang around. It's my body. I think I want to be taxidermy.
And she
I want to be stuffed.
Survived.
I want to be stuffed in I put a lot of thought into
She survived.
I want to be stuffed in a standing position. And I want my joints.
What? How did she survive?
So you can, like, I'm an action.
She survived because she went to the doctor. And she got checked out. And she let modern medicine and the people around her take care of her. She trusted other people to help her in her time of need.
Maybe sometimes you put me in a little banana hammock. I put some suntan oil in my hand. Dead Dan's body's ready for the beach. Oil me the fuck up.
See, even you're fine. Go just because of that.
Put him in a corner.
Punishment.
Always watching. But seriously, though, how creepy is this resurrection campaign? And it goes on for over a year. Shortly after Susan dies, Tony tells his followers that she's talking to him from heaven. That's fun. God talks to Susan. Now Susan talks to Tony. So now he's kind of God's handmaid. He's Susan's handmaiden, who is still God's handmaiden. He's the handmaiden's handmaiden. It's a little convoluted, but it works. His followers are so brainwashed at this point they'll believe anything. So now Tony is the new Susan. Until, Susan comes back from the dead, of course. Tony has to deal with more than Susan's death in 1982. He also has to deal with the government as well. 3 weeks after she dies, the U.S. Department of Labor's lawsuit regarding the Alamo Foundation not paying its employees finally goes to trial. Tony tells his followers he's now fighting the one world government. He says they're taking him to court because he was, quote, exposing the evils of the world. Followers believe that they're fighting against the beast. They're told to keep praying because the government's going to try and take away everything. Cult. Experts on cults say leaders do this all the time, right? One of the most common tactics cult leaders use is to keep the cult together. Again, is the adversary, the presence of an outside threat, to create that us versus them mentality, create a boogeyman.
Yeah.
After him is an attack on freedom of
That's a pretty heckin' big tumor. It was.
The U.S. District Court rules that the Alamo
It was. By the way, give me a name. I did it.
Tony, of course.
Gotta give me a booster schedule. Holy shit.
1983 kicks off with a still not buried Susan.
I now have 78 points. Lol.
Rotting off her body. Cult members, including kids.
All right.
Still have to stand around her casket.
So you are the first.
Not fucked up at all.
You are the first, Steven.
All part of God's plan. In August,
you are the first.
TV news report in April of
1983, and hopefully not the last.
After her death, right? Still not been buried, and they say that the members of her cult still praying for resurrection. Then Tony blames his followers for not bringing her to life. He tells them they just didn't pray hard enough.
I don't know if there's any fanfare that I have. Let's see if I got it.
Look at her. Look at her. She's decomposing.
Let's see fanfare. Let's see. Will this give us what we want? Seems like some good fanfare right there. Thank you very much, Randy Dune. Thank you so much. You now have enough points.
So I could gross, you guys. And he pulls the plug on the prayer chain, has a mausoleum built, tells people that she's still coming back, but later. Now people are used to Tony being in charge. This little resurrection attempt stunt, provides a little nice transition of power for him. Is that why he did it? I don't know, maybe. Opinions different on how smart this dude was. Also, in 1983, while he fights the Department of Labor,
she has done it. So that means that
the Alamo Foundation.
She can go on my Discord.
New World Order.
Send me privately what you want.
The handmaiden thing of God.
What you want named. We will talk about it. Even
bought gold coins, gold bars.
What is it?
Various expensive antiques, heart-shaped swimming
pool, refund.
Big 6-car garage, custom everything in the
what
mansion.
A pervert, JK. What a pervert.
Tony himself.
I mean, if you want to talk about it in full right here, we can. I do not mind.
And they don't pay.
If you want to be open about what you want named,
the spankings ramp up.
You don't want it to be a secret.
It's a lot more use.
Go ahead.
Former members say will say years.
Tell me what you want named. We can hash it out, talk it out.
Died. Tony becomes much crueler, becomes sadistic.
We can figure out what you want
over the next couple years. 1984, now 49-year-old Tony scares the shit out of his cult. He threatens to abandon them, tells his followers that God has told him to leave his people. He takes off to L.A. and starts dating a fashion designer, 42-year-old Brigitte Gillenhammer. Tony meets her at a boutique she owned in Hollywood, asks her out on a date. He wines and dines her, shows her his diamonds. Probably does not bring up how he just stopped trying to resurrect.
You don't care what gets named. All right.
And what do you do?
What
Oh, you want to be a world-renowned fashion designer?
What's the name?
Me. In a perfect world, I'd like to get back into music. I haven't had the time. I've been pretty preoccupied this
What's
last year
what's the
trying to get
name?
my wife. So time consuming and they're
Well,
so
what you
lazy.
feeling?
They don't even do it. I hate having a shitty cult. Just let her rot in the living room. Anyway, you gonna order dessert? I was thinking about going for a lava cake. Tony wooed Brigitte quickly. They get married. Brings his new wife back out to Arkansas for spending a little time at the Saugus compound. Brigitte, recently interviewed, thinks Tony was attracted to her because she looked a lot like Susan. Cult expert Debbie Shriver thinks Tony married Brigitte because he considered introducing her to his followers as resurrected Susan. God, I wish he would have done that. Look who's back! I wish he would have done that because she looks kind of like Susan, but not that much like Susan. I don't think anybody would have actually.
The name's Caleb.
I know what you may be thinking. Why does Susan look a little different?
All right.
Why does she insist on being called?
Any
Brigitte?
specifics about the name? What's the significance it has?
Listen,
if I may be so
Lord
bold.
works in mysterious ways, and being
If I may be so bold, what's
when
the
Jesus died, he was a 6-foot-tall Middle Eastern man.
significance of
When he came
Caleb?
back, he was a 5'2" Asian woman. You didn't know that, did you, Smutty Pants? Brigitte was a terrible choice. One former member thinks they only got married for the sex. She didn't want to be new Susan. She didn't even want to go to church. She wasn't even Christian. Brigitte herself later said, the only way I could handle him was to have sex 3 times a day. Brigitte said that if, hey, Luciphine, I guess.
Hello,
Brigitte
heathen.
said if they
Hello,
didn't have sex 3
Mass.
times a day, if they only had sex once or twice.
Just
Tony would
dropping
leave the
in
room,
real quick. I
quote,
hope
talk
you're
to
having
the
a
Lord,
lovely day,
then come
Cody.
back and feed her.
Have a lovely rest of the
Weird.
stream.
Oh,
Have an
God,
amazing
that's-
one, Mass.
Just going to some other room. God, what do I do? You gotta fucking feed her. You gotta fucking feed her, Tony. Tony is so crazy. Brigitte brings a weird twist to the story that I love so much. It's so random and weird. With Brigitte's fashion connection, Tony opens a new business that will be his most profitable yet, Bedazzled Jackets. I shit you not. She designs these blue jean airbrush denim jackets bedazzled with sequins and rhinestones. They are something to behold. They're marketed under the brand Alamo Designs. Even the buttons say Alamo on them. They built a big factory on the Georgia Ridge compound.
You can use it however you want.
Sweatshop.
I
This is when the cult kids start working
know
for
I can.
for-profit
I know I
animal
can use
business
it
along with
however
business
I
for the first
want.
time.
I'm just asking
We bust down to the
a
compound
question
road,
of
factory to
like,
work on Tony's
what's the
jackets.
significance of the name?
These jackets were rhinestoned
I
by
am
hand
totally
by
fine
adults
with
and
using
children
it
alike,
however I
airbrushed
want.
by
I'll
hand.
probably use it
The
however
whole
I
assembly
want,
line
most
set up.
definitely.
These jackets were big business.
But I just was
high-end, made in
asking
America
because I'm
jackets. Sold in
curious.
stores across the
Goat
country.
just
They hit
curious.
$1 million in sales in just the first few months. They made custom designs for numerous celebrities.
It's a variant of
Dolly
my
Parton,
son's name.
Brooke Shields,
Gotcha.
Sonny
All
Bono,
right.
Mr. T,
All right.
Don King,
Let's
Mike
open up
Tyson,
the map.
Michael Jackson. You can actually find pictures online of all these
Where
people
is the map?
wearing these dumb jackets and more.
Where are you,
even
map?
some leather
Where are you, map?
bedazzled bad boys.
I'm the map.
Actually,
I'm the map.
the
I'm the
jacket
map.
Michael
I'm the
Jackson
map.
wears
I'm the
on
map.
the cover
I'm
of
the
the
map.
Bad
I'm
album
the map.
is a
The
customized
woo. I
Tony
had a
Alamo
feeling
jacket. They
that's
opened up an Alamo fashion
adorable.
boutique in
Yes,
Nashville on
yes.
Broadway Street.
Very
How did the
adorable.
Department of Labor and IRS not shut them down for all
Totes
this? Well, cult members including
my
kids have been
goats.
thoroughly brainwashed to always lie to the government.
Totes my
Government, part of the devil,
goats.
part of the beast.
Super
God wanted you to lie to
adorbs.
them.
All right.
How weird is the story, by the way? Not expect bedazzled jackets to be in the story when I first heard of Tony Alamo. And it gets weirder, or creepier, maybe is a better word. April of 1985, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the verdict in the Labor Department case against the Alamo Foundation, and now Tony is legally required to pay his workers, and he owes almost $20 million in wages. He'll hold up the payments in court again, though.
So maybe this town right here,
Foundation or the Alamo
this
Foundation,
this civilization right here, maybe call
and
it
Tony now owes the
Caleb.
IRS an additional $7.9 million.
could call
So he's gotta
the
gotta sell a lot of jackets now.
the
Make that money.
kingdom of
Brigitte
this
says that Tony really starts
Caleb.
turning to the devil in 1985.
Or
Says, he
I
tries
could
to strangle her
call
many
over
times,
here
told her that
Caleb.
if she left him, she'd get nothing because nothing was in his name. Told her that if she left him, the Lord would kill her. You know, because he knows what the Lord thinks. He's God's handmaiden's handmaiden. Also around this time, Tony gets really into some Old Testament
We
passages
could
about God
make
wanting to
a
have several
small
wives.
little
Oh.
water town over here
Brigitte
named
says he
Caleb.
started eyeing
I
some young
could.
girls on the
but
compound. In the
I
late
already
shows
have a
night.
name for
He's
this.
really escalating his cult tactics. Late 1985, after less than 2 years of marriage,
This is
Brigitte files for divorce
this
and leaves.
Felix.
She claims that after she leaves, he had me
This
followed
would
for
be
years.
the
It was
compound
crazy.
of
In
and this
1986,
would
Tony gets even
be
crazier.
the
After Brigitte leaves him,
wall of.
he becomes especially unhinged.
I
He's
could
lost
call
2
it the
cases
wall of
against the
Caleb.
government. He doesn't know how he's going to pay them the money.
Easy.
Former member Carrie Miller says that Tony told him in 1986 that he could pull out a switchblade slice a member's throat, have them bleed out on the ground in front of multiple witnesses, not get in a damn bit of trouble, because his followers were okay with anything he did because he
What do
was
you
the
think?
prophet of God.
What do you think?
Cool, Tony. Okay, nice, cool story, bro. Good to know.
This wall
1986, Tony sends Carrie to Miami.
or
He wanted to buy some
this
real estate, take
settlement
advantage
right
of the boom
here?
that was going on
This
there.
water settlement
Sure, he
right
didn't owe a lot
here.
of
Which
money, but
one
he
you
also knows how to
thinking?
move his money around, hide it, reinvest
The
it.
wall of
While in
Caleb
Florida, Carrie
or
meets a
the
5-year-old boy named
settlement of
Justin
Caleb?
while fixing up a building he's bought for Tony.
What do you think?
Justin's single mom is on drugs. She's mentally ill. She can't
It's
take care
either
of
the
Justin.
wall
Justin
or
pretty
the
much living on the
settlement. I
street. She lets
like
Justin
either
travel with
one.
Carrie
I
back to
cannot
Arkansas,
decide.
Test out.
Can't
test out
decide.
Tony's
Because the
lay of
wall of
land.
Caleb,
Doesn't really know it's a
you
cult,
know,
but let's agree.
it has the other name of being
His mom dies, and Carrie and his wife, Carol, end up adopting Justin. Justin's so
hello,
happy
how's it
at
going?
first.
Oh, it's going well.
No longer
It's
roaming the
going well,
streets.
steady.
Wonder where his
I'm
next
just
meal's gonna
trying
come
to.
from. More on Justin in a
Keevan
bit.
finally
Keevan will
got the
soon
name
meet the Board of
to
Education.
name something, and
And be
she's
pretty
like,
savage
just
with
put
you.
my
1987,
son's name in the
Carrie married his
comic, and
brother
I'm
Bob,
like,
start the Alamo
well,
Trucking Company,
I've
another
got two
for-profit
choices
business.
here.
He says they're making money hand over
Got
fist.
two
Also
choices,
says
and I
that for the
can't
first time in 1987, he
decide.
finds out about the Board of Education. Apparently, this was
Water
hidden from a lot of cult members.
settlement.
Didn't realize they've been going on for years.
The
And once he knew, he says
the Hamlet would be called Caleb or the wall and its small settlement connected to it would be called
she
Caleb,
refuses to leave. She's too brainwashed, too scared. Carrie's brother Bob,
which is
also wants to
neither
leave.
is bad.
Bob can't convince
One
his wife
is going to
either,
be
so
much
Bob and
further
Carrie
in the
decide to
comic.
flee and leave their families.
One
Get
is
out, figure out how to
way
come back to their
sooner.
kids later. They sneak out of the compound in the middle of the night.
The
They're
wall
spotted
of
by
Caleb.
security guards who open fire
You
on
got
them
it.
as they run.
You got it, little
Carrie
man.
thinks they were shooting to kill. They didn't hit him. They made it out. And he said there was no going back. to the
Damn you.
compound, at least not to be taken in by the cold.
What do
after
you
that.
think?
They won't go
Damn
back.
you,
In early
boy.
1988, shortly after Carrie and
Shakes
Bob flee,
fist.
Carrie's wife Carol tells their adopted son
Boy.
Justin that Carrie and his uncle Bob are now dead in Christ, and they're going to burn in hell for what they've done. Well, a few weeks later, Carrie sneaks back onto the compound to rescue Justin. It doesn't work. His wife Carol wakes up, and she immediately screams at the top of her lungs, "Guards!" And Carrie has to bolt back out of the house, sprint back out of the compound, away from shooting guards once again. Crazy shit. Now, to keep Carrie from reaching Carol and Justin again, Tony relocates them to the Saugus compound back in California. Justin, 10 years old in 1988, remembers missing his dad, Carrie, after heading back to California and then getting in a lot of trouble for missing his father because his dad was now of the devil.
Hello,
Don't speak well of your
mess.
father, he's the devil. Missing your dad means you miss the devil, which means you're of the devil. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Makes sense. Missing your dad means you worship Satan. Totally. When you worship Satan, well, you got to be punished. You got to get the devil beat out of you. Tony, while not at the Saugus compound at the time, orders a public beating of Justin over the speakerphone, or over speakerphone, and he supervises his beating via speakerphone. Other compound children, parents are gathered around to witness this spectacle. Tony tells them all, "This will happen to you if you think of ever doing anything like this as well." Then he tells Justin, "The Lord tells me that you deserve 150 swats. 150. Justin's mom, Carol, one of the parents witnessing this. A couple big dudes grab Justin, bend him over the arm of the couch, and then they go to work with the Board of Education. They take home run swings. Tony tells them to hit him with everything they've got. And again, Justin's 10 years old, less than halfway through the beating. The first guy, he gives the board to a second guy because his arm's tired. He'd wore himself out beating the fuck out of a little kid. Justin was hit so hard, blood is splattering off of his ass, getting on other kids and parents watching this beating. And he wasn't even bare-assed. He bled through his pants to get the paddle bloody. At one point, Justin tells his mom, who's watching, that it wasn't fair. He's begging her for it to stop. She says, "Shut up, you deserve it." Mom of the year. So many awesome people in this cult. Justin keeps getting hit. Eventually, the second guy gets tired. Third guy takes over. 10-year-old boy hit with a thick piece of wood in the ass 150 times. Has to lay on his stomach for over a week afterwards. Has to sit on pillows for several weeks. Has to have gauze reapplied to his ass several times because it keeps bleeding. Other kids say Justin was never the same after that. Yeah, I fucking bet. He could barely talk about it on a documentary interview 30 years after it happened. 3 months after leaving the Arkansas compound, Carrie and his brother Bob receive word that their sons have been taken across state lines and are now back in the Saugus compound. Since taking their kids out of the state was illegal, they're able to obtain a court order to recover them. With a sheriff's escort,
been getting ready for a move and also been worrying about COVID past few days. Understandable. He's now going about saying, "I'm a wall."
and police raid the
Hey,
Saugus
you know
compound.
what?
They bring
It's your-
social workers, they
hey,
check on all the remaining kids in Saugus
Your
for abuse, they
your
interview
mom got
kids,
you
have
in a
them undergo
comic
medical
book.
examinations, look for broken bones. August of 1988,
Was
Tony and
exposed to
5 others are
COVID
charged with
positive
child abuse
person
for
on
ordering
Christmas
and beating
Eve.
Justin.
Just few more
Rather than
days
face
left
this
of
charge, Tony
that
goes
danger
on the run.
period left. Oh,
Bob and
okay.
Carrie Miller now wage a civil suit
I believe
against
in
Tony
you,
Alamo
Steady.
and his foundation. They hire attorney Peter
I
Georgia,
believe in you.
crazy name, to represent them. Tony is now running his cult from over the phone, through the mail. Records how he wants the church to be running audio tapes, sends these tapes through the mail to upper management, recording 2-3-hour sermons each week. On one of Tony's tapes, he says, "The Lord says that people are lukewarm, are going to get spit out of his mouth, and then you are going to hell." He says, "I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I just do what the Bible tells me. Reveal where all the wickedness is coming from in this world. The people have a chance for their souls to be saved. A lot of people in the United States of America would like me to shut my mouth. And the Lord has called us to do a work of the Lord with him and us doing it, not for him to serve you. You're supposed to be serving the Lord, okay? So let's get that straight now. The Lord has done a mighty work in me. As long as I live, he still will. And if a person is a betrayer and they're saying they're going to betray me or anybody else for that matter in my church, I'm going to put them out." When Tony's on the run, things get worse for his followers in Arkansas and California. Beatings ordered by Tony become more frequent, become more random. Also, compound families start getting broken up. Half of one family has to go live with another, gets shuffled around, keeps shuffling them around, keeps everyone scared and confused. Tells his followers that the government, law enforcement, social workers, etc., all part of the beast, soldiers in an evil army. They want to kill them. They want to take their souls. In one taped sermon, Tony mentions that he told teenager Rebecca Gay, another follower who'd been born in the cult, to do something, and she has the audacity to not remember him telling her that. How dare she not remember one thing one time? Word gets back to Tony. Rebecca gets called into a compound office where Tony's on speakerphone again. This isn't going to be good. Tony tells her that he's heard that she called him a liar. And the Bible says liars must be punished. He says, the Bible says, if you smite the simple, the wise will be made aware. God's telling me you need to be smitten. Then he tells 4 people in the office they need to come forward and smite Rebecca. I don't trust the person who says smite a lot. Rebecca's 13 at this time, and he directs these adults to smite Rebecca as hard as they can. At one time, each of the adults slaps Rebecca across the fucking face, one at a time, you know. Each
He's
slap her
very
across the
happy
face.
boy now.
She says they didn't hold
He's a
back.
happy boy.
She remembers hearing something pop in her ear. Turns out it was her eardrum bursting.
Ah,
She tells
good,
Tony
good,
she's sorry.
Steady.
And Tony says
Good,
that God
Steady.
just told him she didn't get hit
We
hard
need
enough.
strong, good people in
Tells
this
you those
world. I
friends,
hope he's
want
got a
you to hit her
bright
again,
future.
and this time,
That's
give her
very sweet,
everything
Board.
you've got.
Yes.
And they do.
I hope he has a bright
And
future.
Rebecca suffers
You're in a
permanent hearing
comic,
loss in
my
her left ear.
boy.
And still not done.
You're
Tony
in
tells
a
her that she's gonna
comic.
go to hell.
You're
After
a
being beaten, she is kicked
wall.
out of the compound. She's
A
13
wall
and he
I
banishes her. Her parents are cool with this.
probably was going to not name.
At this point, fuck these people.
I was gonna name it something. It's a something. It's gonna be something in the comic. Don't you worry. I wanted it something in the comic that you'll probably see.
She was 19. She chooses to leave. After working with the Alamos for almost 20 years, she leaves.
Probably
with
in a few
nothing.
years.
2
Probably in a
decades,
few years.
12-hour days.
You will see.
Leaves with no money, no possessions, nothing but the clothes on her back, cut off from every social connection she had ever made as an adult. 1990, Tony's civil child abuse case now goes to trial. He's been on the run for 2 years at this point. He's, of course, a no-show, so now he's a federal fugitive. In his absence, Tony's found liable for defrauding, emotionally tormenting, and physically abusing the Millers. The Millers are awarded $1.8 million in damages. They'll never get that money. Federal agents to recoup this money are trying to raid the Georgia Ridge compound in Arkansas, and they're trying to recoup the IRS, the Department of Labor money. Kerry Miller and his attorney, that Peter guy, traveled to the property to deliver the court order to seize the properties along with U.S. Marshals and local law enforcement. That must have felt so good for Kerry. Just fuck you, Tony. I'm coming for your shit. The cavalry's coming with me. Mike Blevins, who was the U.S. Marshals chief deputy
Summer Tyndale. Lots of historical figures were known as walls or bastions for the weak.
Due to the compound having approximately 300 people still
What's the inspiration?
who might respond with hostility. The Marshals do not find Tony, of course. He's in hiding. When Kerry and the agents show up, members freak out. They start running out of their homes, literally running into the woods, out off of the ridge. Tony has them thinking that Satan's minions are going to mow him down. Alamo, ordered them to flee if agents ever showed up. 2 of Alamo's followers do not flee, not before bringing Susan's dead body with them. They've been ordered to bust her casket out of the mausoleum and bring her remains with them before escaping. And her remains would be missing for years. Kerry Miller thinks that Tony felt he needed to have Susan's body with him to maintain control over his cult. He's still telling people that they're going to resurrect her. She's been rotten for 8 fucking years now. When Susan's daughter Chris, who's been out of the cult for around 20 years at this point, hears about this in the news, she sues Tony for stealing her mom's remains. Tony mails a new message to his followers now. Says, the Lord told me to get off our land on Georgia Ridge and to split the church up into different factions because they were going to come there and kill us. So much drama. It all feels like some weird TV show, not like real life. Amy Eddy, a former member born in 1983, remembers a few cult families coming to stay with her family in Nashville for a little while at this time. She says from this point forward, her mom had Tony's literature and message, his tapes, his messages delivered to her home. Echoes of David Berg here, right? Creepy pedophile leader of the Children of God cult. Ruling from hiding, ruling while on the run from the law, through taped sermons and letters. Former member Desiree Kobek, born in 1991 in the Arkansas compound, remembers moving around a lot of this time as well. Also remembers her dad telling her and the rest of the family that they always had a bag packed in case they needed to flee at a moment's notice. They're all very paranoid. With his followers spread out all around the country, Tony's financial empire begins to crumble a bit. Tony's Nashville store is closed. Federal agents liquidate all his fancy sequin and rhinestone sweet jackets, pay some of his civil suits and some back taxes. The Arkansas compound is auctioned off. Oh, man. That would have been one hell of an auction to attend. All right, everybody, we got another coat jacket on the board. Opening price of $100. I got a bald eagle airbrush on the hand of God. Pink rhinestones down the sleeves. Find the devil sewn across the back. God's warrior airbrush across the front. Each fake jewel perfectly placed by kid's hand. Sniffing and smell of fear. Handcrafted by those who the end was near. 50% denim, 50% fire and brimstone. Do I see 200? Do I see 250? Yes. You're about to be blessed. 300 for the woman with the Tammy Faye Baker eyelashes. 400 for the woman with the Jan Crouch perm. 500 for the man in the Jim Jones glasses. Can we get 600? This is the perfect jacket to wear to a church, start a cult, be kids' buds, be a wing nut, ding dong, flim flam, con man, manage a stone, try and raise the dead, preach bread, make some bread, make some crazy chance for bread. Sold to the man in the white suit with an evil glint in his eye. These jackets are still sold as collector's items, by the way, online. Some of them are over $1,000. A week after the Georgia Ridge raid, Tony calls the local journalist Jack Mosley to rant against the judge who seized his Arkansas property. Tells Jack he's going to try Judge Morris Arnold, the federal judge in God's court. Oh, you can try me? I want to try you. Not crazy at all. He says somehow Tony's going to be the judge in this scenario. And Tony tells Jack that he's going to be the judge, but he's going to give him a fair trial, but the judge is going to be found guilty. And then after the guilty verdict, the judge is going to be taken out by his neck and hanged until dead. I don't think Tony fully understood the concept of a fair trial. We're going to give you a fair trial, sir, and we will find you guilty. And you will hang fairly and squarely. You will hang. I love how cult leaders like Tony, they do not understand how fucking crazy they sound outside their cults. There's so many on YouTube. You can find so many interviews of him, like CNN and Fox and all these places. And when you take that crazy and just put it out in the real world and he's talking to somebody who's not a cult member, it is hilarious. They just seem to lose awareness of how powerless they are in the outside world, how nobody else actually thinks that they're a prophet. Tony's saying this shit as if the judge is going to be scared that Tony might actually hang him in God's court. Jack publishes the interview on the front page of his local paper, and then the following day, FBI is knocking on his door. The FBI does not find Tony's ramblings very funny. Tony has just publicly threatened the life of a public judge, charged with another crime. Tracking down and arresting Tony Alamo now becomes a priority for the FBI and U.S. Marshal Service. They worry that due to how loyal his followers are, how fucking crazy he is, that one of his followers is going to try and carry out his judgment and kill Judge Morris.
What?
1991. Law enforcement recruits former cult members to help with
such nice artwork, such good shading. What do you think? If I had a penny for everything you said,
Mom's remains. Addressing Tony, she says, "If you ever loved my mother,
right?
You need to
That's
be a man.
vibe.
You need to bring her back.
I just got vibe checked by my own script.
Bury her."
You know,
Chris,
it's crazy.
Tony calls Arkansas
be
journalist Jack
ballin',
Mosley
baby.
and tells him that he does have Susan's body. He won't be bringing it back. He says, "The casket belongs to me. Her body belongs to me. She is mine." And, he's right. How the hell is he supposed to bring her back if Chris has her? What, was Chris going to resurrect her? How? Is she God's handmaiden? No, she's one of Satan's minions. Mom said so. Tony also told Jack regarding his whereabouts, a lot of people know where I'm at. I don't want demons, and devils, and goblins, and witches to know where I'm at. I love that he actually says goblins. He says goblins in numerous interviews. Damn it, Jack, I'm hiding from goblins. I can't risk bringing a casket to a funeral home. You know how many goblins will be waiting for me there? I love the weird logic here, too. Apparently, he thinks that goblins and demons have no greater investigatory powers than U.S. Marshals to find somebody. Right? His picture is a bunch of goblins, demons sitting in a cave somewhere, wherever goblins hang out. Looking at this dude. Maybe we can trace his calls.
Direction
Have you haunted
100.
the phone company yet, demon? Have you tried scaring them into coughing up his car records? Or maybe run his plates? I think we should run his plates, you know? Tony was in touch with a variety of cult members. None of them would cooperate with authorities and turn him in. At the abandoned Georgia Ridge compound, investigators find a detailed list of his followers. They begin tracking them down in the hopes that one of them will lead them to Tony. They start monitoring the phone records of multiple members. In September, they find Tony's cell phone. They track him to Tampa. Not sure where the goblins were at this point with their investigation. You know, he never was attacked by goblins, so I guess, you know, maybe they're still somewhere out in the cave, still arguing with demons.
Goddamn goblins
What's so hard?
trying to find me.
His followers, something. These lazy demons. Federal agents able to triangulate his calls, find that they came from a zone inside of 3 Tampa towers. Agents rode around inside this triangle, writing down license plates and addresses, comparing them to license plates and addresses they'd found in the Arkansas compound. Things were so much harder back before you had Google Maps. As they're doing this, a local AM station in Tampa is broadcasting a daily sermon from Tony. Tony's telling his followers about demon investigators and goblin judges coming to get him. He's hunted by Satan. This is all his language. After several weeks, his cell phone, the marshals were tracking, called a number linked to an address within the Tampa Triangle. Marshals drove past the address. There's a van in the driveway. Of course, it's a van. They write down the license plate number, compared against their list. Direct hit. They found a follower. They knew they had him. Early in the morning hours of July 5th, marshals sneak up to this Tampa address. They find a good place to hide. They wait for Tony to pop outside. They don't want to do anything that's going to risk tipping him off, give him a chance to flee. When a delivery man tosses out the paper in the driveway, out pops Tony wearing his dark sunglasses and a tie-dyed shirt, coffee in hand. Pick it up. Now they know he's inside. After he goes back in, agents surround the house. Scott Sanders, chief inspector for the U.S. Marshals at the time, was in charge of the raid. They knock on the front door, announce who they are. Tony doesn't answer, so they knock the door down. They enter the home. There's Tony, sitting at the kitchen table, eating some breakfast. Next to his cereal bowl, his fat stacks of cash. Marshal Mike Blevins said that when Tony was handcuffed, he asked, "How did you find me?" And one of the agents said, and I love this, he said, I quote, "It was divine intervention, Tony. The Lord led us here. We found you." Fucking well played. They don't find Susan's body. Tony's brought back to Arkansas. By this point, he's facing charges of child abuse, civil contempt, tax evasion in California, charged with tax evasion.
At least it wasn't works. I know.
A federal judge in Arkansas. A jury finds Tony not guilty for the death threat. Real bummer. Local journalist Jack Mosley is later told that some of the jurors gave this not guilty verdict because they didn't want to encroach on his freedom of religion. Tony's released on a $200,000 bond awaiting his California trial. Former member Benji Risha, right, his adopted son, says that after he's released, the family he's living with is in the core group of Tony's inner circle, and Tony orders his core members to regroup in Fort Smith, Arkansas now. In Fort Smith, they buy a new church, and the band is back together. Former member Sue Balsley, who left earlier over not wanting her son to get paddled for throwing some grapefruit, she goes to this new church, begs to be taken back into the group, and she is. Oh, Sue, you were out, and now you're back in. 1992, Tony holds a foot washing ceremony in his new church. The Ministry of Evil documentary producers found some video taken of this, and in the video, Tony says, "I got a call from Norman K., cult member, today who said, 'You're the Messiah.' And I said, 'Oh, no, I'm just a foot washer. The Messiah told me to do the foot washing, though.'" In this ceremony, you approach somebody that you feel like you've offended, and you ask to wash their feet, and Tony washes numerous people's feet, and he's so creepy about it. At one point, he says, "I'll wash the piggies." Exactly that. "I'll wash the piggies." And then he says, later he says, "I'll show you how strong I am." And then he screams, "I want to wash them piggies." Such a weird moment. He's screaming this dressed in a pinstripe suit, wearing aviator sunglasses like he's Jim Jones. Then he says, "I'm going to prove to this world that the Lord wasn't lying about me." And now, since he has a new church, while battling the government, this sleazebag is able to get more followers. One of these new followers, college student Lisa Pierce. First time she saw Tony, she said he had an ankle bracelet. Members told her that he was falsely accused and persecuted. Persecution happens to all those who are living godly lives. At the foot washing service, Tony also says there are 2 different types of governments, one of the Lord and one of the devil, and you have to serve one or the other. There you go again. Us versus them. Cult, cult, cult. Tony reads from Revelations, lots of stuff about the world's governments rallying against God, New World Order type shit. The same sermon, Tony says he asked God, well, Lord, are we going to, is it going to be a while now before the end of what? Because should we start planning? And the Lord told me it's on us right now, the end. Here we go. Tony tells his followers that as long as they stay with him, they're going to survive the second coming and their souls won't perish. But if they leave him, whoa, not good. Late 92, members began to hear about polygamy from Tony for the first time. He's going further with his cult leader status. Took him a few decades, but he's finally playing the old cult leader polygamy card. First, Tony begins to marry different cult members, right? Lets his upper-level male members take some extra wives, build a little bit of loyalty. In one taped sermon, Tony says, does the law state that it's all right to have 2 wives? And you hear followers respond, yes. Is that evil? No. Why? Because God is the sum of moral excellency, and there is no darkness in him. None. Amen? Amen. Tony says, look at David. He had many wives. And look at Solomon. He has many wives. God is clearly in favor of it, so you shouldn't question it. And then he says some weird random hell shit. He says, the pit of hell is 7 times hotter than the sun. I'm sorry, what was that last part? What did God just tell you that? Not 6 times, not 10, 7. Seems like overkill, but okay. I shouldn't keep trying to apply reason to any of this. 1992, Tony is interviewed by Current Affair. It's great. He talks about being persecuted by a one world government. He's dressed in one of his bedazzled jackets, wearing sunglasses and a cowboy hat. Looks less like a prophet, more like the king of tools. Back in Fort Smith, Tony has grown distant with his adopted son, Benji. Puts Benji in charge of business records that were kept in the office of the church. Benji's now 16. Benji's been told his entire life that his birth mom was dead, that she abandoned him, she was an adulteress, burning in hell for her sins. Now he finds his birth certificate in these office records, and his birth mom's name is written on the record. Attached is an article about his mom, attached is her photo, and with this information, he finds his mom, and she's very much alive. He now has undeniable proof that Tony is a lying piece of shit, been lying to him his whole life, so he runs away, takes his birth certificate, the photo of his mom, and $120, and Tony tells the cult that, of course, Benji has been banished. He sided with Satan. Summer of 1993, Tony's trial begins in Memphis for tax evasion and tax fraud. He remains free on bond. Former member Sewell Balsley goes to Memphis with several other top cult members to visit Tony after his trial begins.
Board.exe has stopped responding. Please restart and try again.
Oh, okay.
Tony.
All right. Do I need to send an error report?
That she taught. Here's where our timeline gets creepier. These girls are Tony's new wives. He's 58 years old. Years later, in 2012, Tony will be interviewed about his child brides. When he is 78, he'll refuse to admit it was wrong right up until the bitter end. He's asked, let's say you elected to take an 8, 9-year-old girl as a wife. How would you determine if a young female had reached puberty? And he says, well, they know that in my church, they'd come and say, hey, I've reached puberty. We get married. He also says puberty is consent. Oh, boy. And that's not how it happened. The girls did not want any of this. We will learn about how it happened soon. Sue will leave the cult for the second and final time because of this child bride bullshit. June 8th, 1994, Tony convicted on all tax charges, sentenced to 6 years in federal prison, begins his prison sentence in the Texarkana Federal Prison, and continues to lead the cult from behind bars. Being in prison actually strengthens his leadership. His incarceration reinforces to his followers the belief that he's indeed being persecuted. And why? Because he's a prophet. Prophets are persecuted. So are most dirtbags. While in prison, his followers are still able to generate income, donate to his ministry. He's on the phone with followers 1-2 hours a day from prison, still giving sermons, still making business deals, orders his followers to buy some real estate in Fuke, Arkansas. David Carter, who will later act as an attorney for many of Tony's former brides when they waged numerous civil suits against him later, thinks that Tony chooses Fuke because it was very similar to Alma. Fuke's a small community near where he'd be released from prison, a place where he could live away from the prying eyes of the media, a place where he could gain influence more easily than he could in a larger community. 1994, Tony tells his followers, who are now spread out across America, anyone who has children is to move to Arkansas. In light of recent child bride developments, you might find that command to be especially creepy. It is. In a sermon he recorded in prison shortly before his release, he says, having 2 wives or more is not a sin if the Lord gives them to you. The Lord has given me 3. He didn't seek out those 15-year-olds like a pedophile. No, the Lord gave him those girls. God's a pedophile, not Tony. Tony tells his followers this time that if a girl has had her period, she's old enough to be married. He also says if they're menstruating, they're women, they should be able to be married at 13 years old. Welcome to If There's Grass on the Field, It's Time to Play Ball Ministries, starring Tony Alamo, a.k.a. Pastor Secret Diddles. He keeps getting more evil. When cult member Amy Eady is 14, she's sent to live in Pastor Secret Diddle's house so she can be there when he's released, waiting for him. When Amy tells her mom is pumped. She says, "Are you getting married to Tony? Oh, this is what God wants." No, her mom thought that God wanted her 14-year-old daughter to be the wife of a dude who's now 60 years old. Mysterious ways indeed. All these wives will live with Tony in his new place in Fook. Not a mansion, but big enough to house them all. Attorney David Carter describes his home as being catacombish. Amy and other brides would visit Tony while he's in prison. They will bring nude photos of themselves and give those photos to him while he's in prison. They deliver fucking kiddie porn to him while he's in prison. They also bring him pics of other naked cult kids. Attorney David Carter says he was doing this so he could select his next wives once he got out of prison. This dude's out of control. 1998, federal authorities prepare to release Pastor Secret Diddles, old Reverend Kitty Bedazzler, from prison. Before they release him, authorities insist that Tony tell them where her remains are. Her body is still missing. The judge says that if he does not return the body to Susan's daughter Chris for burial, he will be arrested the moment he's released from prison, and he'll sit in the Fort Smith jail until he provides that info. So Tony finally caves. Susan's body is then delivered anonymously to the Memorial Park Cemetery in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Her daughter, Chris, is notified. Wonder if Tony finally told his followers that the odds of resurrecting Susan are now looking a little slim. Gosh dang, children, we were days away from bringing Susan back. Days away from having my skeleton bride, God's bony handmaiden, standing at my side. But then one of Satan's goblins, Chris, demon and daughter, got a hold of her. They're so formidable, the devil. We must constantly prepare for his attacks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must make sure my wives are in bed. It's 9 p.m. and it is a school night. Once released, Alamo is under constant surveillance outside his home due to the conditions of his release. Unable to do as much outside his house, he focuses on being more controlling inside the home. He focuses on his child brides. Desiree Colbeck is one of them. She married Tony in his home. Then that night, he tells her, "You're supposed to consummate the marriage." Desiree is so young, she doesn't know what consummate means because she's fucking 8 years old. And they do consummate the marriage. God's prophet indeed. Has she even hit puberty by this point? I doubt it. What biblical passage did Reverend Kitty Bedazzler use to justify this? At one point, Tony has 24 wives living with him in Fook. 9 of them are underage. Alamo records some more sermons justifying his continued child molestation. Now, what else is written in the book of Jasher? Let's talk about Rebecca and her husband Isaac. How old was Isaac when they married? Wasn't he 40 years old and she was 10? He was 30 years older. The book of Jasher Tony refers to here is not a book in the Bible. It's a book referred to in the Bible by different names. In the King James book, version of the Bible, it's referenced in Joshua, 2 Samuel, 2 Timothy. It's referred to as the book of righteous, the book of the upright one, the book of the just ones in Greek and Roman. Some sources say it's been lost to history. We may never know what the passages really contain. The book, if it's even real, supposedly covers biblical history from the creation of Adam and Eve until a summary of the initial Israelite conquest of Canaan in the beginning of the book of Judges. Most scholars think the book was written centuries after the rest of the Bible. And the references were added to the King James Version when that version was written in 1611. Various scholars think it was written between the 9th and 16th centuries, not referred to in any Bible written prior to a 1552 edition found in Naples. So Tony's getting real creative with scripture now, getting hard to find the right verses to justify his bullshit in the regular book, so he's got to dig into the deep cuts. He's confusing his flock by referencing a biblical book they don't even have in their Bibles. It's a snake oil salesman, of course. Word reaches Susan's daughter, Chris, who's made contact with other banished former cult members about these child brides. She has no doubt Tony was raping those kids and beating them, right? She now tells her story about how many years earlier in Vegas, Tony had raped her. Cult expert Debbie Shriver says that a lot of these parents, after Tony's death, would finally end up leaving the cult and are now devastated, by what they put their kids through. Once finally deprogrammed, they become riddled with guilt over the decisions they made. I can't imagine. Oh my God. After months of being raped as an 8-year-old, Desiree Colbeck begs her mom to take her back to her mom's house, walk away from Tony. And her mom says, "What's wrong with you? I can't take you home unless I get permission from Tony." And then she stays there for many,
Waves
many
hand
years.
while sleeping on the floor.
Former
Oh,
member
goodness.
Sue Walsley,
Sleepy
who left the cult when
General.
she found out about the teenage wives, apologizes to her 2 sons profusely for allowing them to ever be raised in such a toxic, abusive environment. She breaks down in the documentary. Your heart pours out to her. Hard to keep your eyes dry when you watch. My allergies really kicked up when I watched it. One of Sue's kids told her about a website then called FactNet, where accusations against the Alamo Foundation kids were, as far as them being abused, were being labeled as false. This pisses her off. She goes to the website to set the record straight. After Sue posts about the physical abuse of her children that they suffered, other former members come forward, post their own stories of their kids being abused. The cult finally starting to turn against Reverend Secret Littles. Former member Bill Levy posts about being a member from 1970 to 1986. Said they ran the place with a strict hand, beating the children, having them beaten for the slightest provocation. More people come forward, posting more firsthand accounts of witnessing kids being beaten literally bloody. Then soon, accounts about Tony having sex with underage girls, they start getting posted. Former member Teresa Lupo posted on November 17th, 2009.
I'm not even done with the lines. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Hiding
No.
behind, using God and the Bible to
Have confidence.
by brainwashing them and threatening them. How
No
dare they,
confidence.
say it's God's
No
will to
confidence.
balance their own lust for power and perverted lust for little girls. They're sick. They deserve everything our laws have coming to them. Thanks to these postings, Randall Harris of the FBI becomes aware of these allegations. He knows that in order to get charges against Tony to stick, they're going to need one of his child brides to come forward. Back in Tony's new compound, Tony's wives do begin to conspire against him, going after an 8-year-old for too much, even for these girls who've been brainwashed since birth. But it was hard to stand up to Tony.
So
if any
much
of his wives
burps.
displeased him in any way, he'd make them live in what he called the House of Scorn, aka the Greenhouse. Had a small guest house on the Fook property, and girls would be locked in this house from the outside like animals in a cage for weeks at a time. Tony had security cameras installed in the greenhouse so he could watch his trapped wives, punish them further if they didn't obey him. Tony has cameras set up all over his property. He's able to watch his entire property via this fucking weird control room full of monitors. Tony's also keeping what he's doing for most of his other followers by almost never letting his wives off of the property. He keeps some of these girls in this house for almost 10 full years. June 9th, 2006, at roughly 9 p.m., one of his wives, Amy Edie, now 22, escapes after being with Tony for 9 years. With Tony chasing her, she runs out of the house, makes it to a bus station, takes a bus to Oklahoma to try and find her dad. She's terrified. She's been programmed to believe if she ever turned her back on Tony, she'd burn in hell. A few months later, Desiree, now 15, also escapes after being there for 7 years, able to contact her aunt to agree to pick her up at a designated meeting spot. Right? Finally, Tony's cult is crumbling after over 40 fucking years. Desiree flees on November 3rd, 2006 at 11:30 p.m., sneaks out of the house and just runs. Has to flee past security cameras and guards. Ex-members soon now find out about all this. They inform authorities that two of Tony's underage wives have escaped. When the FBI contacts Amy, she initially refuses to testify. So then they approach Desiree. She agrees to testify because she has a younger sister who is still in the cult and she wants to save her. Hallelujah! Right? They're coming for you, Reverend Kitty Bedazzler. Desiree tells her FBI handler that Alamo took nude Polaroid pictures of young girls. This is huge. If the FBI can get these photos, they're going to have a much easier time charging Tony with many more counts of child pornography. They can put this motherfucker away for life. And the charge of child pornography is a federal crime. So the feds can now pursue this fucker. Desiree also helps authorities contact another witness named Summer, another child bride who became Alamo's wife in 2003. Tony started having sex with Summer when she was 11. Summer told FBI agents about a trip she'd taken with Tony from Fook, Arkansas to Los Angeles. She said Tony raped her in the back of his Heaven bus near the Saugus compound. And this is big because now the feds can charge him with interstate transportation of a minor for illegal sexual purposes. Crossing straight lines, do this. With all this new evidence, all these new charges, the feds prepare to raid Alamo's Arkansas compound. At the time of the raid, there's a half dozen underage girls living there. Ange Onderisk, just 7 years old, her sister 11 when they're living there at this time, preparing to be Tony's next wives. Tony is 73 now. Vanessa Griffin in 8th grade when she moved into the house. Shayna Broderick sent to Tony's house when she's also underage. Shayna says that living with Tony was like living in an insane asylum. Said he would hold himself up in his room for days at a time. Then suddenly he'd pop out, might be at 4 a.m., gather everyone in the house to listen to him rant and rave like a lunatic about some batshit, notion in his head. Stuff like, the government today, they say that it's wrong to be a Christian. That's why they killed those people at Waco. Those people didn't do anything wrong. Well, they did. David Koresh kind of, molested some kids. Tony would play a documentary of what happened in Waco over and over again. He was obsessed. He'd tell the girls, this is what they're going to try to do to us. I'm sure they were thinking, oh, God, that'd be great. It'd be great if they got us. September 20th, 2008, the FBI finally raids Tony's compound using a SWAT team. Unfortunately, Tony not at home when the raid occurs. They search the house. They can't find any nude Polaroids either. He had taken those with him when he ran. He did find some Polaroid cameras, found packages of film. Former member Amy Edie says that whenever Tony thought there was going to be a raid, he would have his wives destroy evidence. They did find a bottle of Viagra, gross. In Tony's bathroom closet, they find ovulation tests, gross. One of his bedroom drawers, they find multiple wedding rings. Over the next several weeks, authorities use this evidence to seek custody of the ministry's children. When 21 other compound children are being driven out of Arkansas, to go into hiding under Tony's order by member Lisa Pierce. The bus is pulled over. As soon as it crosses state lines, the kids are taken into protective custody, placed in foster care. Parents are then told they can have their kids back if they agree to raise them completely outside of the church. Some agree, most don't. Most refuse to turn their backs on Tony, even when it meant losing custody of their own kids. That's how strong this dude's hold on them was. While on the run, Tony makes a super creepy call into a live broadcast on Fox News explaining that he's done nothing wrong with anything he's done. He says, the Bible states that the legal age for marriage is at puberty. I'm not married to any teenage girls who don't want to be. I'm 74 years old. The host, Julie Banderas, cuts him off, says, I don't remember reading that in the Bible, sir. And I went to Bible study in Sunday school. I don't remember them saying that. Kids are reaching puberty at the age of 12. And Tony screams there, you don't know anything about the Bible. Former child bride Amy Eddy said she watched this broadcast, laughed her ass off. She loved how crazy he looked, how the host stood up to him. Within a few weeks, by tracking Tony's cell phone, the FBI locates him. They find him. He's on tour with the Stones, actually, randomly. Jagger had just hired him for their Sticky Fingers and Bedazzled Jackets tour. He's promoting them, managing them, opening up for them with a classic hit, Little Yankee Girl.
I'm just a British boy falling in love with you. I don't know why.
And then he would come back out, do the Stones encore for them, getting standing ovations every single night with his other chart-busting hit, Come On People, Big Coal Man.
When his work was done, when he thought
He's a star. Showbiz. Of course, that's not true. Authorities find that human cockroach holed up in a roach motel in Flagstaff, Arizona. Since authorities never found the nude Polaroids, the only thing they could charge him with was interstate transportation of a minor for illegal sexual purposes. For his rape of his child bride, Summer, to try and bolster their case, bring on more charges, the FBI contact Amy Eddy again. Ask her if she'll now testify that Tony raped her. She agrees. Hail Nimrod, as do 3 other former child brides, with 5 girls willing to testify, because Desiree will testify as well. Tony's indicted now on 10 counts of interstate transportation of a minor for illegal sexual purposes. By the time they go to trial, the feds have 25 to 30 witnesses, former brides, people who witnessed beatings, people who endured beatings, several witnesses who had spent decades inside the cult. At the trial, Desiree's mother, the girl who was 8 when Tony married her, testified against her daughter on behalf of Tony. Told the court her daughter was a liar. Man, if hell is real, I think that bitch might be burning there right now. Tony's found guilty on all counts, sentenced to 175 years in prison, the maximum sentence. Finally, bit of justice for this piece of shit. After putting Tony behind bars through civil trials, David Carter's legal team wins over $1 billion for children who were raped and or beaten by Tony. They're still seizing Alamo's assets to satisfy those judgments. Over the last few years of Tony's life, he was shuttled around between various federal prisons. A few of his followers maintained contact with him up until the very end. And then Tony Alamo died on May 2nd, 2017, 4:30 p.m. at the age of 82. He'd served 8 years of a sentence. The Rolling Stones were the pallbearers, that is now. His Saugus Church was the last Alamo location to close, where it all got started in 1970, and may open again. His church, his cult, it does still exist. I called their prayer line on July 21st, pulled the number off Yelp, 661-252-5686. Operator standing by 24 hours a day. Someone picked up, said he didn't know for sure when they were going to open again. They were just closed due to COVID. But literature still being distributed. If you want to be in their fucked up email list, you go to alamoministries.com. It's an active website. You can find another phone number for church services. You can find a P.O. box in Hollywood. As recently as 2018, there was still Alamo Christian Ministry services being held in New York City and New Jersey. Services ran by former members. And once crazy goes as far as it did in this cult, real hard to shut it down. And that's all for today's timeline.
God damn it.
Good job, soldier.
We're back.
Made it back. Barely.
Come on. Back.
Woo-wee. That's a big timeline. I want to close this one out by giving a special thank you to all the law enforcement agents, federal, state, local, any other, who helped save more kids like this.
Yes.
The ones who helped save more kids from being Tony's child brides, agents and officers who stop other people like Tony and save additional kids. You're heroes. You save kids and you fight real life fucking monsters, real goblins, for a living. Thank you. Please keep doing what you do. And how crazy was this story? It went on for so long. This cult practically owned Alma, Arkansas, and not that long ago, right in the 80s, selling jackets to Michael Jackson, Dolly Parton, jackets made by child labor, working in an Arkansas compound sweatshop. Kids living in a cult that began when so many other cults began, and where so many other cults began, LA in the 60s, casualties of the counterculture revolution. How did this cult form and grow so strong it still has believers today? Fear. Nothing sells like fear. It's why so many headlines are still negative today, and why most headlines will be negative tomorrow. Be afraid. Be afraid. Right? In this case, God's wrath is coming. The only place it's safe is right here in this compound where God wants you to work 12 hours a day to make 2 Ozark con artists rich. Susan and Tony Alamo, God's handmaiden, God's handmaidens, handmaiden. Anyone who tells you that they speak for God and only speak for God, that God only speaks through them, fuck them. 100% of the time, fuck them. God's real and he wants to talk to you. I'm guessing he or she or it knows where to find you. I'm guessing you can build your own relationship. That being said, Nimrod is talking to me right now. And Nimrod only talks to me, by the way. And he says it's time for today's top 5 takeaways.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Number 1, the Alamo Christian Foundation cult, founded in 1969 by wannabe music big shot Tony Alamo and by Susan Alamo, who'd been scamming churches for years prior, telling people God spoke to her. And they started an oppressive and dehumanizing cult. Number 2, Susan Alamo died in Arkansas in April of 1982 of cancer after pretending she'd had cancer for many years to gain sympathy, and loyalty from her followers. And then wasn't buried for over a year, and her cult prayed continuously to try and resurrect her. And then Tony stole her remains.
Sympathy of the night.
Number 3,
sympathy.
Bedazzled jean jackets. Tony and Susan Alamo made millions selling bedazzled jean jackets. And cult children working in sweatshops helped make them. Number 4, Tony Alamo got into culting for the money, stayed in for the polygamy and the pedophilia. And he told anyone who would listen right up until the bitter end when he died in prison that it was all part of God's plan. Man, let's hope that's not true. And number 5, new info. Alamo Ministries still around, and they have a very interesting website, alamoministries.com. And the new info is you can find sub-menus there for UFO literature, Tony's unreleased Beatles album, not kidding, and Tony Alamo's Antichrist literature and photo gallery. And also links to classic Alamo sermons with titles like Mystery Babylon is Rome's UN, Satan's government. Mystery Babylon, the mother of harlots. Beware of receiving blessings from the Vatican. Its clergy, especially their popes. This guy was like David Icke before there was David Icke in some ways. So much crazy info if you want to dig in, if you want to dive in further. Just don't dive in too far. It's still alive. You don't want to end up one of its prayer line operators or something. You don't want to go too far in this cult.
Time's up. Top 5 takeaways.
Tony Alamo and Susan's Alamo's cult has been sucked. What a couple sleazeballs, but sweet jackets. Thank you again to the Time Suck team. Thanks for pulling together. We're down on a small crew again, person this week. Thanks to Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins, Reverend Dr. Paisley.
Yeah. So that was the cult. Wow. What? How long have I been going on? Oh my gosh, Askeladd. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I do. Hope you've been doing good. How was the stream? Hope everything went well. Let's see. Let's see. What should we listen? Oh, right. We were listening to my Manhattan.
War, reminding everyone of the penalties of
Welcome,
treason.
Raiders.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Askeladd.
It's going to help us, lose the war.
Yes. Pause.
And then people weren't told exactly why they were there.
Hope you've been doing good.
Crews weren't told what they were.
Hope your holidays went well. They went well. Stream was quiet due to technical issues in PS4 stream, but overall good. Met somebody new. How goes? Well, that's good that you met somebody new.
It was all compartmentalized.
Somebody that you didn't
people knew that the end goal of all these little moving parts
cut
was to build atomic bombs. Only one man, literally one guy, knew what the fuck was going on with the project in its entirety. He knew everything about it. That was General Leslie R. Groves.
As you can clearly tell,
oversaw it all. Groves created separate organizations to carry out intelligence, counterintelligence, programs
Yeah,
domestically
you
and
know.
overseas. These all operated outside of regular military channels, kept separate records, reported directly to him and only to him. Congressional leaders agreed to secret
So
budget
far,
processes with no legislative oversight.
it's
The
looking
White
like a
House
real
knew what the
comic
overall
book, you
mission
know.
goal was,
It's
but they
weird
weren't privy
and
to any of the
crazy that
details.
it's looking
Now,
like a
pretty genius.
real comic
Joseph
book,
Stalin,
you
his
know.
vast network of
It's
Soviet spies,
insane.
They did figure it out. They figured out
That
what
was
Russia
very
was up
Herbert
to before
from
the bomb was dropped. But luckily,
Family
that was when
Guy.
Russia was on the same team
Better get him my
at least
shit.
for the war effort.
Oh,
You know, better them find out than the Germans.
get
Fucking
your
Russia and
fat
their
ass
spies.
back
They had
here.
such a vast network of spies.
Yeah,
Learned about that back in Suck
Herbert
138,
funny.
little KGB.
He funny.
And all of the
He
communist
also,
Russia's other secret police and spy
He
organizations.
also
A lot of
very
acronyms.
funny joke.
A lot of different acronyms.
He very
Also,
funny.
Outside of General
He
Leslie
make a
Gross, the
midlife.
Russians, some of the top atomic
He-
scientists might not
Superman
have known
not here.
all the organizational details about the project, but they certainly
So
knew
yes,
what they were doing.
it's
And they had to know.
looking
They're the
like a
only minds
real comic
capable of
book.
doing it. One
I
of
need
these
to
minds, one of the most
do
important
that
Manhattan-
kind of
Manhattan
shading
project
on
mind was
this
Leo
right
Szilard.
here
Leo Szilard was born Leo
to make it
Spitz on
feel
February
like
11th,
shading
1898
going all the way
Budapest,
down, the
Hungary.
same shading
He
that
developed
you
an interest
see
in physics
on
at age
all
13,
of these
attended public school
characters
prior
right
to being
here.
drafted into the Austro-Hungarian army
It
in
is a real
1917.
comic book. It
During World
is?
War I, he attended officers training school,
Ah,
never saw active duty.
well,
due
who
to
did you
influenza,
meet?
Eventually left Hungary for Berlin in 1919. How crazy
Well,
is that, by the way?
So
He
the
never saw active
PS4,
duty
the
doing
PS4.
flu. Again, that just kind of speaks to the importance of
Who'd you
vaccinations
meet?
in modern
Were
medicine.
they really
The
nice
flu
to you?
used to take people out so hard.
Was
they
it
couldn't
really
fight the flu.
fun? Was it
And they
exciting?
didn't die. In Berlin, Szilard studied engineering at the Institute of Technology. 1921, he enrolled at the University of Berlin to study physics under Max von Laue. Szilard earned his PhD in August of 1922, completed his postdoctoral work at the Kaiser
I gotta
Wilhelm
go see the
Institute of
partner
Berlin.
off to
During his stay at the Institute, he
bed.
became
I'll
close
come
friends
back
with another
and chill if I
super nerd, smart guy
can. Yes,
from
it
the
is
subject
on
board,
there.
Albert
It
Einstein.
was Fire something or
cousin of
another.
Sweet
They were
stash
nice.
owner,
Nice.
guy who hated combs
Go,
and brushes.
go take care of your
In
partner.
1933,
Come on.
Szilard developed
Ask
the
a,
idea of the
ask a lad.
nuclear chain
Go take care of
reaction.
your partner, right?
Crush the
We
numbers, carried
understand.
the one so many times.
We get it.
He got calluses from holding
We
so much
here
chalk,
at Go Chimera
ruined a couple of
Streams,
his wife's favorite
we
shirts
get
with
it.
some chalkboards.
You
And
know,
he realized
sometimes
that a nuclear
those nightly
weapon could
duties,
be,
everybody's
create
got to do them.
unthinkable amounts of devastation. And after Hitler took power in 1933, Szilard, who was Jewish, he got the fuck out of Germany, moved to
Pixel
England. There he
Sheba.
worked as a research physicist
Pixel
at the
Sheba,
Clarendon
my
Laboratory.
dear
Probably
God.
laughing way too hard at nerdy math jokes
Two
like,
raids?
how many mathematicians
There
does it
she
take
is,
to change
speaking
a
the
light bulb?
devil. Oh my
One.
God.
She gives it to three
Pixel
physicists,
Sheba.
thus reducing it to a problem that has already been
My
solved
dear
before.
God. How was the stream?
Because physicists are so smart.
Ah, so
Anyway.
cute.
After arriving
So
in England,
cute.
Szilard had the brilliant idea of parenting this little atomic bomb idea he had rolling around his big old egghead. Or patenting it, excuse me, not parenting it. Why would,
Yes,
that
yes.
doesn't make any sense. Not so that he could make one. He didn't want to.
What were you doing?
One of these
Diablo
bombs. He wanted to keep
3.
somewhere else. Like,
Ah,
he could make
you were
mostly
playing
Hitler
the
from being able to
Diablo.
make it. In 1936, he turned his
Ah,
patent
get you.
over to the English government to have it
You were playing the
classified under British
Diablos.
secrecy
How
law.
was the Diablo?
Not totally sure how that would have helped hide it. It must have. Wasn't real.
It was
clear
okay.
in
A lot of
research.
tech
When I first read
issues
about that, I
tonight.
thought he
That's
meant
what I
he
was
just wanted to,
hearing
like,
from
patent it so no one could, like,
Ascalad.
legally rip off his
Ascalad
work.
was
As
also
if
having some
Hitler,
tech issues,
as if the
so
Fuhrer
I
of
do
the Nazi Party
apologize.
would get a hold of this formula to make an atomic
I'm
bomb
in the
within
middle of
9 minutes
making my
because he didn't
comic,
legally have the patent.
making it look, you know, like you'd buy this. Like I want to make sure that it looks like you'd actually want to buy this and not be like, I'll buy it, yeah.
I don't know who that was. I don't know what actually.
Gotta
that
make
was.
it where
Once
you would
World War II
actually buy
started,
it,
Szilard let
you
him
know.
keep any, it's kind of a nuclear.
Yeah,
information
of
being
course I'd
published to
buy.
the public.
Yeah, of course I'll
These
buy it.
concerns also
Yeah.
prompted him with the assistance of two high-level theoretical
Unlike
physicists,
Heaven,
Eugene
who
Wigner,
who
future Nobel
seems to
Prize
be
winner,
the kind of person
and
that's
one
like,
of the
yeah, of
future
course I'll buy
authors
it.
of the bomb, Edward Teller, to contact Albert Einstein. After
Anything
sharing his
you do
fears
is
with
awesome.
Einstein and
Well,
obtaining his
thank you,
consent,
Pixel
Szilard drafted
Sheba.
a letter that Einstein signed. This now famous
I hope the
Einstein
stream
letter
went
was
well, other
subsequently
than the
delivered
tech
by famed
issues.
economist and banker
The Diablo
Alexander
in
Sachs
was
to President FDR,
exciting.
Franklin D. Roosevelt in October of 1939.
Hopefully it wasn't because of
This letter
storm
outlined the possibility of
issues.
achieving a nuclear
Hopefully
chain reaction
the
and its
storm,
implications for the
because
development
we've
of,
been
atomic weapons
under
for national
a
defense. It
tornado
also
watch
requested government support
till
to
5
conduct
a.m.,
large-scale experiments to prove
which
whether or
is
not
about to be
sustained
over.
nuclear
Where
chain reaction
I
is
streamed
possible.
throughout
This letter would change
the
the course of
tornado
the war.
watch.
and it gave FDR the world's
No
first
change in
nuclear
the
bomb.
streaming schedule
The
over
seed for
here.
the Manhattan Project had been planted in his mind. In 1940, Szilard became an American citizen, moved to New York. He began working at Columbia University.
Nah, just all my stuff breaking. I have the worst luck.
No,
not the worst luck, baby. What are you biting it? Why are you biting it?
Herbert Anderson,
baby?
Herbert Anderson. At Columbia, Szilard,
Baby Bunny is being naughty. He is nibbling where he should be not nibbling.
Old Scissor submitted his.
He is a bad bunny.
Manuscript titled "Divergent Chain Reactions in a System."
Oh my goodness!
Composed of uranium.
I think you
and
can
carbon.
hear him.
In February of 1940,
he is such a bad bunny.
Sizzler would lead to the creation of the brain power behind.
I gotta head to bed. Unfortunately, I have a busy day. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your streaming day. Thank you, Pixel Sheba. If anybody doesn't know, Pixel Sheba streams, I mean that's fairly obvious, but guys, check Pixel Sheba out. Give them a check out. Look at what they do. Give them a check out. Give them a look. Give them a lurk sometime. You know, it doesn't hurt. You know, very sweet, very sweet.
Dude who delivered that Einstein letter.
And if you guys need to go to bed, go to bed. You're fine.
For the federal government.
I'm not gonna be mad. I'll just be sad.
War in Europe,
I'll just be sad. Tupperware.
Unlimited research on isotope separation, as well as Enrico Fermi's and Leo Szilard's work on fission chain reactions at Columbia University. And FDR was like, yeah, totally. Yep.
Don't be.
No, we got to work on isotopes. And,
don't be sad. Be glad. With glad Tupperware and resealable.
I understand what all that is.
Plasticware. That's right. That's right. That's the commercial.
What is an isotope? Exactly.
I see it.
Well, it's an atom that has a different number of neutrons.
Yes, I'm going to pet you, rabbit.
Lesser atomic mass than the standard for that particular element. If you need more info than that,
I am going to pet you, rabbit. There's nothing you can do, and you will just have to accept it.
But not much more, because it's complicated. I looked into it, and the explanation is full of words that require further definitions, full of more science words that require further definitions, and those words need more definitions, and so on.
I'm so glad that people love my work.
I don't want to let this.
I'm very glad.
Into 3 hours.
Even people actually like me. It's crazy.
I doubt most of you would enjoy that. Just know that isotopes are low atom guys and low atom gals. But these nerds knew were important to making a nuclear bomb, and they wanted to get their little nerd paws on the right
nuclear
isotopes. The Uranium Committee has concluded that enriched samples of uranium-235 were necessary for further research, and that the isotope might serve as a fuel source for an explosive device. Finding the most effective method of isotope separation was given high priority. The Uranium Committee would morph into different committees, like the S1 Executive Committee. It would have members like physicist Arthur Compton, Nobel laureate, who would be chairman, Ernest O. Lawrence, also Nobel laureate, Harold Ray, another Nobel Prize winner, plus other genius-level physicists like John C. Slater, John H. Van Vleck, famed chemist William D. Coolidge, an army of sorts.
No, I don't like you. I love you. Shoot a shot, go.
Science before we get into people and dates and events.
I am.
Here's what the Uranium Committee is trying to do.
I am very shy sometimes. I do get a bit shy.
No.
I do get a bit shy.
They figured out how to do that right away.
Sometimes I just get a bit shy.
That doesn't accomplish anything.
It happens. I do apologize.
It's a rare chemical element found in Earth's
If only I wasn't so shy so many a time.
Uranium-238, this is the most plentiful. 99% of the Earth's natural occurring uranium is uranium-238. Found in rock. You can mine uranium ore in a variety of ways, including open pit mining, tunnel mining. Most of the world's uranium mines are in Canada, Australia, Niger, Kazakhstan, Russia, Namibia. This type of uranium is not the kind you want for like big boom boom naughty pants space melter bombs. The other isotope, uranium-235, a lot harder to find. Mining companies use Geiger counters, other tools to find this much more radioactive version of this element. When a neutron is fired at this isotope at extremely high speeds, uranium-235 becomes very unstable. It gets a little cray-cray. It becomes a fissionable isotope called uranium-236 that can be used for big boom booms. Also, the less radioactive uranium-238, while not fissionable, can be manipulated into 5 types of very fissionable man-made plutonium. How? Fuck if I know. Maybe a bunch of scientists stand around a lab, table full of uranium-238 and just yell at it. Just come on, change already, you stupid little uranium shit. Turn into plutonium, you dummy. You gotta get fissionable. And then maybe they take off their belts and just kind of whip it. Just, come on, gosh dang. Kick it around the room after it falls off the table. I don't know. Anyway, this uranium committee nerds, these guys had to figure out how to enrich common uranium into more radioactive derivatives to make things fissionable.
And thank you, Acro, for being so sweet. I know it's so easy for you, but thank you so much.
AKA boom boom time. How fast a neutron had to be fired to trigger the desired reaction. What was the desired reaction? Well, that's called fission. Nuclear fission occurs when the nuclei of certain isotopes, very heavy elements like uranium and plutonium, capture neutrons. What's that mean? It means they get them, they get their little hands on them. They're just like, fucking come here, you stupid little neutron. Got hold of you, got captured the shit out of you. No. Nuclei of these isotopes are just barely stable. The addition of a small amount of energy to one by an outside neutron will cause it to promptly split into two roughly equal pieces. And that will release a great deal of energy in several new neutrons. Pretty fascinating. If on average one neutron from each fission is captured and successfully produces fission, then a self-sustaining chain reaction is produced. If on average more than one neutron from each fission triggers another fission, then the number of neutrons, the rate of energy production will increase exponentially with time. Basically, one little boom causes many other little booms, which make an instant, massive boom boom. And all of that boom comes from splitting teeny tiny little things, far too small to be seen with the naked eye. Like, how wild is that really? That these tiny little atomic particles, things you can't see without technology we have now, technology that didn't even exist until less than a century ago, could make this huge explosion. Like, prior to the invention of the transmission electron microscope in 1933, you couldn't really prove these things even existed. It's all theoretical. Scientists mathematically were confident they existed, but still. And now bombs, unlike anything the world had ever seen before, like so much more powerful, are developed from this. Makes me wonder, will we ever find anything smaller than the atom? Well, we already have. Thanks to the space scissors picking this topic, now I know about quarks.
Yep, quarks.
Subatomic particles discovered mathematically in the 1970s. Little building blocks of atoms. Is there anything smaller than a quark? Yes, at least theoretically. Prions. Prions, little theoretical particles thought to be inside of quarks. And then even smaller than that are nanners. Teeny tiny sexy little fruits that make up prions.
Yep.
And of course I made the nanner part up. But seriously, how crazy is it to think that we could, really kind of theoretically, I don't know if scientists would agree with this, but this is where my mind goes, infinitely keep exploring inward. Like infinitely keep getting smaller. That's some serious alpha and omega shit. Where the universe is endlessly big, you can't make it to the end of space, and the universe is endlessly small. You can't get to the smallest particle. My brain is fucking melting. I'm having a
nuclear
brain meltdown. What else are we gonna find? What's gonna be the next game changer? And nobody knew that we're gonna find these little atomic particles that make these huge bombs. What's the next thing? I love that we don't know what answers we don't have. Makes life a little bit more magical, a little more exciting.
Yeah.
So last bit of science.
We're finding magic in the science. It's pretty crazy.
2 conditions must be met before fission can be used to create powerful explosions. Gotta be cool.
True fission.
Like nice.
Fission in a fusion reactor. Right there. It's the boy.
Fission producing neutron captures or escape.
It's the boy. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
A fission bomb is a race within itself to successfully fission most of the material in the bomb before it blows itself apart. The degree to which a bomb design succeeds.
What am I gonna do? The boy.
Its efficiency. A poorly designed or malfunctioning bomb may
That's an easy one. Of course I love you. Of course I love you. It's so easy to do that.
Unleash hell on earth.
Nix, it's so easy to just
explosion. Let's take a peek at conventional bombs.
Of course I love you.
Can be caused by things like, this is a tricky one. Trinitrotoluene.
Of course.
Trinitrotoluene, TNT. Other explosive materials like ammonium nitrate. These explosions blast.
You going to bed anytime soon?
Faster than the speed of sound, hence the boom, and create what is called a blast wind. The explosion can include fire,
look at that.
And can blow pretty substantial craters and mountains and shit. But now let's talk about a
nuclear
explosion. Way more powerful than other explosives. 1 kilogram of
nuclear
Look at that.
fuel can release energy
Look at
20
Heaven.
million times
She's here.
more than 1 kilogram of TNT.
She's here.
20 million times more powerful. Fuck putting craters in mountains. It could potentially obliterate, just eviscerate a fucking mountain. The most powerful
nuclear
bomb that I'm aware of is Russia's ATBIP. Sometimes called the
also,
father of all
guys,
bombs.
there
It has
is
a
one
destructive
thing
power equivalent
that
to
I
roughly
love bringing up.
88,000 pounds of TNT. It weighs over 15,000 pounds itself. Its blast radius is 300 meters. It was first produced in 2007. But the most powerful
nuclear
weapon, on October 30th, 1961, the USSR detonated the largest
nuclear
weapon ever tested and created the biggest man-made explosion in history. The blast, 3,000 times as strong as the bomb used in Hiroshima, broke windows 560 miles away from the blast site. How fucking crazy is that?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Ah, it's a raid. I didn't even notice. Thank you, Katie Cat. I'm having a little dance. Just me over here. Just let me have this. Thank you, guys. By the way, hey everybody from the raid, thank you so much, Kitty Cat. Yo, I do appreciate you. You incredible person, you incredible, wonderful person. What were you doing, Kitty Cat?
A flash of light from the blast was visible up to 620 miles away.
Were you drawing?
Bamba, as the test ultimately became known as,
were you doing that thing that you do?
58 megatons.
Did you? Were you making
the size
things?
Of the second largest
nuclear
blast. It created a fireball and a blast radius estimated to be 6.4 square miles large.
And incredible.
Thought it would be able to
just as amazing and incredible as you are.
Within 4,000.
Thank you guys, and thank you Raiders for hanging out for even just a moment. I hope that I can entertain you in any possible way. I am in the middle of making my own comic book. I really do appreciate you guys just coming in and just seeing what I do. I fuck around and I play around while I should be doing work. I really don't care. Sometimes you just gotta have fun.
Now
at
back in
work.
1961.
My son is dancing around the room now. This was the only stopped him crying when he was little.
Okay, now that we met the committee, we started the Manhattan Project and tried to wrap our minds around, what they were trying to do, how much destruction potential they unleashed.
I did some commission work and a little bit on my D&D Beholder fight.
Army Corps of Engineers officer General Leslie Groves, physicist Robert Oppenheimer. In September 1942, General Leslie Groves was appointed to head the Manhattan Project with the rank of temporary brigadier general. He would be tasked
you incredible, wonderful person, Kitty Cat, yo.
All the different fields,
thank you.
That they got
and I hope to see
General
it.
Groves was a high-level Army engineer with a brilliant career prior to the Manhattan Project.
I wish to good wishes to see you
the Manhattan Project. I guess he was kind of
not to
when he
judge
first
it,
got the job
but
because he wanted
to
to oversee
enjoy
actual
it.
combat overseas. He was born August 17,
also,
1896, Albany, New York.
News that hit
early in his childhood
today,
like
even got enough points to name something in my comic.
Not as easy as a path
and she named one of the walls in my a major wall in my comic that is that will be a story plot.
He graduated 4th in his
so
class.
So she got enough points to name something.
No dummy. I'm pretty sure graduating 4th in your class at West
If you
Point
guys watch enough of my stream,
being,
that's right. You could name something in my comic. Sometimes I'm not great with names. Sometimes I'm horrible with names.
Supervised dredging operations in Galveston Bay.
You guys could help me out.
1927 New
Sometimes I'm just like,
in 1931, following an earthquake in Nicaragua, Groves took over responsibility for the capital city of Managua's water supply. And he was awarded
you guys, you wonderful
Presidential
people,
Medal of Merit
help me out,
keeping the populace hydrated. In August 1941, Groves was given
so she
responsibility
named
for overseeing the construction
this wall, which the characters are going to be going through.
Structure was 5.1 million
it's going to be a while before they do that. It's going to be a bit.
Almost twice the square
footage. But if you
of the
guys stick around and hang out with me, you don't even have to follow me. Well, I think you have to follow me to get points. But if you just follow and you just stick around for a while, you get it.
Because of pressing needs brought on by World War II, people started working in the Pentagon before it was even completed.
And she has named this wonderful wall
January 15th,
with 2 dragons on it.
Approximately 16 months
fucking
at a total cost of $83 million. So that's well over $1 billion.
Fan-fucking-tastic. I didn't have a name for it anyway.
Groves' next project was the Manhattan Project. And one of his first choices was to appoint theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer. Bobenheimer as director for Los Alamos Laboratory, responsible for the research and design of the first atomic bomb. Oppenheimer was a genius and also a controversial choice, since many of his family members were confirmed communists. And his previous leadership had only been overseeing about 15 researchers. But Groves knew that Oppenheimer was the nerd he needed, the one nerd to lead them all. So he kept in the laboratory basement where he successfully completed, he had to successfully complete 5 equations every morning before he got a cold biscuit. Another 2 for a glass of water. 1 equation every time he needed to go to the bathroom. If he didn't get at least 15 equations cranked out every single day, he got the motherfucking whip! He was hired like a normal person.
I'm sorry, I thought people needed to hear that just in case they were unsure of what they heard beforehand
Oppenheimer was born
while I was playing that wonderful music.
But by the age of 10, he was studying minerals, physics, and chemistry. He didn't choose to be a nerd. He was born a nerd. His correspondence with the New York Mineralogical Club.
Oh, man. What if you gotta go to bed?
Society invited him to deliver a lecture, not realizing.
What if you gotta go to bed, Katie Cat, yo?
My own childhood.
If you gotta go to bed, Katie Cat, yo, I totally understand. If you were sleepy, you were streaming for 8 hours. Gosh darn. Gosh dang, that is a full day of work.
1922, graduated in 3 years, excelling in a wide variety of subjects. Although he majored in chemistry, Oppenheimer eventually realized his true passion was the study of physics. 1925, began his graduate work in physics at Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge, England.
8 hours and 32 minutes.
Realized that his talent was for theoretical, not experimental.
God damn. If you need to go nip nap,
I was like, man,
go
I'm so
nip
good
nap.
at, like,
You're fine.
theoretical physics.
I won't judge you.
Physics. Gosh, where's my heart? I don't know what either one of those things is. He got accepted. He got an invitation from Max Born.
They crave dick,
like we all
do.
Göttingen to study with him in Germany. How insane is this? When you really think about it, to be that fucking smart. Like, you're so smart that some director in another country of some theoretical physics is like, hey, do you want to move to Germany to help us with all these numbers? We got a lot of numbers. Man, I've been trying to crunch them, and it's so hard. I've been trying to crunch.
Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed?
Sons of bitch.
What?
My colleagues are some of the smartest nerds who've ever lived. And we were thinking that you might be a smarter nerd. That is just bananas to me, to be that exceptional at something, to be that gifted, to push your mind past where any human mind has gone before. Oppenheimer had the good fortune to be in Europe during a pivotal time in the world of physics, as European physicists were then developing the groundbreaking theory of quantum mechanics. I get it. I know. I can say those 2 words. Oppenheimer received his doctorate in 1927, accepted professorships at the University of California, Berkeley, and the California Institute of Technology. Everyone is all up swinging on his nerd jock. At Berkeley, he became good friends with Ernest Lawrence, one of the world's top experimental physicists, the inventor of the cyclotron, some type of particle accelerator its use would be instrumental in the success of the Manhattan Project. Okay, now enough context. Whew,
Sweetie,
peak.
go.
My goodness, gotta take a little
What
sip.
is
That
it,
was a lot of big
sleepy
work.
baby? What is
Boy,
it
my hat.
next?
Now let's dig into the year-by-year
What is
development
it,
of scientists
sleepy
almost
bubble?
ensuring our world's future
What is it, my little bobble?
destruction in today's
My
times of
cute,
timeline.
my
Right
cute
after a
cutie
word from
McPootie.
today's, first sponsor.
McTootie.
Today's Time Suck is brought to you by Anton's Satanic Big Top Burlesque Strip Show. Get on down to downtown this weekend. Sneak under the big top to see those tops drop with Anton's Satanic Big Top Burlesque Strip Show.
Then I was thinking, I think I spend more than 11 hours a day looking at the screen. I'm looking at my notes on a big LCD screen right now. I do that every day, or every show, all show. I'm on my laptop 8 hours plus a day working on podcasts, research, answering emails, checking on what's going on in the news, on my phone or Instagram, or watching shows on it while I'm flying, all the time on a screen. You can't stop looking at screens when our world
I go
is
to
digital.
sleep at nights
But you
before I
can
snore
protect
on
your
your
eyes
stream
with a pair of
again.
Felix Gray blue light filtering
I
glasses
will
available
miss
with
you,
or without a
boy.
prescription. Felix Gray glasses
shall
filter out
miss you,
90%
boy.
of high-energy blue light, eliminate the
I
glare
will
coming
miss
off
that
those
boy.
screens.
We
So
will
you can
all
live your
miss
life
that
without
boy.
tired, dry eyes,
Keevan
blurry
will
vision, or
miss
headaches.
that boy.
Unlike other blue light filtering glasses,
Everybody will miss that.
proprietary blue light
Everybody
technology
will
embedded into the
be
lenses,
so
so
sad
there's no
that
coatings
they will
on them.
not have
And
the
Felix Gray
best
look great.
boy
When
on
I
their
do a lot of
stream.
reading, I put on my prescription
They'll
clear
be
frame Felix Gray
like, this is
Faraday's.
why I
Love 'em.
fucking
Feel
come
like I
to
look
this
cool, get a lot
goddamn
of
stream.
compliments.
I
If
don't
you're gonna wear
even want to
glasses, wear
be
cool
here.
ones. And Felix Gray frames
Without
really are
Nix,
also affordable, which
what
is
is the
fantastic.
point?
Don't go another day
And I'm
looking
like,
at screens
"Oh,
without the help of
damn
some
it."
Felix Grays. Go to
But you also need the sleep.
FelixGrayGlasses.com/timesuck for free shipping, 30 days of risk-free returns or exchanges. That's FelixGrayGlasses.com/timesuck. Meet Sachs. Link in the episode description and on the
I'm gonna
TimeSuck
finish
app.
this
Timeline
room
right now.
Strap on those boots, soldier.
It's totally
We're
fine.
marching down a time
It's
suck
totally
timeline.
fine.
The Manhattan Project began because of the theoretical physics of a few Germans in the 1930s. Their discoveries built on the backs of research completed decades earlier. We touched on some of the following info in Suck 79 Chernobyl and Suck 67 Cousin Fucker, Einstein. Pass it on. On November 8th, 1895, a German physicist named Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen discovered X-rays and got this snowball rolling. Fucking Germans. They started World War I. They started World War II. They got the ball rolling towards mutually assured,
Nuclear
destruction. When in doubt, blame Germany. That's the main takeaway from this episode. You didn't get that promotion. You deserved. Well, fucking Germans. Your joints hurt when it gets cold. It's not arthritis. Germans. Did you know that my wife Lindsay is mostly Polish? She's also a little bit German. Quite a bit German, actually. Of course she is. She's an evil savage. You know it, and I know it. She's also a very cute evil savage that I love, so I'm keeping her. And by evil, I mean sweet, and by savage, I mean savage. In 1896, French physicist Henri Becquerel discovers radioactivity. Okay, good. France's fault too. Between Napoleon and Henri, I knew there was a lot I didn't like about the French. In 1898, Marie and Pierre Curie discovered polonium, radium.
Get
which
some
we'll call from
rest.
Chernobyl
We
stuff. Marie
love
Curie, while she
love.
later became a citizen
I
of France,
love
was actually born and
love.
raised in Poland. Of course, the Poles are responsible in some way for
nuclear
weapons. 1911,
I miss
Ernest
that
Rutherford,
boy.
New Zealand-born British physicist, father of
nuclear
physics, articulates his model of the atom. In his conclusions, in the center of the atom exists a nucleus containing the majority of the atom's mass and all of its positive charge. Fucking Kiwi, Germany, France, Poland, New Zealand. Those monsters started this mess. Feels good to know that the U.S. had nothing to do with it. The bombs getting dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, really, really not the U.S. It was really the other countries I just mentioned. And if you're a new listener, of course I'm kidding. I'm not as much of a lunatic as I pretend to be, I don't think. On December 28th, 1931, Irene Joliot Curie, French scientist, daughter of Marie and Pierre Curie, reports studying penetrating particles produced by beryllium when bombarded by alpha rays. She believes the particles, which are actually neutrons, to be energetic gamma rays. In May of 1932, British physicist James Chadwick officially discovers the neutron. On September 12th, 1933, our buddy Leo Szilard conceives the idea of using a chain reaction of neutron collisions with atomic nuclei to release energy. He also considers the possibility of using this to make bombs. Mid-January 1934, Irene Joliot Curie and her husband, fellow French physicist Frederick,
Everybody's so sleepy.
Joliot,
Night next.
conduct the first demonstration of
Everybody's
artificial
so
radioactivity.
nappy.
They would be jointly
It's
awarded the Nobel
totally
Prize in
fine.
Chemistry in 1935 for the
I've been
discovery of
going for
artificial
4
radioactivity.
hours. I
Radioactive
totally
manipulation essential to building big
understand. It's
bombs.
like 5
In May of
in the
1934, Enrico Fermi, the
morning.
Italian-American physicist, who would later be called the architect of the
Nuclear.
It's
age,
like 6
and
for
his team in
next.
Rome bombard elements
So what
with
time do I
neutrons and
gotta go to
split
work
uranium,
tomorrow?
but don't realize
What time do I gotta go to work tomorrow?
also
Hello?
behind all of this.
Hello,
They're like a
back again,
bombers.
Fluffy
It's like a nuclear
Snow.
bomber.
She's back.
On July 4th,
My God,
1934, Szilard
it's the
pulled that
most
sweet move when he
interesting
files a
woman
patent
in the
application
world.
describing the use of neutron-induced chain reactions to create explosions and the concept of critical mass. In December of 35, James Chadwick wins the Nobel Prize in Physics for discovery of the neutron. December 1st, 1938, Otto Hahn, a German chemist who
Right
is
a
called
bit.
the father of the nuclear chemistry,
the poor
submits a paper
floof.
conclusively showing the production of radioactive barium for neutron irradiated
I'm
uranium.
so sorry.
All this high
I
level stuff.
hope you feel
December
better.
24th, 1938, Otto Frisch, an Austrian-born British physicist, and his aunt, Liz Meitner, correctly interpret Otto Hahn's results as evidence that uranium nucleus, that the uranium nucleus had been split in two. Fission had been accomplished. Pandora's most destructive box had been opened. On January 26, 1939, Niels Bohr, a Danish physicist who won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1922, publicly announces the discovery of
Oh
fission
yeah, you
at
were
an
watching
annual
Japanese cartoon. I
theoretical
hope you've
physics
been
conference
enjoying it.
at George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
I hope
On
that's
January
what made
29th,
you cry
1939,
because it's
Robert
so
Oppenheimer
beautiful.
hears about the discovery of fission within a few minutes. Comes so hard, guys. Within a few minutes, he realizes that excess neutrons must be emitted, and it might be possible to build a bomb. So he's responsible. Duh. Okay, all right. Maybe it's kind of America's fault we have these bombs. On April 22nd, 1939,
I thought so.
Joliot and his group published their work on the secondary neutrons released in nuclear. Ah, dang it! Too many times I hit the button. Right. I think I might have done it right. In
Nuclear.
fission, nuclear. You might just say it like that all the time. Released in nuclear.
I had hoped
fission.
so.
This demonstrates that a chain reaction is
I didn't
indeed
know.
possible.
I
Big
just
bombs
hoped.
possible. Very big bombs. On August 2nd, 1939, President Roosevelt receives the Einstein letter I mentioned earlier, written by Szilard, warning about the prospect of an atomic bomb. He starts thinking about the implications of developing atomic weapons. Then he changes his mind. He decides not to pursue it. Then, former suck subject Eleanor Roosevelt punches him in the fucking face and screams, "You're embarrassing me, Franklin! Stop being a pussy! Just because your legs don't work right doesn't mean your balls can't work right! Bomb those motherfuckers! It's the only way! If you're not gonna use them, I'm gonna get a steak knife and I'm gonna come back here and cut your goddamn weak-willed balls out from under your goddamn lady dick!" Sorry. I know that was intense, but history, it is what it is. And that's what she said. And if you don't believe me, well, look it up, okay? Look it up. Look it up, and you'll never find it, because, yeah, you're right. She didn't say
They
that.
killed the main character, and I cried. No!
August 31st, 1939, Niels Bohr,
No!
American theoretical physicist John A. Wheeler, published a theoretical analysis of fission. Their theory implies that uranium-235 is more fissile than U-238, and that the isotope of the undiscovered elements 94 plutonium with 239 nucleons is also very fissile. The implications towards atomic weapon creation are not immediately recognized, but they soon will be.
Oh, man.
While this is going on, bad things are happening in Europe.
Got a
Captain
raid
Naughty
now.
Pants Mustache Monster making some dirty power.
That's the question.
On September 1st,
that
1939, Nazi Germany invades Poland, which marks the beginning of World War II. So it's kind of Poland's fault that all this happened. On October 21st, 1939, first meeting of the Advisory Committee on Uranium in Washington, D.C., which, as we discussed, was created.
Who are
President
we
Roosevelt's
going to raid? Because I'm starting to get
physicists argue for urgent
real
government attention.
tired.
There's a little bit of pushback, right? People can't understand what the fuck these nerds are talking about. Edward Teller requests $6,000 for research on preliminary uranium graphite slow neutron experiments.
What you watching, Blue? That is a good question. What are you watching, Blue?
Having some pushback because it's just hard to understand.
Figure out.
They're like, listen, we got to get some, preliminary uranium graphite slow neutron experiments.
We can feel that sadness together.
In English, please. And then they try to break it down. And it's like, nope, still don't get it. March 1940, Otto Frisch, Rudolf Peierls concluded that only 1 pound. Why can't any of these guys have a name like Bob fucking Johnson either? fucking scientists talking about stupid, crazy shit. Not stupid, I know, but it's just like it's
Unfinished
one scrabble word
assassin
after another,
classroom.
and they can't even have
okay.
a decent, fucking simple name.
Okay.
Otto,
I get
Frisch,
it
and
now.
Rudolph.
All right. I have never watched it, but
including only 1 pound of highly enriched
good
uranium needed
endorsement.
for a bomb. Meanwhile, the Nazis continue to attack their neighbors. April 9th, 1940, the Nazis invade Denmark and Norway. April 10th, first meeting of the British Committee, later codenamed Maud Committee, organized by Henry Tizard. There you go. I like you, Henry. To consider Britain's actions regarding the uranium problem. Research into isotope separation and fast fission is agreed upon. Britain knows it may need a new level of weapon in order to stop the Fuhrer. April 27th, the so-called Uranium Committee in the U.S., led by U.S. engineer and physicist Lyman Briggs, meets for the second time. They first met on November 1st, 1939. They decided to postpone research on fast fission and work on critical uranium graphite assembly until more small-scale lab experiments are conducted to make sure that when they go big with research, they move in the right direction. Right? Because there's all these different possibilities of how this thing might explode.
Because
it's trying to, get started on the right path and don't waste much time.
We're getting to page 5.
1940, Germany launches a massive assault on Western Europe.
Almost to page 5, which is good.
June of 1940.
And then once we get
that British
then
research group
it'll be
officially
smooth
acquired
sailing for a bit.
The acronym thought to stand for
I don't think
Military
any bigger
Application of
picture
Uranium
things
Detonation.
will be coming up.
France
That'll
signed
be nice.
German and British physical chemists and
So
physicists begins research on isotope
raid?
separation through gaseous diffusion. On June 27,
I got somebody.
the
We
National
got
Defense Research
Screnod.
Committee is created to organize U.S. scientific resources for war, including research on the atom and the fission of uranium. Things are starting to pick up. On July 1st, the newly founded National Defense Research Committee, headed by Vannevar Bush, takes over responsibility for uranium research. In his final report, Lyman Briggs requests
I think we're just
$140,000
gonna have to raid
$40,000 for lab measurement, $100,000 for large-scale uranium graphite studies. Bush approves only $40,000. Come on, Bush! Hey, go cheap on the
Type that
nukes.
in. If
God
that
knows
is the
what Hitler's up to.
case, thank you guys so much
November
for being
1940,
awesome.
physicists John
Thank
Dunning
you
and
guys
Harold
for
Urey
being
began investigating
stupendous.
isotope separation
I
techniques
really do appreciate
without
it.
U.S. government support. Bush not cutting them a check isn't going to stop them
Let's
from pushing
see.
forward.
Let's hope. Is
Also in November,
Screnod
the
the
$40,000
one? I
contract
don't think
from
they are. Aren't
NDRC
they?
finally comes through. Lab work begins in Manhattan, New York, to assemble a large subcritical pile made of graphite and uranium oxide, and that's where the Manhattan Project name comes from. This initial funded lab. In December 1940, the Maud Committee in Britain issues a
They're not
report
the
on
one
isotope
that
separation,
has
authored by Franz Simon. The report
follower
concludes that
chat only
manufacturing
on.
uranium-235
All right,
by gaseous
guys.
diffusion is
I
feasible on a
really do
scale suitable for
appreciate
weapons
you. I
production.
really do think that you guys are
Bombs
amazing.
are looking more
Thank you guys for being incredible. Thank you guys for another wonderful night. We've gotten a lot of work done. Is it the best amount of work? No. But is it good work? Yeah. Thank you guys for being amazing. And thank you guys for chilling out with me for as long as you have. I really do appreciate it. It really does fill me up with a lot of good in my heart. But yeah, I'm gonna have to tell you guys to get some rest and enjoy your day off and enjoy yourselves, because I do hope to see you guys later. Have an amazing one. Thank you. Have a good one now. Bye-bye. Bam. And